The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Crazy openings are yielding unexpected results at the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Shorter time controls mean fast hands, and even quicker calculations are crucial when one false move can spell disaster. Former world champion challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi finds himself at the top of the standings after savvy play combined with an opponent's blunder gifted him a win on the spot. French phenom Alireza Firouzja put on an incredible performance, winning 2 games and drawing the leader to catapult into a 3-way tie for first. Players are hitting their strides, but the race has just begun. Day 3 of Rapid Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 3 of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, held here in beautiful St. Louis. We start the day at the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Q Boutique shop, where you can shop for all your chess needs. It's the final day of Rapid, and I'm sure the players are ready to leave everything on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
3 players are tied at the top of the standings, and with 1 day of Rapid remaining, can anyone take a clear lead? Day 3, the finals of the Rapids, starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Peter, it's a pleasure as always being with you both. It's been great fun calling the action. Hello everyone, and welcome to our show. Well, 2 days of Rapid Chess sure brought out every expectation and met them wonderfully. We have our final day. What will it bring? Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings and who's tied at the top.
Let's have a look. We have 3 players tied for first: Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 8 points. With 7 points is American Levon Aronian, and only point behind in clear 5th, Leinier Dominguez.
And Grand Chess Tour leader Fabiano still struggling with 5 out of a potential 12. Tell us about the format for Rapid and Blitz.
We have a 10-player triple round-robin tournament. The time control for Rapid is 25 minutes with 10-second increment. For Blitz, it will be 5 plus 2. In Rapid, players get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for a loss. In Blitz, it will be 1 for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss.
Fast play in the Rapid and Blitz. Tell us about the remaining schedule.
As we've mentioned, today is the last day of Rapid games, and then we'll have 2 days of Blitz. And after that, if necessary, we'll see playoffs.
Ooh, playoffs. And Peter, tell us about our leaders and how they've achieved their success.
Absolutely. As we've already teased somewhat, there is a bit of a pile-up at the top with 3 players tied for first. And winning the Rapid portion of this tournament is, of course, very important, with Rapid points counting double. And today we'll perhaps produce an outright winner, but it's very, very tight at the top there, as you will see on your screen right now. And let's start with Jan Nepomniachtchi. As you can see here, he's already won 3 games, and very gratifyingly, we have, after many, many years, finally converted the production team to the idea of +2 that you see next to his name. That means that he won 2 games more than he lost. That loss in round 2 was to Levon Aronian, who is just 1 point behind the leading pack, but very, very good performance. But Jan winning 3 games out of 6 in this field is truly, truly impressive. Then we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The next 2 players are both Frenchmen. We start with Maxime, who's had a much more solid performance up to now. Wins in rounds 2 and 3 and 4 draws. Very, very good play by him so far. I think you should be very happy with his performance up until today. And also tied for first, his countryman Alireza Firouzja, who together with Jan Nepomniachtchi also won 3 games out of 6. He began by losing to Jan himself in round 1, and then immediately recovered in day 1 and had a stellar day 2, drawing against MVL and winning the remaining 2 games. So this is your triumvirate at the top on 8 points out of 12, or +2, as you can see next to their names.
MVL, undefeated. Interesting about that.
It is interesting. And here is an interesting statistical tidbit for you. The best score to win the rapid portion of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz specifically is +4. And it has been achieved twice by Levon Aronian in 2019, the year he won that tournament, and Wesley So in 2021, I would guess, because 2020 we didn't really hold anything in 2020 for reasons which we don't really need to get into too much. Which means that 2 wins today by either of our 3 winners, 3 leaders today, would tie that statistical record. And if somebody goes perfect 3 for 3 today, that would break it. And I think +5 would probably hold as a record for many, many years to come.
Interesting in that we have Magnus, who has played in a number of...
Exactly. You would have thought maybe he would have, or Hikaru, who is also a fantastic rapid player, would have been on that list. But no, it's specifically Levon and Wesley.
Thank you, Peter. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcast team, Cristian.
Good to see you, Yasser. Thank you, Peter, for all that insightful information. I have to say, you discussed the leaders. I want to talk a bit about the wildcards, because they've been having quite an interesting road so far, as well, as we shall see in just a second. Let's take a look at the standings and see where our wildcards land. You can see Levon Aronian doing very well, and you told us, Peter, that he can do in this type of tournaments quite well, and he has some records as well. Leinier Dominguez, 6 points on 50%, but I have to say the surprise of the event, doing poorly so far, is Hikaru Nakamura on -1. That devastating defeat against Alireza to start off Day 2, that definitely wasn't to his liking, but as we can see, he is getting ready for the next chapter. Day 3 is just about to start, and he's definitely looking to mount a comeback. And we know, once we enter the Blitz portion, how dangerous he can be. There will be 18 games of Blitz starting tomorrow, and I can tell you that much, Hikaru cannot wait for that Blitz to start. But still, 3 very exciting rapid games to be played. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And Nazi, tell our viewers what they can expect for the pairings for round 7.
We have very exciting pairings, starting with table 1, 2 leaders playing each other. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Nepomniachtchi. Then we have Abdusattorov against Levon Aronian. Leinier Dominguez playing Praggnanandhaa. Hikaru Nakamura against Wesley So. I think another key matchup, Fabiano Caruana against Alireza Firouzja.
A kind of a clash of the veteran and youth there. And
we see Naka at the board. Can he improve today?
I think he's looking forward to that opportunity. And with the Blitz coming, again, 18 games of Blitz, and we know he is such a streaky player. It's nice to see him actually arriving early at the board. And of course, the players have to get wanded, and they go through the fair play procedures before they get to the tournament.
He looks very focused.
The players are fighting hard, and they are fighting for a lot of money, Nasi.
Yes, they are. The total prize fund for this event is $175,000. First place winner is going to get $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000, and nice prizes for everybody.
Indeed. And Peter, while you were telling us about our leaders, one of the things that I've always thought makes a very successful tournament is the undefeated. You know, it's nice when you go 7-1, but that loss somehow stands out, whereas MVL is undefeated.
Yeah, MVL has had some slices of luck, I think, in particular on day 1, but in general, I think he very much likes playing in St. Louis, has had some stellar results playing here, and is once again enjoying this tournament a great deal.
Exactly. As we see the players getting ready. Levon, as always, very colorful blue
So is
shirt.
Hikaru today in his purple.
Yeah, nice.
But I think the game between MVL and Nepo can create a sole leader today, right after the first round of today.
Exactly, round 7. And with MVL with the white pieces, again, these 2 players, I think, have matched up over the years very, very well with one another. I'm more than curious.
They're about the same age. I'm sure they've been playing each other since they were children.
Right, right. They've got a history.
What do we expect, E4?
Yeah. Although I'm just looking at Hikaru there. Played knight f3. You're right. We do have a Sicilian, Maxime, played e4, and then quickly c5 and d6. MVL is invited to play a knight, or formally speaking, you don't like to play against your favorite. Knight c3.
Yesterday, I think he played bishop b5.
Check, yes.
In one of the games. Oh, interesting sideline.
So at h2, h3, Peter, talk to this. He's trying to outfox his opponent and get something he wants. What is it he wants?
I'm not entirely sure. I think against a6, the options would be you can still transpose to the knight, but if you wanted to play the knight, you probably would have played it immediately.
Right.
So yeah, I'm a bit curious exactly what they're planning to do against both a6 and d6. I don't think you can afford to play g4 just yet. Sometimes these days, people have conditioned themselves to believe anything is possible in the opening if you try hard enough. But this, instantly looks like you could be running into some turbulence. So, honestly, with many of these little moves, my initial impression is what you do here is you steal 2 minutes off your opponent's clock. You play h3, and your opponent will spend some time thinking, because suddenly there are so many options. You can go knight c6, you can go a6. Both of these moves, frankly, even e5 is not entirely unplayable, although without the pawn on g4, of course, white is not unhappy about this. So what happens is, even Jan, who generally plays at lightning speed and doesn't really think in the opening very much, even he probably will burn a minute or two here. And then you will play d4 next move, and you will just say, "Okay, I'm done here. My work here is done. I did this.
I tricked you." And well, actually, he did play. He didn't burn 3 minutes, but I think he burned 2. Yeah. A7, A6, A2, A4. Already an indication that you're not castling queenside after A4.
Yeah, I think this will be a quieter Sicilian now.
Knight c6, but it's open suddenly. Knight c6, and now it looks more like a Scheveningen after bishop e2.
Yeah, it's a mixture of everything, because black is playing, a bit of a Richter-Rauser setup for now. The pawn on e7, staying on e7. You could imagine black in some positions, maybe even switching to dragon-type structures. And as for white, I'm curious if you can actually, if you want to go crazy. I think maybe in this position I can honestly believe g4 is playable, although g4 and a4 normally don't go together all that well, because with g4 you are committing probably to castling queenside later in the game, and that would be now a lot riskier with you having committed to a4.
Bishop e3 was
Bishop e3, e6. Yeah, this does indicate, I think, that white will just switch to some sort of bishop e2, or maybe even bishop d3, which is something that they used to do in classical Scheveningen, some kind of a setup like bishop d3, and oops, not f3, of course, f3 is kind of horrible. F4, and you get a position which you would, it's not recognizable, because normally the pawn is not on h3. All of your, the Karpov-Kasparov matches of the classical Scheveningen, Scheveningen actually, not Scheveningen. They never feature the pawn on h3. That's just not a thing.
No.
But the general outline is somewhat familiar to players who have played these systems.
Thank you, Peter. And how do they match up, Nazi?
Let's take a look at our graphic. I'm sure they've played a lot of games.
Quick guess, I'm going to give MVL a slight lead.
Oh, unfortunately,
I was so close.
You're so close.
I think the graphics artist got this one wrong. Well, that's
of course, most of the games ended in a draw, 23 draws, 17 wins for Nepo, and 13 wins for MVL.
That's a lot of decisive games, 30 in all versus 23 draws, so
They're
a little bit more
aggressive players.
Truly.
I'm not surprised that they have so many decisive games.
Maximalist, I like to say. Castles, and again, Peter is absolutely right. When you're playing these Scheveningen systems, you really do not play them with h2, h3. If the e4 pawn ever becomes an issue, for example, knight takes d4, bishop takes d5, b5, and you start worrying about your e4 pawn, well, white always has f2, f3 in the pocket. Not when your pawn is on h3, because
Exactly.
then the dark squares are too weakened. Rook e1, rook c8. Okay, let's call it a normal-ish looking position. And where would you like to take us? What game caught your eye?
Well, I think Peter
Peter
has some
has.
news for
Well,
us.
there's a lot of actually quite interesting and I would even say maybe slightly funky opening choices made by players in this round. And Nodirbek continues showing different ideas in this same London that he had. That was against Hikaru, right? That really, really sharp game he had early in the tournament. In that game, he went bishop g5 in this position. Here he goes bishop e5, a slightly different twist on the same idea. Black goes e6, bishop b5, bishop d7, and now you give up a bishop pair. Black would very much like to play f7, f6 now, but this is, I guess, the idea behind previous play. You go dc5, bishop takes c5. Once again, you give Black a move here. Black will be immediately completely fine. And then suddenly this launches up the board. g4,
Dang.
g5, knight h5. And knight h5, according to my screen, knight e4 may have been giving up the pawn on g7 is obviously, in particular against somebody who is blitzing, is not such an easy choice. But the engine, at least at low depth, does seem to prefer knight e4. And after knight h5, it says, this is now not a very misplaced piece. Yeah. Also, knight f3, g4, hitting that knight on h5 would be a constant threat. Playing f6 with the rook on g1 is very much unattractive. And it seems to like this quite a bit for white. So knight h5 may have been a bit of an inaccuracy. And Hikaru's, sorry, that's not Hikaru, that's Levon. Yeah, Levon played it very quickly. I think, unless he actually also knows everything about this, you could very much argue for investing some time in this decision and choosing between different squares. It did, I think, at least make Nodirbek pause a little bit. Because knight h5, I suspect, has not really been in the file. I think Nodirbek was expecting knight e4 here. But I do think rook g1 is a very, very logical move. You would like to immediately play knight e4, but this is hanging. So this is another reason to go rook g1 here.
Yeah. And knight h5 looks
question
suspicious.
in this position. So are both sides going to end up castling long?
Yep.
I mean, white, obviously.
Very possibly. Nodirbek played queen e2 instead of rook g1, which is also very decent, but appears to be slightly softer. And now the engine suggests bishop d6, and if bishop runs away, maybe even some d5, d4 somewhere. Or actually, it now sort of castles into it quite happily and goes queen c7, maybe e6, e5 next move. The difference, I think, if you compare it with rook g1, bishop d6, and bishop c3 here, is once again, if you castle knight e5, it becomes incredibly very, very dangerous, because the fact that we can immediately attack this knight before Black can establish any kind of control on over the e5 square, I think makes a great bit of difference if you look at those two lines in comparison. But we'll return to that later. I think there is plenty of other games to look at while we still can.
But queen e2, to answer your question, it sure feels like white's heading in one direction for sure.
Right.
Where would you like to guide
Let's
us?
check with our other tournament leader, Alireza Firouzja. Not a very exciting opening. Can you guess what I'm talking about?
Petra.
Close, Berlin.
Berlin. Berlin. Okay, let's see how they got to our happy rook e1. Ooh, okay. I have seen so many games of Wesley So where he really puts, he's very good at neutralizing these positions as Black. A to a4. Okay, that's a little bit of a twist by Fabi. Bishop e7, knight c3, a6, bishop.
You were not expecting bishop f1?
Not at all. But okay, and e4. Okay, so Black has a little bit of a problem with this knight on d6. If we're going to return the pawn, and the question for me is, could I hold the pawn, right? f7, f6, d2, d4, knight f7. Peter, you're anxious.
Not really. I'm not a huge specialist on this, but I did at some point, in the kind of vain hope of finding something I can play against the Berlin so I can return to playing 1e4 with a slightly happier heart. I did look at this, and f6, it's not unplayable. These types of positions are very curious, because what ends up happening is you get some kind of a position like this, where white has no direct threats, Black has no weaknesses.
Right.
But Black is incredibly cramped. And in most cases, until you reach, I don't know, move 20, moving slowly, move by move, the engine starts by actually saying it prefers white here, slightly. My feeling was, after once again, no extensive knowledge, but my initial analysis showed that I think this holds for black. I think black really has nothing to fear here. You eventually come out of the corner, eventually you can disentangle your pieces and you'll be fine. But it's not to everyone's taste. And Levon in particular, I think for him it's a very easy choice, this kind of passive defense or playing e5, e4, which I think on my current understanding, once again, this should hold.
Yeah.
One thing I will say about this is that in the somewhat infamous 2022 Sinquefield Cup, Hans played this against Levon in round 1, and Levon suffered mightily because I think he did something autopilot. I think he played a6 here and got a kind of a normal rook e1 anti-Berlin with a4, a6 included, which is very much in white's favor. This is what you don't do. No. But what he's doing in the game, I think, is supposed to be very, very solid. And if we get to the position on the board right now, eventually white just has to take on c6. And it looks like the structure on the queen side is somewhat compromised for black, but white doesn't really have pieces to attack it. And you see like 1 game out of 10 actually get somewhere here for white, but in general, my gut feeling about this, the bishop on d6 is actually better than the bishop on c1 because all of your pawns are on the light squares. It feels much more dynamic having on d6 than any square you can imagine this bishop being put on. So this shouldn't be very much.
Exactly. Thank you. And after 2 days of Rapid, let's take a look at who's supposed to win the event.
Yeah, the chances of pre-tournament, as we looked at it, Nakamura obviously was the favorite.
Which got my pick. I was influenced.
At 30%. Now, after day 1, it changed a little bit. MVL caught up with Hikaru, and Firouzja went down a little bit.
Okay.
Now let's see. After day 2, I'm sure it has changed a lot.
Hikaru dropped.
Hikaru dropped to 10%. Meanwhile, Firouzja is a huge favorite now at 48%.
Wow. Again, because of his great blitz skills.
Right, because Firouzja, MVL, and Nepo are sharing first at the moment. You wouldn't think there would be such big
Between
gap.
Firouzja and Nepo, for example. I wouldn't have guessed that at all. And checking our pre-tournament favorite, let's just jump in and see the game of Hikaru versus Wesley So and what the players have achieved. Knight f3, opening move by Hikaru, a little bit soft, I would say, by Hikaru standards, and a reverse Grunfeld.
First 2 days he tried e4.
Yeah.
And I think it didn't work, so he changed his strategy.
Right.
Just started with it.
Now, Peter, you're a great Grunfeld player. You get the Grunfeld in reverse, and you never played the movie to do.
Yeah, this is clearly something he cooked up for this one game. I'm confidently saying we will not see this again. It's a one-game idea. Okay. And honestly, even in this one game, it seems to be backfiring. And just to follow up on your idea, like if you play c2, c4 here, it's basically a reverse Grunfeld, or you can just call it a straight-up Catalan, frankly.
Exactly.
c4, d takes c4, we're just very much in classical Catalan territory. Right. Obviously, Wesley was very okay with playing those lines, and Hikaru wanted something different. But the way he treated it, I'm sure this is still fine, but you're sort of supposed to play c4 here already. It's time to start doing something in the center. And my guess is Hikaru played queen e2 here, thinking he still has time to play c4 next move, and was met by e6, e5, c4, and in this position, black could already play for sort of very bishop sharp G4. Immediate counterplay with e4, bishop g4, which the engine quite likes. What Wesley did is also completely fine, d5, d4 here, rook d1, and after a very simple bishop c5, it's not even the only move, but after bishop takes c5, what we now have is a kind of a Reti-like position, right? But white feels like white is a number of tempi behind where you want to be here. And the engine severely dislikes this for white. It already thinks black has a significant advantage because you're just not in time dealing with this passer on d4, and you have to constantly watch for some tactics. Ideas of bishop g4 and e5, e4 hang in the air in some order. White kind of wants to play knight c3 using the pin to fight for some sort of central control, but after rook e8, what's your next move?
Right.
You would very much like to play bishop g5,
right.
But you can't. And you also cannot really go e4, e4 with the rook on e8.
Tempo. Yeah.
And it starts getting very awkward. Like currently, the best move on my screen is queen e2, f1. And once you have to start making moves like this in the opening, you are not very happy. So this seems to have somewhat backfired. And Hikaru took on d4 here immediately, and now after e takes d4, yes, you can play knight c3, but both rook e8 and maybe even h6 immediately, because you do want to keep this bishop on c1. And if white manages to get rid of it on f6, most of his troubles will be gone, but it's not going to be so easy to achieve. So yeah, this seems like a bit of a opening gamble, which appears to have, at least so far, backfired. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. And how do these two giants of American chess measure up against one another, Nazi?
Let's see the graph. Oh my God, 64 draws.
64 draws. Now that's a nice number.
It is. And 22 wins
wins
for Hikaru, 16 wins for Wesley. So quite a significant advantage outside for Hikaru. But I mean, draw is expected result.
I would say after 64. They're both sporting the same score of 5 points. Not great. So both players really need a win. And to everything that Peter was saying about the position, I would just add one other little tidbit to Peter's insight, and that is the desirable e3 takes d4 is not met by e5 takes d4 and or knight takes d4, but rather e4.
That is unpleasant.
That's very unpleasant. Once this knight is forced to move, knight takes d4 it comes with tempo, and then white's whole development looks completely has gone south. It's wrong.
I was curious about, instead of rook d1,
yes,
because I've played similar positions, is b4 an option here for white, or is it?
I think very much so.
Yeah, you could play before, and arguably it was stronger than rook d1. Black is still very comfortable after knight takes b4, knight e5, bishop c5. Because you've wasted time on moves you normally don't play in the reti. Like the queen shouldn't really be on e2, and white should have made some kind of a useful move instead.
Right.
So yeah, it still sort of prefers it for black, but some line like this probably ends up being equal. And you can very much make an argument for this being the better choice compared to what Hikaru has done in the game. Interestingly, Wesley took with the knight and not with the pawn, which appears to be a softer option, because it now does give us time to take, play bishop f5. I think optically, at least, you still take black every single time here, because d4, d3 is now coming in, and you have to play quite precisely with white here, I think, to get out of this. But there's queen f3. There's also queen e5 attacking both bishops, so it gets quite sharp. And it's a bit surprising to me that Wesley chose to do this, because he must have seen something he didn't like against e takes d4, because I think it doesn't make much sense to me to open up the diagonal for the bishop on g2 additionally. This seemed like a very logical continuation. I'm curious to see exactly why he didn't find it attractive.
Also, they know the general rule, when you have space advantage, you don't trade pieces.
Yes, exactly. The other thing I just was thinking, again, what Peter was saying, you open up my bishop, I'm grateful for that. But one of the things I really disliked about this whole line as white was this bishop coming to g4, along with the move rook e8. It just felt very, very uncomfortable. And it's a kind of a reprieve, I want to say, that we can actually trade a pair of pieces, and bishop takes d4. So Wesley's taken a very different approach.
Very different approach. And I think Hikaru will be very grateful for this, because I think now this is manageable. In fact, the engine suggests that we invest a tempo in stopping anybody coming to g4.
Right.
And then we want to play bishop e3. We want to play either knight a3, b5 or knight c3, b5. This is now suddenly completely fine for white. So
exactly.
Very curious. My guess is maybe Wesley thought this is unclear. On my screen it says bishop f5, knight e4, queen e7, knight h4, and bishop h7 is borderline. I mean, not lost. I'm overstating things slightly, but quite bad for white. But that's really the only guess I can offer as to why e takes d4 wasn't played.
That's a powerful passed pawn sitting on the d4 square. And if you ever get your bishop on f5 and you get to play d3, you could just simply be strategically winning. Nazi?
Let's check Leinier Dominguez's game against Prague. He's one of the wildcards who is doing quite well in the tournament.
And up to the time that Leinier actually lost to Nepo, he was at the top half of the group. What do we have today? We have
some kind of Sicilian.
Richter Rouser, yeah.
But Richter, yeah. With king b1. f2, f3. It sure has this feel of an English attack.
I think of h4 and then h5 after h6 was already played.
Well, h6, you got the tempo. If I'm in white shoes here, and well, I don't often find myself on the white side of these types of positions, I usually, if I have the opportunity, I prefer to lead with g4 over the move h4. And the reason is because of the answer. If I go h4 and black plays h5, I think to myself, well, why didn't I start with g4? Peter, weigh in on this one. Why didn't Leinier play g4 as opposed to h4? In this
I think you have to contend with d5 breaks, and specifically here, I think b4 followed by maybe even immediate d5. You're not in time. It's very concrete.
Yes,
because
you always go e5.
You
right?
can play e5, but here even knight d7 for some reason is quite strong according to the machine. But there's also this very cute little tactic: knight takes g4, f takes g4, and the attack on the h1 rook actually nets black a very big advantage.
Gotcha.
I didn't like h5 in response though, because we could have already played d5 here. We could have played. Sometimes they play these positions with rook c8 and then knight d7, knight e5. And yes, g4, g5 appears to be a threat, but as long as we can move the knight away from f6 fast enough, I don't think you need to panic about this. And the way Pragg played it, and Pragg has a lot of experience in this line. I used to play it as well, but that was 30 years ago, so my experience is much older than Pragg himself.
Young man, I have 30 years of experience in these positions.
I'm not entirely in love with the sequence of h5, bishop g5, rook c8, because now, for instance, a move that they make almost automatically in all of these positions now, a2, a3, basically means you will be more or less unable for the foreseeable future to push b5, b4, because you can more or less never play a6, a5. This is hanging. And without the option of playing b5, b4, it's so much harder to generate this break in the center. And if white, basically in one fell swoop, white removes the b4 idea and kind of removes the d5 idea as well, what are we doing? We can actually castle kingside. Having played h5, you know, common sense would dictate that these two things don't really go together very well. You don't get mated immediately, but you do. The next two moves probably are fortifying the e4 pawn against counterplay and then launching g4 in your face. So, yeah, I think Pragg, I'm very much on board with the idea. He's doing so abysmally in this tournament. I think that's the only way to describe it. He's really had a very, very poor couple of days. So the idea of gambling today, I'm very much on board with. But I think maybe after h4 there are better ways of treating this position. Rook c8, bishop d3 was chosen by Leinier. I think I'm probably actually cashing in before an a5. Once again, I'm very worried a3 will come and I will be completely devoid of any counterplay. So I think I'm cashing it in. But even those positions, they're not that much fun. White can even, and often does, switch to playing on the queen side to sort of safeguard the king against any further marches over the black pawns. And your king side, of course, is still completely unsafe. But honestly, this is not really a criticism, because this is what you play the Richter-Rauser for. You will not equalize, but you will get a sharp Sicilian in which both players will have to play well. And to that extent, I think the opening choice paid off.
Fantastic. I feel like it's a master class we're getting here in the Sicilian. Bishop d3, and the clock times of the players?
I was just going to say, I think the prep paid off because Leinier's lower on the clock, 14 minutes and 30 seconds for him.
But as usual, right?
That's true. And more than 17 minutes for Pragg.
Exactly. And finally, we're missing one game that we haven't taken a look at. I think it was the Levon game. Where are you?
No, we looked at all of them.
We looked at all of them,
I
including
think so, yes.
yes, this was the after Queen e2. Not too many moves, by the way. I mean, it was Queen e2.
It's not a familiar position.
It was Rook c8. It was Rook g1, and then it was a stop. I mean,
he's gone bishop d6 now.
He did.
So we have the same position with the inclusion of Queen e2 and Rook c8, which is probably in black's favor because Rook c8 feels like a slightly more useful move than Queen e2. And white has a variety of options. You can still play bishop c3. The difference now is that you can, for instance, consider going bishop c6, c7, kind of hinting at some positional sacrifices on c3 later in the game. And also, somewhat stopping knight e5 because you definitely have to contend with rook takes e3 then.
In that case,
Or you can leave it on e5 and play something like long castles and just continue that way. Black probably has to castle because you can't really play for much longer with the king in the center. So something like this could come on the board.
Right.
And it's still slightly white favored, but not as much as the engine was suggesting if you played rook g1 immediately.
From the start. Thank you, Peter. Let's go to our tournament leaders, shall we?
Have to check the
MVL.
game. MVL against Nepo.
And what do we have here? So when we left it, it was this peculiar open Sicilian with h2, h3 included, not what I would call an advantage for white. Trading on c6 and then bishop to d3. No, at this point...
You know black has equalized.
Exactly.
I wanted to say this is sort of, and this will sound disparaging because it kind of is, but this is a kind of an outline of a Sicilian you see like in really, really junior tournaments, right? Where people know they're supposed to play e4, c5, but then they just develop pieces towards the center without much, intricate thoughts about things. You just develop pieces on solid squares.
Right.
And black often comes out kind of ahead because Sicilian, you've traded a somewhat flank pawn for the central pawn. And if white is not trying to threaten your king or threaten your center or threaten your anything, frankly, you will be extremely healthy out of the opening. And this is what we see here. Like by move 16, optically, this just looks very, very nice for black. I understand the knight takes d3 decision here because if it goes back to f1, you will have to start worrying about the d6 pawn a little bit. And here, Jan went with the immediate d6, d5. The engine is suggesting that you could maybe start by bringing the bishop back to e7. Perhaps in some cases you will go queen d7 and f5, not g5. And you're also keeping the g5 move very much in reserve here. And it's a bit better for black. I think it's around equal, but you always prefer black with the bishop pair. Instead, he went d5 immediately, bishop b6, queen d6, d4. And the structure changed like this. And now we come to the current position where I think it's reasonably well balanced. I think white is out of the woods because this bishop on c5 is very beautiful. It balances the entire structure. Otherwise, d4 would be quite weak. But the only way of getting rid of this bishop is to trade one of your own, further sort of improving white structure, pushing the pawn center further towards the queening squares. So I think MVL now has reasons to be satisfied with his position.
I think you have a talent. You should have been the weatherman. And we have a storm brewing here in the center.
This hot weather system, is
right down the D file.
Absolutely.
Bishop, it is a rather strange structure though, because you've got this central pawn duo and a bishop on c5.
Can we try pushing d5?
Yeah, d5 now is perfectly legal, and e5, e5. Already black is supposed to start solving it by tactical means. I think the best move in the position is bishop f6. If you do something normal like bishop e5, it instantly starts liking it for white. You can even do this, which I suspect ends up being a draw, but it's a pleasant draw for white with this quite extended pass pawn. And
definitely.
If b7 ever falls, this just wins. So yeah, this has problematic outlines for black. I think it still holds, but you will have to hold very precisely. But bishop f6 does appear to be okay. Using the pin on the g file.
Thank you, Peter. And let's just once again remind our viewers of our leaderboard.
We have 3 players sharing first place, and Jan Nepomniachtchi and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave are playing each other.
Facing off in this very crucial game. And
absolutely critical game.
One of the things that I'm seeing from the analysis that Peter just showed us, and I'm going to go back to the moment that Jan played the move d6, d5, and now it does help us understand why the computer was encouraging, for example, bishop h4, maybe you move your rook, maybe you'll play bishop f2, and bringing the bishop back to e7, so that we're not really weakening so much the c5 squares. I do appreciate that b6 is weak, but we're keeping d5 in reserve, and we're keeping f5 as an option. In the game, as it was played, we got to see white establishing a bit of a
really good center.
Grip, in a center. I liked Peter's backhand compliment to you. What about d5? Yes, it's a perfectly legal. Not just legal, but perfectly legal, to emphasize that it could, in fact, be a good move. I think so, too. And I would find myself attracted to it.
Queen F2.
I feel like I need to apologize. But that's sort of lingo.
Completely legal.
No, I do want to point out that it specifically in chess lingo, it basically indicates a good move. I got it. It never means anything disparaging.
Of course not. Queen F2. Something about that move too is very nice, because it does suggest, look, I am ready to play D5, and I am ready to make your life a little bit tactically suspicious. Bishop to F6.
6 on the board.
Okay. Again, a build-up, rook to D3.
Mark on the board.
To the move. I was about to say, rook to D3. Can white, normally, why do we like a big center? Why do we like having the central pawns in front of us? Because, essentially, they act as a shield, and we can build up our pieces behind them. So a move like rook to D3, where you can double up the rooks, potentially use the rook as a rover, sacrifice on F6. So rook to D3, bishop B5.
Takes, and I'm assuming rook A1 will be played, yeah.
Exactly, and it was. Just as you...
Just briefly, let's take a look at what's going on in Nodirbek's game against Levon, because after rook C8, rook G1, Levon did play bishop D6. Nodirbek chose to castle queenside. We were discussing this. And here I said, it's time to castle.
Right.
And one thing castle does, by the way, is it gives this bishop an additional square on E8, where perhaps it can support some F7, F6 breaks, because your knight is further protected on H5. Instead of all this, Levon played bishop A4, and that was met by B3. And now black is in some trouble, actually. I think he probably assumed he can play queen C7 here. I'm guessing what happened here is he thought bishop A4 is very strong, because he attacks the pawn on C2. Let's actually take this step by step. Creates a very strong threat. C2 cannot really be ignored. So you have to play either knight B3 or C3, or B3. And after B3, queen C7, double attack. Bishop is hanging, mate in 1 is hanging. I think this was probably missed.
Yeah, it's easy to miss.
This looks like probably what happened here is Levon just kind of stopped calculating after queen C7, and knight C4 is a devastating blow here, protecting C2 by interposing something in the way of the queen, also defending the bishop on E5 and attacking the bishop on D6. More or less the only move here is this. And you end up in a position where, once again, you'll have to retreat, and let's say king B1. And white has complete control over the dark squares. We still have this big issue of the knight on H5 not really having any good squares whatsoever. All kinds of rook G4, H4, rook D4, H4 could become an issue. Yeah. And you eventually will still have to castle into what feels like an eventual attack on the king side. So yeah, it's
interesting how in that last position, we have weaknesses on the black squares around the king, but because black doesn't have black square bishop or the knight that can get there, it's completely fine.
It's just so out of play. If that knight had any realistic route towards the E4 square, the position would be wide open. Black could even be better, but it's on H5 and it will stay on H5 for the foreseeable future.
We do have a move, by the way, Peter. I think the move bishop A4 for exactly what you said. Knight C4 was the hidden move that Levon missed. He retreated his bishop, and excuse me, white just won 2 important tempi.
And specifically, I think one of the reasons why it's so good for white, we were looking for a good square for this bishop. We were putting it on C3, but it was vulnerable to counterplay on the C3 square. Exactly. And now Levon just gave white 2 very useful tempi to hide it on B2, and now we can play king B1 next, we can go knight E5 next move. Exactly. This is now suddenly quite dangerous for black.
Huge problems just out of nowhere. Bishop back to B2, and by the way, bishop B2 was played. And there was one line, I didn't ever get a chance to point it out, but there was some line where it was like castles, knight to E5, G6, knight to G4, and these are those checkmates we should all know.
Yeah,
I was looking for a way to play queen takes H5, but then unfortunately it's illegal.
Exactly. So this is, and we do have castles on the board. It's 100%, I would say, knight E5 again, exploiting the this offside knight.
Yeah, really good position for Nodirbek, and Levon's also down on the clock as well. It's 13 minutes against 8.
I'm looking for a move, Nasi. I'm just looking at knight e5. What on earth is black going to play? If you don't play you can't play f6. I don't believe that you should
play
be
some
allowed.
in between. Can I do counterattack, maybe queen c7? Because if you take on c6, I've got queen c6.
And the threat
maybe
on c2.
Temporarily, I'm okay.
Oh, wow. Yes. And if I do play f2, f4, maybe you have
Some kind of
your
tactics,
own
right?
your own threats of knight to d4 was Nodirbek's choice. Knight to d4,
maybe
g6.
so that knight on e5 wouldn't be hanging. So he
Right.
provoked g6 now.
And that was played. By the way, I like the fact that my computer gave the move an exclamation mark. Like it's a forced move. It doesn't give it a box. It doesn't say forced move. It says great move.
And now we establish a grip.
Yes.
I think we go f2, f2 f4, we go
Right.
knight d2 f3, and we establish a complete grip on the long diagonal. King b1 eventually will be played because it's a niche, right? If you castle queenside, it needs to be on b1 eventually. Otherwise, you feel incomplete. But yeah, it's just a very pleasant position for white.
When I think of the opening move b2, b3, Peter, on move 1 for white, I think white could only dream of achieving this position.
This looks like some kind of an absolute dream Nimzovich. Yeah, the knight to 3 b3 lines were pioneered, I think, by Aaron Nimzovich in the early 1920s,
Right.
or maybe even earlier than that. Yeah, and that seems like a picture from my system. I know those are swear words, but
Yes, curses. But this does look like a dream position. Nasi, what has caught your eye?
I really like Leinier's position all of a sudden. Let's take a
That
look.
was the Sicilian that, we kind of expected to see a black pawn on b4. We don't see that. Bishop to d3, again.
I think this is one of those positions that Peter was telling us, if black doesn't get b4, then black doesn't have counterplay.
Right. But one of the reasons that Peter especially was aspiring to play b4 is to immediately follow it up with d5 by chasing the knight away. Now, with this move, knight e2, just a tactic that, somehow you have to burn into your mind is
Trapping the queen.
you think you just won a pawn? Oops, you got your queen stuck on the center of the board. So that is why d5 is met by e5, and we can start to understand the move e6.
e5 is trying desperately to prepare the 6 d5 next move. But,
Precisely.
but now that we have a pawn on h5, unfortunately for black, even something very simple like this, and now let's say even g takes h5. I mean, pretty much every move here is strong. Knight g3 is
Knight
good.
g3
I
is
suspect g5 is also good, but like even g8.
Yeah.
The issue is you push d5, but you also killed off, let's say this bishop would have been extremely strong with the pawn still back on e6, but it's
Right.
not. And your counterplay in the center is kind of going nowhere. Rook fd8, knight g3. You're still going to eventually be in a lot of trouble on the king side here. The g-file is now semi-open, the knight can go to f5 and so on. But perhaps more importantly, exactly what are you doing in the center and on the queen side? This is rock solid, it cannot be challenged. Your
Right.
pawns are not even on b4 and a5 yet.
Right.
So you arguably have to switch to defending on the king side now. You're a pawn down, and also you're the one getting mated. So yeah, this sequence, starting, and that tactic you just showed, let me just go back for a second.
Right.
The reason I disliked h5 so much was not only do we not speed up the g5 counterplay. One thing I will say, and for instance on my screen here, it was suggesting, there was a line, it was perhaps even immediately, it was suggesting going d5, e5, knight d7, f4, and then maybe even dropping this pawn to drive the knight back. This is intricate and not necessary, but my point is, very, very importantly, d5, e5, yes, you cannot take because of bishop f4 and the queen gets caught, but you do have the move knight d7.
Right.
Whereas after the inclusion of h5 and bishop g5, every time you play g5 and get met by e5, knight d7 allows white to take on e7. It's kind of undesirable with the king on e8, and completely impossible once you castle, because this is basically just hanging.
Right.
So by including h5 and bishop g5 and then castling kingside, we have more or less ruled out pushing d5 with the pawn back on e6, which sort of inexorably, well, okay, this is an improvement. Okay. I'm happy as someone who is emotionally invested in Prague's results in this tournament. I'm not entirely unbiased here.
Right.
I like the fact that g4 has not been played here. Knight g3, g6, and bishop h6. This is still dangerous because obviously
Knight f5.
Leinier is intending to meet this with like any rook move will be met with knight f5. Otherwise, I don't understand previous play at all.
Right.
But compared to the pictures we were describing earlier,
right.
This is paradise. We're still worse. We're still, I think, quite a bit worse even,
right.
after something like this, and then bishop takes d5, rook h1. This is still not fun. We have a very compromised situation on the king's side. Dark squares could become terminally weak at any point. But this doesn't look lost.
Right.
The previous position, frankly, kind of looked lost.
Right. When g2, g4 was available, putting the knight on g3.
Let's go back to one of the leaders, tournament leaders, Firouzja against Fabi. That was Berlin. Pretty even position, but I think some excitement currently on the board.
When we left it, there was no excitement. It looked like a pretty dry desert. We did see the trade on c6, bishop e3, queen e4, queen d2, rook e8, just getting caught up with the players. The queenside pawns still remain obviously compromised, and queen c3. In these positions, I always worry about an A pawn passer, even at the cost of the pawn on c2. Queen c3 was Fabi's choice. c5. The excitement is flaring up.
I'm not sure if Fabi missed c5 or...
I don't think it's really missable, but on the other hand, you sort of know it's coming because there's this very straightforward tactic of d takes c5, d4, which is still playable for white. You can still go, let's say, queen c4. And in fact, if black naively takes on e3, white is pretty much winning after everything gets traded, because the endgame is, the pawn endgame is immediately winning, I think, because the usual little trick of going b5 and then a5 and the king is not in time to stop the a pawn. But after queen c4, black will play bishop f4 and it gets very messy. But what I wanted to say is, I think it's very easy to sort of underestimate c5 as a move, because it feels like this is such a strong point for you. You control it with more or less your entire army.
You shut it down, right?
It's arguably maybe the strongest point you are fighting for. And he now has a choice between, as I mentioned, this line, and now after bishop f4, the only move not to lose is rook e1, d1, which you have to see. Otherwise, once again, the important tactic here is you cannot do that. The h2 square is controlled by the bishop on f4, so this wins on the spot. So you have to play rook d1, using the fact that black also has some back rank issues. And now let's say rook g6, you'll have to play queen f1. But it ends up being fine for white. Some kind of a position like this, yes, your king is not very safe, but there is so little material left that you expect this to be okay.
But when you play queen c3, you weren't playing...
Yeah, you were definitely not aiming for any of that.
Right.
And the other option is a somewhat ugly-looking move, king f1, because you do need to further support the rook on e1. You do need to be able to recapture with the bishop here without dropping anything. Okay. So those are Fabi's choices. Everything else is bad, just straight up bad. There are no other moves.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Queen c3
taking a long think.
Looks like it looks like a tactical miss.
Maybe he missed bishop f4 in that line. Let's go
and
back
MVL is up in exchange.
Whoa.
But not for nothing, so...
Okay, but that was deliberate. We left it more or less with queen f2, bishop b5, takes, rook d1.
When you make the next move, rook c5, you got double exclaim. The exchange sack.
Whoa.
Double exclaim on my board.
Really? Oh yeah, I can see your board lit up like a Christmas tree. Rook takes c5. Well, obviously bishop takes d4 is on black's agenda in case of b4, so he has to take with the d pawn. Takes. That is a very, very fine bishop, isn't it? So it's an exchange. Pardon me. It's a bishop and a pawn for an exchange. But a very solid black king.
Absolutely. I think it's black, actually, who is hoping for more than
I think
Absolutely,
so too.
yeah. White is fighting for equality
That's
here. And
2 pawns. 2 pawns already. And yes, definitely. Peter, as somebody who likes sacrificing exchanges and being pawned, this is great play for black.
it is very well played by Jan, but I also want to say that MVL sort of refocused wonderfully because, once again, I didn't have much time to look at it, but it seems like his reaction was very, very on point. From here, after queen takes b4, he made a choice to drop the e4 pawn and not, let's say, the a5 pawn. Queen takes e4, g3, and this is a very precarious situation, but he wants, I guess, to put the king on h2. And, of course, White's dream here is to somehow get rid of the pawn on b7 and generate a passer. And if a passer is generated, then your rook will start playing quite a bit. So, very understandably, Jan pushed back to c7. Now bishop b7 is a massive threat. But after rook b6, White is ready to meet bishop b7 with c6. And this is actually a bit of an issue, because after bc, rook takes a6.
Now
This is a very, very strong passer.
Exactly.
And it's actually supported by everything, because the queen is also very much supporting its run towards the a7 square.
Right.
And this is why Jan has passed for a bit, and not passed, but thought for a bit and played bishop c3. And now the engine suggests that you still do this, and then you play king h2, and it says this is equal because it's actually quite difficult for black to stabilize. White, I guess, is threatening, among other things, to play queen c2, double threat of mate on the back rank because we take away the h7 square and just pick up the pawn on c6. So from my
3 pawns for the exchange.
3 pawns, but your pieces are so poorly positioned that you probably lose something in the immediate future. Let's say if you go c5, I go check, check. If you go g6, you instantly lose to queen b2, e5, queen b5. Your bishop is hanging, queen e8 is a massive threat. So obviously, if you look at this position and you imagine, like, if I could play bishop a5, f6 here,
Sure.
I probably win.
Right.
But it's still an a5.
Right.
And it takes you so much here to consolidate that at the very least, I think White should be able to win the c6 pawn back.
Right.
And if it's queen and rook and 2 against queen and bishop and 4, Black still plays. Black risks nothing whatsoever and should still play in practical terms, but it's a draw.
Okay. It's a draw. And they have achieved the very position you said. Black has 3 pawns for exchange, but just due to these ideas of queen c2 check, rook a8 check, the bishop's a little bit offside, queen c... White's a favorite to win the c6 pawn, right. And then maybe you get the 4 versus 2 position that Peter was just talking about. And as he described it, Black plays a little. Mm-hmm. Black's the one pushing.
Not much risk for White either. I think Levon has come back a little bit in his game.
No kidding. We were
maybe more than a little bit.
We were suggesting that White had more or less achieved a kind of a model position when we left it. G7, G6, F2, F4 as prescribed.
A5, and now a very interesting point, because you get to this position and Black really only has this counterplay, A5, A4, followed by queen A5, and trying to do something along the A file. Why not A2? Oops.
Yeah, and why not play A4 and stop it?
Why not A4?
Yeah, just stop it. Shut it down.
I'm really unsure on this, because it seems like there's really no downside. I understand the reluctance to, push pawns in front of your king, but we control the b5 square so well. Right. In particular, like even the dreams of perhaps trading on d4 and then pushing b5 will be completely extinguished by putting a second knight on f3 and recapturing with the knight. So I don't think Black realistically ever gets to play b7, b5 in this position. Whereas in the game, he played knight to f3, a4, king b1, queen a5, knight e5, ab. ab actually, the engine was going rook a8 here, I think. But even the way it was played, at least you can see some files got opened in front of the white king.
Yeah,
the engine still likes it after a4 for basically the same reasons. If Black ever gets to play b7, b5, Black will have a strong attack, but it feels like it's unlikely to happen. But it's definitely an achievement, I think, for Levon. You can try doing something like this with the idea perhaps of playing knight f5, trading away the knight on d4, and landing that b7, b5 plan. And for the first time in this game, I think, starting from move 12, it starts feeling like you can imagine scenarios where black has play.
Right.
Which I think will be very happy news for Levon.
By the way, bishop A1.
Really does not like the idea of playing A4.
Bishop
really,
A1.
really dislikes this idea of pushing the A pawn forward.
Right. A creative way of defending A2. How's the engine?
Sorry to interrupt, but we have
please.
to go back to MVL Nepo's game because Nepo looks much better all of a sudden.
Uh-oh, did
I think MVL
MVL
misplayed
slip
it.
up? When we left it, we saw bishop takes A5, rook check, rook A7, queen D8. So obviously MVL had set his sights on the F7 pawn, but bishop B6, very consequent
I think he
Wasn't?
pinned his hopes on this sequence of rook B7, preventing bishop B6, F5, and queen B2. But now, after the very strong move bishop C7, it feels like black stabilized.
Well,
You can no longer really attack anything. And
That's-
black does have 3 against the exchange, and also the white king is very,
Getting-
very weak. Yeah, queen
Getting-
C3 played.
Definitely weaker than Black's king.
Yeah,
Yeah.
queen C3 played.
Queen
He is still
D6.
alive. It's not completely horrible, but the engine, for instance, goes C6, C5 here and says, I have now completely stabilized my position. I'm not going to lose any of the 3 pawns I have for the rook.
I think
D6 on the
C5 is a
board.
very good move. My first reaction was queen to D6, defending the pawn on
Yeah,
C6.
queen D6 leads to the same, but C5 was, I guess, winning maybe half a tempo somewhere.
Somehow.
King
somewhere.
H2 and follow it up with C5. It's very similar. Yeah.
But wait a minute. There's something very consequent. If I play the move F5, F4, I am allowing queen C2 check, and maybe my king is a little bit
Maybe
loose.
last
But
He's
Right.
gone king
Yeah.
F2.
king F2. Yeah, queen D6, king F2 on the board.
Yeah, we still probably play C5. It doesn't really change a great deal. And unless it wins on the spot, just in general terms, I would be reluctant to push F4 because I want my king on H7 to be completely unavailable for any checks.
Exactly.
So I'm interested in the idea of playing F4 if it forces resignation, more or less.
Well, maybe we can get there. For
We have
example,
a few moves on the board.
it would have been more clear after king H2, H5, H4, F4, check, king H6, right? That was why, and now it just looks devastating, the diagonal. But I do like, he played
C5 and H4.
C5, H4 has been included. Quickly, just a quick question. Takes.
I'd be reluctant.
E7.
I'd be reluctant to
Bishop
do
D4
that
and
because
E5?
I think
Yes, that was my question. If I had 3 healthy pawns, bishop on D4, pawn on E5.
close to winning, but you need your king. Like here,
King's
it's
too
not
far.
even rook E7 specifically. I really dislike the idea of H4, H5, locking my king away.
Right.
So
With
Black
my
is
king
playing
already on
good.
F6, I think I'd be very interested in
Right,
this. But
king
with the king on
D6
H7, less so.
Okay.
And
Well-
he's gone C5, C4, which the engine dislikes
And
quite a
gives it
bit.
question
For
mark.
one specific reason. It more or less wins unless MVL finds king E2.
King E2?
And this is actually a very good illustration of what I've just been talking about. Let's put this on the board. King E2,
Yes.
queen takes G3,
Yes.
takes H5. There's now 4 of them, and the engine says it's a draw.
Because of pawn.
Because we
H5.
start, first of all, we start chasing, the C pawn is now not on a dark square, so we can attack and take it. But I think the most important factor is the king is just completely out of play on H7. So yeah, but if not king E2, MVL is in dire, dire straits. And the reason for that is, the threat, I guess, is queen check from any square and then bishop C7, E5. And if that lands, the
Then-
pawn gets to C3 and the position starts collapsing. And he's gone H5. He's gone H5 now.
Inviting the setup you've suggested.
The strongest move here is queen A6 by far. I don't know how easy that is to see. The other moves don't win on the spot. The one move that wins on the spot here is queen A6. Using the fact that you cannot take on C7 because of queen B6 check. And you cannot even support that rook in any kind of a serious fashion. So it has to go all the way back. It has to go to B2.
Nepo also put in pressure on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
9
As
minutes
usual.
for Nepo and MVL down to 2
By the way, I mean, when you see the move queen C5 check and bishop
Yeah, queen C5
E5,
check, I think is
How can
slightly
you
weaker.
resist?
Well, queen E3, we are allowing bishop takes G3.
Oh,
We are allowing bishop takes g3 just to have some hopes
That
of trading
endgame.
queens. This is the same idea. We desperately want queens off the board, even if it costs us the g3 pawn.
Wow.
So bishop takes g3, king e2, and somehow now you cannot keep the queens on. I'm not entirely sure why. I guess queen c6 there. Wow, it's now a perpetual. Can we have this here for a second? So let's do this again. h5, check, queen e3. This is very missable. Bishop takes g3, king e2. And you think, why am I not winning after queen c6? I will stabilize the next move. The reason you will not win after queen c6, we played h5 just now.
Right.
There was a reason why we played h5 just now.
Check.
Perpetual.
And this will be a perpetual.
But this didn't happen, and Vail played king e2.
After
queen c5 check.
so queen c5 check was played, and he didn't find. Yeah, now he's lost. Yeah. Once the bishop lands on e5, you do not save this position.
Bishop e5, queen e3, and don't trade a queen.
No.
Queen
We
d5.
play
Queen d5.
We play queen d5 or
Well,
queen
now,
c6.
now I'm Vail's trying hard to trade queens, but
No. Your moment is
No,
passed.
you're combining play against the king with pushing the c pawn.
Right.
Yeah. Queen f3. Even stronger was queen a5, switching to mating attacks together with everything else. But queen d6 is serviceable.
Queen a5.
Queen a5 was more active, including some ideas of going after the king.
Gotcha. In the game, queen d6 is on the board.
he just wants to push the c pawn, and
I love it.
Yeah, he has everything under control. One thing he needs not to blunder is the king somehow getting to the g6 square, but you don't really see that happening the way the pieces are.
so White needs to try g4 maybe.
Exactly.
c3 though. The issue is you just kind of get mated
Just ignore
faster.
the king side.
Yeah, queen d2 check and c2 comes in so fast that.
G4, C3, takes on f5.
Yeah, queen d2,
Queen
king
D2
f1,
and
c2, and you need to already be giving a check here.
Queen
Yeah.
has to be on g5
Yeah,
already.
it needs to already be giving a check.
Exactly. What a victory this would be.
Yeah.
I mean, you asked the
Should he
question when
win?
we came on the show, can we have a leader?
He's played g4. Okay, g4, c3 on the board.
G4,
Winning
C3,
with the
queen
black pieces.
would be huge. Queen to d3. And again,
And once
we're not
again, we
trading-
never trade queens. We go
Queen
queen c6, I think.
By the way,
and-
that comes with all kinds of goodies.
Yeah,
Goodness.
and one thing to watch out there is that after g takes f, you cannot take the rook. That will lead to a draw. But queen
Really?
g2 check wins by force.
Is there a easy
Queen
draw?
b7, fe, king g8, queen d8 check, king h7.
just going
You will have to
d8.
play g6, but even after g6, it's a very easy perpetual for white.
Right.
So you have to see that queen g2 wins, but I don't think it's very difficult. King d1. Hang on a second. Just
C2.
c2 check. Queen takes queen h1 check. Oh, hang on. This is not obvious. King d2.
Bishop.
It goes bishop f4 check. It goes queen c6
still
check.
can't
It
take?
forces you to occupy this diagonal. Now we can take on this thing.
That is nasty.
Yeah,
That
it's
is
findable move by move, but you have to see it from afar. So I think Jan will. Has he already played queen c6? No.
Not
He's
yet.
calculating all these things now clearly, and he will be immediately tempted to go in that direction. But you need to complete this calculation to be certain of your choice. And there are other wins available. Although, okay, this is interesting. You can play c3, c2 right now. It took me a while to realize what the geometry
have-
is. If you take, we have a check from a6.
Nice.
So you have to trade queens and then, oops, what? That is not the move. You have to trade queens and go king d2, and now we just queen these guys. And once again, the rook is so far away. I think it basically hinges on the fact that you can't actually stop it. If you could stop the g-pawn, it probably is a draw. But the king is too far away, and if you play rook b1, there is bishop c5. There is bishop c5. So
Nasty.
we're using the fact that rook b4, g4 is impossible. We control b4. Rook b3, g3 is impossible. We control g3. And rook b1 would have worked if not for the fact that bishop c5 exists.
We do have a different approach by Jan. Jan went after the h5 pawn.
Oh, he won.
Reasoning quite accurately, in my view, that you get rid of the h5 pawn, you can capture on f5, and they'll never redraw. MVL had seen enough. Wow, quite the turnaround.
Unexpected, kind
Rook
of.
takes c5.
Yeah, that was a very good exchange sacrifice. His
Right.
bishop turned out to be stronger than White's rook.
Wow, impressive, very impressive play. And that gives Jan the lead. Can Firouzja
Let's check.
tie him? Let's go to the game of Fabiano and pick up the action. When we left it, we saw the move c5, by Firouzja, and maybe Fabi rude that allowing that. He did play king f1.
Right.
That was one of the moves that Peter suggested that White needed to do.
The rook.
Right. But I think it's a huge difference between getting the c6 pawn off the board and taking the b2 pawn off the board. Now, what do we have?
It's pretty level. If we are whoa, okay, that's a very, very committal decision there by Alireza. I guess with his king coming to d5, he probably should be fine. But you're never
better
happy
yeah.
liquidating into what you can sort of fairly describe as a pawn down endgame, because Black never has a passer on the queen side ever in this game, and White could eventually maybe generate something on the king side. But the Black king will be by far the more active of the two. So
here comes the candidate.
This probably holds, but yeah, queen c4 was a bit of a panicky decision, I think, by Alireza.
King to d5. You know, the only way of creating a passer, and I have it in my mind, you've got to play bishop here, you've got to have your pawn on c3, and you've got to get your king to b4. That's asking, and White better not do anything while we're getting all of that in.
And White needs to be absolutely fine with all of that somehow, which I don't foresee happening.
Well, I do foresee bishop to d2, f2, f4 on, well, king e4 is the problem.
Yes,
though.
yes. Without the active, like if White gets his king to e4 here, he's kind of winning.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's not easy to get it to that square.
Bishop d2, a precursor to the move f2, f4?
Not yet. It still needs to be prepared, I don't think, because f4, king e4, yes, you can generate a passer on the g file, but it doesn't seem to be enough. So you still have to finesse it a little bit.
Okay, bishop to
bishop c5.
You can play king d4 or king d4. Strange.
Say that one again, Nazi, sorry?
I was expecting king d4 or king e4 from Black.
An interesting question is whether Black actually wants to provoke White to give the c3 check. I suspect he probably does.
If you play king e4, I think f3 check.
And then let's say king d4. Do you give the other check as well?
I don't know, because I'm not happy to put my pawn on the dark square.
This is exactly what I was referring to.
And then comes, by the way, bishop c5, bishop e3, bishop drop back to d6.
It's kind of a draw from Black. If you go back, we'll repeat. But of course, Fabi will keep trying.
Bishop to g5, bishop to c5. Bishop f6? No.
f4. Now all Black pawns are on White squares.
A great achievement.
So for White to have a chance, need to push f4 at some point?
And to have an active king as well, right? So you put your pawn on f3, and more or less as, well, now you have to play
provoking
f3.
f3, right?
Right. And then the question is how to get an active king. I mean, if I go all the way
It's still not
around,
really very active over there.
No.
He wouldn't describe it as active exactly.
Not quite.
In the meantime, we don't need to switch, but just some updates. Prague is completely fine, but the game is likely to be a draw, and this probably has been drawn now, and Hikaru is now trying to figure out if he was winning. My screen suggests he wasn't, but it became quite a sharp rook ending. In the final position, Wesley is 2 up, but White has such a dangerous passer that Black has to give a perpetual.
And that was a kind of a boomerang game out of the opening there for Hikaru. He played e2, e3 in a reverse Grunfeld. Didn't work out very well. Bishop to b6. And here it comes.
Fabi goes for the gamble.
Wow.
He clearly will play f5 and g5 there. So this is why the bishop went to c3. To support g5, g6, g7 as quickly as possible.
And let's just have a quick look at that. How do we stop?
That's a little scary. Maybe bring the king back.
But it can be stopped by the
d5.
king. Yeah, you go king d5,
Here we
g6,
go.
king e6.
And this is what Alireza is saying. You can have your pawn on a g6.
Bishop c7. I think this is the very important detail. It gets stopped by the bishop on c7, and although king e3, I'm not as... Although, I guess you can't really play king d4 without dropping the g-pawn. I will have king f6 takes g6 as an option.
Exactly.
So I think I play... Also, I can play c6, c5. That would be maybe a nice way of dealing with things, and just ask Exactly
Yes.
how are you planning to cross that particular barrier?
And they have done it with Alireza's king dropping back in time.
Yeah, bishop c7 played. You can try climbing along the h file, but that also shouldn't quite work.
Here we reckon the move c5, amongst others. King d4 is not really a threat because that would allow us to play king to f6. But c6, c5, I think just deals very, very nicely with the issue of king d4, the potential of king d4 stop.
On the other hand, you don't want to put your pawn on the black square, but in this position,
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, he chose not to. He played bishop d6.
Yeah, king d4 is not a threat yet because king f6, black is just better if you allow that.
Right.
So
Healthy
in order for that not to be a threat, you have to play something awkward like bishop g7 or bishop h8. That still maybe represents your best choice.
G7
And he
on
does
the
go
board.
bishop g7, yeah.
So now king d4 is a threat. Or is
Ah,
it?
f4 f3. Is a 4
Sorts.
f3 anything?
F4, F3, right?
Because
Yeah. So king d. So we take a pass. I'm not sure.
no,
Where we
but immediately here, I'm not sure if we have time to analyze, but can we play a 4 check?
immediately.
King e4 f3. King e4 f3. I think
Oh
this
my.
makes an immediate draw.
Right.
No?
Because the bishop is actually on G7.
Yeah, bishop d4 c5.
Also f2?
Ah, yeah, also f2, of course. f2 and king f6. Yeah, just makes an immediate draw. No?
True. It does. F5, F4 is an immediate draw.
And I don't think
There's-
black has any winning chances anyway. So I think Alireza probably wouldn't mind finding a way to end the game on the spot. They still have about a minute both, so he has time to calculate.
By the way, it's just a funny question. Bishop C5 check?
Yeah, he goes for it.
He did go for it, by the way. F3. Oops.
He goes for it. You have to play bishop d4 because king f3, king f5, you are, somewhat worse. You're not going to lose, but you are just down a pawn for
Ooh,
nothing.
black has bishop e5. Doesn't do anything, but it's cute.
He does, yeah, he does.
But f2 seems very easy.
Yeah, you don't want to play c5 because that gives white the g5 square for the king for the future. So that actually makes resulting endgames once f3 and g6 disappear slightly less safe.
Yeah, the pawn
Yeah,
on
I think
C6
you
is
go f2. Yeah,
a beautiful fortress, isn't it? Just stopping any penetration. Yeah.
Yeah.
The c4 pawn will drop, but there is no entrance for the white king, and you will just get your king over to d7 very, very quickly. And
I think we can safely call this one a draw. You can see a little frustrated Fabi there. And where would you like to go?
Game against Levon, because it seems like Nodirbek is now winning.
We saw the position after bishop a1. I'm just going to do it very, very quickly. Wow, actually, they played a lot of moves.
We are in the end
Apologies.
game.
I'm going to go very, very fast, so at least I can see how. Bishops of opposite color.
Couple of extra pawns for white.
A couple of extra pawns. Usually I'm so satisfied with one
With just
extra
one.
pawn, a couple of extra pawns. Okay. It does look very, very good, doesn't it? For white, I mean, dominating bishop and very, very nice passer.
It still requires a lot of technique to convert this, but and both players 20 seconds on the clock. Definitely easier to play with white.
A little bit easier. Hikaru is just, I'm trying to figure out d5, d6. And if I put my pawn on d6, do I want my bishop on e7?
He's pushed
He
d6.
has played d6.
So
Because you said it requires technique, and I'm looking at b5, a6. That's not much technique. I mean, if I
Just
get my
push the
pawn to a7,
well, maybe it
it
is
plays
that easy.
itself. Rook check. Rook.
We don't want to play king c3 and allow rook trade, right? Because that needs to be calculated.
Right. And by the way, a draw
This
was
ended in a
agreed
draw.
in the game we just left. That was Fabi versus Alireza. And I think both players are feeling like black got away with that one, but be that as it may. Ooh, wait a minute.
Is he going to stumble into a 3-4?
I was about to say, is he? No.
It was
King
close.
a4.
Bishop b7, b5. Bishop b7, b5, of course,
I
exists.
think he
which
just
is
gained some time.
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, speaking of the clock times, could you tell me? Help for me
38
to see.
seconds for white, 14 seconds for black. e7 check.
B5.
Probably see a few more checks.
Yeah, it's not as if black has anything productive to do, so you chase the king. Okay, rook e1. There's no check from a1, so what he's trying to do is to prevent Lev from comfortably unpinning himself with king b4, because then he'll get checked from the b1 square.
Right.
Rook c... Oh, no, we don't want to drop
I
the
really
bishop.
like putting the
King
bishop on
A3?
f6.
King a3 is also quite a clever move. I guess he wants to meet rook b1 with just a6, yeah?
I believe so. A6?
Yeah, seems winning.
Seems winning, no? Let's go. If you take...
We take and we can go rook a5 later.
Precisely. That was the move I wanted to do.
Oh, bishop
played-
b2, even more.
He just cut the rook off completely.
Even more of a clean solution, I guess. Although rook d1 does exist.
Which he's played.
Well, we can still go a6 now.
But then rook takes d6. I think you've made your job
But I could
harder.
have played
little
b6
harder.
and b7. And on rook b6, rook c8 check.
Ooh, did you look crafty? Takes. Her intention is not to capture, but
Yep.
b6.
Nodirbek has played it.
d3. No, it doesn't work either. Yeah, this seems very strong as well. Nicely spotted by Nazi.
That was a good one.
Yeah,
Bishop
just bishop
C3?
c3. Just bishop c3. You don't need to do anything else.
The same kind of a tactic as bishop b2, just to cut the rook.
Locking the rook completely
Would be
away.
a big win for Nodirbek. He'll be catching up with Levon points-wise, because it's 5 against 7 right now.
And Levon has seen enough. Our congratulations to Nodirbek.
We have one game still going on. It's Dominguez against Prague.
Yeah, they've been shuffling in this position. Prague has an extra pawn, but his king is far less safe than Leinier's, and he's been trying to find a way to prevent Leinier from creating one-move threats. It feels like the king on g7 is safe, but the problem is your winning chances are also on the king's side.
Right.
Unless you start pushing your f7 passer, like why are you better?
Exactly.
He's been trying to somehow rework his pieces into a position where Leinier cannot attack anything, but without much success so far. And the engine just says this is completely equal,
Really?
despite black being
extra
seemingly a healthy pawn up. Something like queen b6 is like every single time very, very annoying. Queen b6 followed by queen d8, for instance, here.
B6.
I'm not sure I like queen f5, if I'm honest. I'm sure it's still equal. Leinier goes down to e2. Still fine. You constantly need to worry about blundering queen h2. So this is why queen f4, to stop the white queen from getting to good squares. But the issue is like king a2, but what are we doing? Or rook
Still very
f1
hard to
even,
make
yeah.
progress because you can't push your extra pawn.
Yeah.
Can't
I think
push f1.
the only way I see this really improving for black is if you can somehow get a5 and b4 in and start actually generating some threats on the other side of the board. But Prague has been so occupied keeping the king side in control that he's never really had time so far to do any of that. They both have been playing on about 20 seconds for the past, I think, 15 moves, so this is still a very nervy position.
Exactly. It's not just about good chess moves. Keeping calm.
7 seconds for Dominguez.
Queen e4, I guess, or rook h1 back, yeah.
Rook
Queen
h1.
g2, queen e1.
Boy,
So we don't want
I
to
really
trade
do like
queens,
throwing
right?
in a5 somewhere. I think Prague is not approaching this right. I don't think you can actually move these heavy pieces away from good squares. What you want to do is give Leinier one more thing to worry about, and that would be a5 before b3, something like this, just to make the king on a1 field.
You could try a5 right now. Oh
Either
my
way.
god.
Whoa, one
With
second.
1 second.
With 1 second.
Yeah,
Wow.
let's not lose on time here.
Well, Queen h4 was on Leinier's agenda, and he's doing his level
Rook g6,
best.
yeah, we're still fine, but yeah, 6, 5, yeah,
Just
we're
to not
we're
forget
running
the clock.
we're running some risks on the clock here, yeah.
Rook g6. Well, now is it time to play rook h5? Can we post up? And
We could. Absolutely.
I'm trying to...
Or just king a2 prophylaxis.
8, 7, yeah, king 8, yeah, time to maybe do something on the other side of the board. We can play queen f4, like we've done all of this.
I think it's
Can
time.
we
All of
try
this-
a5, a4?
Rook h6.
Rook h6. Okay,
Yeah,
that was
it's
a
been on
little
h6
surprise.
before as well. Like none of this is really new. Yeah, like something like rook f1. We've seen all of this numerous times in previous moves.
Okay,
rook
and it's
f6,
about
I
the
guess.
clock,
4,
though. It
3.
keeps going.
2 seconds.
Yeah,
Ooh, that invites
missed
rook f5.
That missed rook f5.
That invites rook f5.
That is not great.
And Leinier says, why
Simple
not?
blunder.
That blunders the pawn. There goes the pawn. There goes all of Prague's advantage with one move.
Queen
And
G3,
now,
right?
and now Prague has to.
T5, yeah. No, this is no longer fun.
Now Prague has to reorient himself and stop playing for the win. I mean,
Well, he can play rook e6 and force some trades.
Yeah, but that queen ending is actually quite
true.
unless there is an immediate draw there. Yeah, and well, he doesn't.
Yeah.
rook to d6. Wait a minute, there's suddenly a passer for
H4.
white.
H5?
Pardon me?
Rook h5, do you go back?
I think we can take on.
I'm
Can we
was
take on
afraid of
D3?
it.
No, on
D3?
10 seconds, it's a decision whether we can take on D3 or not.
Well,
It's gonna be-
Leinier is asking the question. Are you feeling
Yeah.
brave? The words of
It's a
Clint
little
Eastwood.
scary
I
for
think we can
black.
still go Queen G6 and survive, but yeah, this is just not going well. Queen G6 is a whoa. That's
Rook
a very brave move.
E6.
That's
No
a very
mate.
brave move.
That was a surprise. So you're inviting
Well,
Queen
And
H7.
apparently,
see.
it's a bad move
I
as
see the
well.
Valbar
Queen
shoot up.
D4
Yeah, Queen
check.
D4 is now winning. Apparently, this is going to be heartbreaking if he ends up losing this game.
How many points has Prague given up in this tournament from excellent positions?
And he's going to lose
Oh,
on time as well.
And
He managed to make a move, but
with 1 second, because it looks like
Queen D8. Queen D8 is also winning on the spot. As long as Leinier plays Queen D8 here, the game is just done.
but Queen d8 looks like the only winning move, and
5,
2, 1. Oh my!
Did he do it with 1
players are
second?
really-
On 1 second
pushing
again,
it.
yeah.
They're pushing the envelope, aren't they? But Queen H8 is a mating threat. It's a mating threat, and and it's mate in 2.
Mate in, so yeah.
Queen H7. Oh.
Yeah,
What
this
an
is
ending.
going to sting.
Ow. But
Was this the only decisive game? No, we have 2 decisive games. in this round.
Nepo won with MVL, but
Oh,
did
3.
both players went down to 1 second?
Couple times. Couple times.
That's crazy. Let's take a look in slow motion, television motion, as we would say, as the
mean,
players
he's
ran the time down to
don't know
1 second.
How he still managed to.
Okay, by the
Make
way, Rook F6 was played, but if you
Then
look
the piece
at
fell.
Yeah,
That's okay.
everything
Pieces-
is on F7 when
F7,
the clock is pressed.
F6,
But
and-
Leinier is not going to.
He did make a move, it just kind of fell over.
And it was
Yeah.
kind of, okay, first of all, one hand, right? One
Yeah,
hand. But
he used
now
the one
he's,
hand, yeah.
but didn't he use the 2 hands to
That's
set?
afterwards.
Okay.
To just
Afterwards, to
adjust.
correct the
To
rook,
correct.
yeah. No,
Okay.
Leinier is not the type of person
No,
to
no,
rule
no.
sharp about this.
And you do see Prague saying, my bad,
Yeah.
I apologize. Shall we catch up with Cristian and ask him
Let's
for
go
some
over to
insights?
Cristian.
And in fact, guys, I think we had 3 decisive results. Another one was the one that you guys caught the end of it. That was Nodirbek versus Levon. Levon was only 1 point behind the leaders, but Nodirbek with this victory catches Levon, and right now he gets back to 50%. He's playing brilliant chess, and I have to say, very courageous and fun chess in the opening. Nodirbek, that is, we've seen the Birds opening yesterday against Fabiano. Now we see the London. He plays all this type of nonsense in the opening phases, but he actually knows what he's doing. He has analyzed this nonsense, and it's paying dividends in this one. Take a look at this. Bishop to e5 in this one. And f6 seems to be the best move in the position, but who would play this? After c4, you cannot, and I'm sure he would have played c4. Probably this is what he had ready from his home-cooked preparation. You cannot take the bishop on e5 right now, because after taking on d5, queen takes d5, bishop to c4, I'm getting an absolutely very, very strong initiative against the knight on h5. You're going to go something like queen to d6, and I'm not even going to take on e5, but rather knight to g5, threatening all sorts of shenanigans on the f7 square, and of course, the knight on h5. You have to drop back with the knight, and you're in big, big trouble. Nodirbek surely knew exactly what he's doing. I'm pretty sure Levon understood that this is what he was facing as well, and he decided to play in a more peaceful manner with the move e6, bishop to b5. But after this move g4, and he definitely knew this plan from home, queen to e2, it just feels like the remainder of the game was much easier to play for white. White had the attack, White had the initiative at all times, and he never recovered. Levon never recovered. He was getting closer to maybe equalizing the position or maybe just facing a slight disadvantage, but he was never fully equal. For example, even at this point, after a5, a4 would have been a way to stop all sorts of initiatives for black on the queen side. Not an easy move to make, especially from a practical perspective. Your king is on the queen side. You don't want to move the pawns in front of your king. He played knight to f3, which allows black to get something on that side. Nevertheless, White had everything under control. Rook to a8, bishop to a1. I like this move, defending the pawn on a2 with the queen on e2. And this is what we got. We got an endgame in which, sure, we have the opposite color bishops, most likely, but White still has the initiative and a potential attack brewing on the king side. And this is what we've seen. Bishop to d5, a3, rook to c6, rook to f1. Black was trying to invade via the c file, but he wasn't getting anywhere. And once again, it's all about the king on g7, still perpetually weak. Rook to h1. There was one last chance for black, and it was at this point. First of all, bishop to e7, not the move that was played in the game e6, as we will see in just a second. Bishop to e7 would have been winning, because now you have to worry about bishop to f6. You're getting checkmated right now. The only defense not to get checkmated would be to allow me to get another pass pawn with a g takes f6. Very, very difficult to defend this one for black. So he didn't go for this. He went for e6. Bishop takes e6, bishop to e5, king f8. And at this point, rook takes c3. Perhaps what he had to understand, Levon, what he had to understand is that White is sort of stuck. For example, if you just use this time to get the king closer to those pawns on the queen side, to try to stop them from promoting, because you know White's plan, b4, b5, a6, try to get the pass pawn on the queen side and promote. Now the thing is, you cannot take and relieve this pressure on between the rooks with rook takes h3, because after rook takes h3, you don't have the move that we've seen in the game to stop me from exchanging another pair of rooks. Now you have to defend b3 with the only move, which is rook to c3. That would allow black to go into an opposite color bishop endgame, which would have been a draw. What he did was take on c3 first and rook to h3, but now, and Nodirbek understood this perfectly, he played the move bishop to a g3. Do not allow the exchange of the rooks, of course, and after this he just masterfully, I have to say, converted his advantage, and you guys already caught the end of this game. Very, very well played game by Nodirbek, and he's back in contention in this tournament. Guys, for the moment, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian. And tell us about the standings after a very eventful round 7, I must say.
We had 3 decisive games, so the standings have changed. The young Nepomniachtchi is now the sole leader of the tournament with 10 points. In clear second is Alireza Firouzja with 9. And sharing third, 2 players, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Leinier Dominguez.
Can Jan share the record of winning this event with a +2 score? Well, hold on to your hats. In the meanwhile, we are on our break and we check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are for today. Well, here it is. Show your support for the 2024 St. Louis Rapid Blitz with our official merchandise t-shirts. Yes, sir. Both of these shirts come in men's and women's styles with 100% cotton. This shirt features the iconic St. Chess Club logo on the back and the tournament logo on the front. Wear it and show your love for chess in style. All your chess shopping needs should be done at qbtstl.com. And what's happening on the break?
Well, as we go to break, Anastasia sat down for a one-on-one with Levon Aronian. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Levon, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. You played also in Croatia in Rapid and Blitz, and it was just a couple of weeks ago. Did you change some of your approaches, or do you have some ideas about that event and before this one?
Yeah. Of course, that event came I was not supposed to participate, and then we had the tragic news about Magnus, but I cannot really say that I was prepared to play. This time I'm more kind of expected to play, so of course I had more time to prepare and to think about it. As my approach is always similar, even though when I'm not playing my best, I still want to play creative chess and chess that is aimed to win games. I like to take risks, I like to play sharp chess, so I will be continuing to do that.
Which is great news for fans, as usually. And after this event and then Syncful Cup, it's gonna be Chess Olympiad, and you're going to play. Now it's not a secret anymore, the team composition. What do you think about it? And now that you live in US for more years, do you feel more attached to the country and to the team?
Yeah, I'm very excited about the Olympiad. Last Olympiad was a disaster. I think at some point maybe 4 out of 5 players were sick. I think we got some, I don't know if it was COVID or something like that, but it was pretty bad. I remember our team meetings were consisting of everybody coughing.
Sharing pills.
Yes. Yeah. So this time, I hope it will be different. And generally, I'm excited to play team tournaments. It's always been my favorite thing. And I think this time we have, last Olympiad, we also had a great team, but this time, somehow I feel our team is even better. I think it's even stronger.
What relations do you have inside of the team, and do you believe that team spirit is something which is important in order to achieve something?
I think we have a great relationship with Wesley, Fabiano, Leinier, Ray, and chance to represent the United States is exciting, because chess has been supported so much by the Zinkfield family. And I think Rex cares, I know he cares first about St. Louis things, but also, of course, US. And I feel it's like our, I won't say duty, but it will make us happy to win this event and make the fans in the United States more aware of what is happening in St. Louis and all over the United States.
How closely you were following the Olympic Games, and how do you feel about the fact that chess is not included, and do you think in the nearest future it's a possibility?
Well, I of course watched the sprints because I love sprinting myself, and I have a soft spot for it. And also the basketball I watched was very exciting. Of course, I think chess is one of the sports that deserves to be there because it's a really intense kind of a sport, I think. But I don't know, I think the time will come. We're doing fine, I think, generally. I think we can do better as a sport, but even what we have now, I think it's pretty good.
And my last question, knowing how much you love music and discussed it before also, if you had to choose a song which would represent your chess style, which song it would be, if you can pick up something quickly?
I don't know, I Will Survive?
I hope you're not going to sing during this event. But
no,
anyway.
but I like fighting back, and I like coming back, and I like surviving,
Yeah, so it's not bad also, yes, to survive sometimes in certain positions. And anyway, all the best of luck for Levon in the tournament. Yes.
Thanks.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss Chess Legends Make History in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
Are you happy with this victory? What does it mean for you 2 rounds to go of Rapid Chess?
First, I'm not unhappy, but I don't think it means too much yet because it's still very a lot of players in plus score and 2 more games today, and also what's the most important 18 rounds of Blitz in the next 2 days. So yeah, better than nothing.
That's for sure. Thank you so much, Jan, and all the best of luck for you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings after the dramatic round of this morning. We have sole leader now, Nepomniachtchi with 10 points. And in clear second is Alireza Firouzja with 9 points. And sharing third, 2 players, Leinier, Dominguez, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
3-player tie, that would happen fast. And our pairings.
We have Dominguez playing Hikaru Nakamura, Levon Aronian against Fabiano, Nepomniachtchi playing Abdusattorov, Prag against Firouzja, and Wesley So playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Exactly. Well, the play is underway. This happened really, really fast. Somehow during that break, I didn't feel like we got all the time we deserved. Let's jump into the game between Jan and Nodirbek, as both these players are coming off important wins. Jan defeating his co-leader at the time, MVL with the black pieces, has opened up with the English 4 knights and the move e2, e3. And going back in time, I must say that in my generation, we have been spending, dare I say it, weeks, months analyzing the ramifications.
You used to be a c4 player, right?
Always, so, of a d4 and captures. But we have e2, e3 on the board. And the crazy part is that when we were analyzing these moves, e2, e3, almost exclusively we would look at either g6 or e6. Today's players, shockingly, e5 has become and has been a very topical way of playing. e2, e3, what is topical these days, Peter?
I think you've given us the exclusive list, the extensive list, and the issue with g6, maybe you shouldn't call it the issue, but give black one more tempo to play bishop g7 here.
It's fantastic.
It's fantastic, but there is this move queen b3, very specifically with the idea of meeting knight takes c3, not with any kind of a recapture, but with move bishop c4, which by threatening the pawn on f7 provokes a concession in the shape of the move e7, e6, and only here we recapture on c3. There is a lot of theory here. The kind of logical move bishop g7, somewhat unfortunately for black, runs into bishop a3. Yes, you can play bishop f8, and eventually you will castle. You will castle, but that will come at the price of having to trade off your pride and joy, your bishop on g7, and the resulting positions, like in schematic terms, you will get some position like this, which, with the inclusion of dark square bishops still on the board, would be completely fine for black. But without them, we can make a few more moves onto the board or something like this. And then the queen drops back to b2 and you start pushing for d5. And this structure on the king side very often really, really is unsafe for black. This particular position is fine, but obviously I'm simplifying just to give an illustration. So this line is the reason g6 is not an automatic reply to e3. e5 has its own intricacies. d4 is the most popular reply. There's also some people who are interested in the idea of playing it slower, starting with bishop e2. And of course, nothing wrong with e6, d4, d5.
The tried and tested.
And it's very safe, but people have been looking and perhaps even sometimes finding some new ways of playing on here, in particular starting with the move a2, a3, kind of continuing this dance of not committing to anything in the center.
Right. Thank you, Peter. By the way, after a few minutes,
Oh,
not.
he made a move. I was
He
gonna
did
say,
play e6.
He's taking a long thing.
Yeah, d4, d5, and going to the tried and true waters. Captures and bishop b5. One way of playing it, a2, a3, as Peter mentioned, kind of going for a queen's gambit accepted. And this move, by the way, Peter, e6 takes d5, says to me Nodirbek really wants to play for 3 results. I mean, he's not trying to equalize.
No, I think it's just universally accepted to be the best move in this position.
Is it?
You can play knight takes d5, but then you have to play all of these pawn-off type positions, bishop d3, bishop b7, let's say castles. You play some kind of, I think rook e1 is one move here, and knight takes d5 followed by something is also an idea.
Right.
And these types of positions, of course, you can really get a pure pawn-off with this isolated pawn on d4 and white having the usual play on the king side and in the center. Karpov played a bunch of these positions with black and other great players as well. You can try to not play c takes d4 yet. You can try playing b6 or something. It's a whole other story. But d5 is just a very straightforward way to try to play for immediate equality. The only real move here, I think, is bishop b5.
Right.
And they've been playing castles
Which
and bishop
has
d7
happened.
here.
Which has happened in the game.
Yeah, and my understanding is this is fine. I tried this with white a bunch of times, and it's not really that obvious to me what you're supposed to be aiming for after, let's say, castles, bishop d6. I think I played knight f3 here against Vichy in St. Louis in one of the Singfield Cups, but after bishop b6, you can immediately go knight d4, bishop d7 and stop pretending. And I was tempted against Vichy because I never beat Vichy anyway. But
knight f3 was played, by the way, without the inclusion of castles and bishop
Immediately.
d6. Yeah.
Yeah, you can still play bishop b6, but the fact that you haven't castled gives black, for instance, an additional option of bishop b4 castles, bishop takes c3, bc, and castles, which to me, as someone who is very much an aficionado of a bishop pair, feels a bit weird. But on the other hand, this type of a structure where e3, c3 against d5 and 2 bishops against one, you get them from Rogozins a great deal. You get them from a bunch of different closed openings, and it often is just fine for black. I have conditioned myself to understand that it's nowhere near as dangerous as I would have thought as a kid.
Bishop b4 on the board. Thank you, Peter. Where would you like to take us now?
Let's check Firouzja's game. He's currently in second place, and a little bit of a strange opening, I would say. It started as an exchange Slav,
And
but
the game with
if you look
Prague?
at the current position, you wouldn't have guessed it started from the exchange Slav.
No, I would not have. Check takes, knight f6, e6.
I just don't know.
My
What's
immediate
going on?
impression is black is suffering big time.
Should be, right?
Right? I mean, if you recapture with the bishop, bishop b5 check is just an absolute automatic. And in an open position, the player who is best developed has a big advantage.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad? Really?
And in fact, interestingly, my screen does suggest that white already had a much stronger option early on, which they're both playing so quickly, I'm not entirely sure how to interpret it. But the engine suggests that knight f3, which I think most of us would play in 3 seconds in any kind of a blitz or rapid game, and it was played in more or less 3 seconds in this game, is not as precise as the move bishop c4 for 2 reasons, I think. First, it gives us a very comfortable square on e2 to drop back, not d4, where it can be attacked later in the game, but we put it on e2 where it's very safe, and we will play knight f3 next move. And secondly, and probably more importantly, we are fighting against black pushing e6 or e5 by controlling that square with the bishop on c4. And the engine actually suggests you still have to do this. Bishop takes e6 is strong. You can also postpone the capture for a bit. You can do something like this. And black still really never has time to protect the e6 pawn. So you very often, the suggestion is actually just giving it up with check and playing a position where white has a healthy extra pawn. So bishop c4 appears to have been, at least at first glance, a much, much stronger option than knight f3. That is not to say that white is uncomfortable here, but after bishop b5 check, bishop d7 castles, black plays bishop b7, and everything is in the center is actually completely protected, which means that you cannot stop black from castling next move. And if black does castle next move, it's not really all that obvious to me why black should be much worse.
Sorry, I had completely evaluated this. I saw the position with rook d1. Peter,
Yeah, bishop takes b5.
Bishop takes b5, knight takes b5.
I think I can castle, right?
Right, castles, bishop f4. And I always thought that when you get into these positions where everything's so wide open, development... Oh, no.
Yeah, not bishop f4.
No.
Though, yeah.
Whoa. There's a knight on g6, isn't there?
Yes.
Isn't there? Sorry, I was going bishop f4 and knight to d6.
No,
and
I think this is not very uncomfortable. And I think we should go to the game between Wesley and MVL because they have blitzed all the way up to some very, very sharp waters, it
Maxime
seems.
has gained some time on the clock. He's more than 26 minutes.
Okay, this comes out of a very conventional, I want to say Grunfeld, King's Indian opening. And the players have been playing very fast.
After e5.
It's a visual, isn't it?
It is a visual, yeah. And it would appear, I mean, MVL certainly knows, and Wesley definitely knew up to a point, and maybe finally now he's starting to think.
Okay, so what do we have? Even?
No, surface level, white is a pawn up.
Oh, wow, yeah.
On a very simple surface level, white is a pawn up. But black has this very beautiful looking center with, let me get to the
d4
final
e4,
position. Yeah. The bishop on g2 is very restricted, and black will have a lot of play in the center. I'm guessing a lot of it will be connected with the idea of creating a passer on the g file. Knight f4 played, queen takes f4, and it seems like black probably needs to play queen b8. Because generally speaking, if you play rook e8 and give white a tempo to safely put the rook on d1. Yes, there's still some compensation, but you constantly have to worry about blundering g3, g4, and blundering your entire center. And it's not that easy to prove you have much. But queen b8 is a very, very useful move here for MVL because we attack the queen on f4, we attack the pawn on b2. If white goes into this endgame, it really doesn't look like black should be worse at all because eventually there will be a very strong passer on the g file. We're not creating it just yet. We're waiting for white to do something. But let's say if you make a naive move like rook ac1, black plays d3, and already my engine here indicates white should start looking for bailouts because black is already playing for advantage.
Wow.
So this is just a very healthy compensation. And MVL probably knows all of this. Queen b8 is already seemingly on the board. I think he'll be fine here.
Thank you, Peter. And Nazi, how do these players match up with one another when they play?
Let's have a look. Head-to-head, 47 draws. Not surprised by that anymore.
With that win-loss ratio.
Super close.
Very, very, very tiny margin for Wesley
only
on
one extra win for Wesley.
Exactly. In the current position, after the move queen b8, just your quick take. Would you play queen takes b8 or queen d2?
Queen d2.
Queen d2.
For sure, yes.
And why?
Each pawn is missing on the black's king side.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
On.
Like maybe the queens belong on the board. And what Peter was saying about the ending, conversely, I agree with him wholeheartedly. I don't think queen b8 gives black any real issues. That even though you are a pawn down, the missing h-pawn isn't a factor for...
In the end game.
Right, for a very long time. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide us?
Let's go to Leinier's game against Hikaru.
Okay.
We have the French defense.
Yes, and I remember Simon Agdestein, amongst others, was defending this on the black side, and it stunned me how deep the theory goes. And in this, I don't know if it was this position or maybe the next position. No, then it was this position. I think at one time people were throwing in the queen check, playing g3, and going all the way back to the d8 square. And I was thinking to myself, understanding, provoking the pawn to the g3 square. But okay, hopefully we are in the latest and greatest theory of this current line. And because it has been topical, Peter, tell us what theory tells us.
I'm not sure. One thing I will say is that queen h4 check, I think, these days is very much met by moves bishop f2 and queen f2 g3, I think, has
stopped.
Well, they still, it still exists. There will be a bunch of older games, but I think these days the other two replies are more critical. As for the current position, I don't think I've seen this a great deal. There's still a couple dozen moves starting from here, but the general description of these types of positions is you make one mistake with black and you're probably not getting out of the opening, but if you play precisely, you should be fine. And currently, after bishop c5, rook c5, interestingly, the engine suggests the move e5, e6 here was interesting. Interesting, I'm overusing this term, and not in the streamer's way either. Because normally the word interesting means it's not a complimentary word, like brackets derogatory,
right,
as they do it these days. But this was an option, using the fact that we attack the rook on c5 and the pawn on g7, and after queen e7, it becomes some kind of a mess because we're combining threats to the pawn on g7 with some ideas of winning material with the pin on the 7th. Says it's a draw after rook c4, queen a7, rook takes a4, rook b8 check. No, not rook b8 check, apologies, this loses. You have to play queen a8 check. And now king f7, queen takes a check is slightly worse, but this, it suggests, is completely fine for black. Once again, don't know how much I can trust the readouts of this engine, but this was a very messy option available to Leinier. Instead, he took on d5, bishop e6, best move. And now it seems like rook e7, king f8, queen b4. And now black needs to play bishop d5, queen c5, bishop takes g2 check, selling the bishop slightly more dearly. And then queen takes e7. And I'm trying to remember, there was a very spectacular game in a very high-profile women's tournament, which there was some really sharp endgame like this after queen d6. I'm trying to figure out if it was here or in some other position. The variation on my screen is equal. You can do, for instance, this. But black goes queen c6 check. And then, in order to avoid the queen trade on the g6 square, the only way to do that is to play king f2, so that this is not a check. And this gives black time to play something like h5, rook h6, or maybe even king e7. Machine says it's all a draw, but this gives you some kind of an impression of how messy these lines are. And they're already all the way up to queen takes c5.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, help me out here, Peter. So the move bishop g2 itself has been seen before in practice?
One game.
One game. Well, knowing how well these players are prepared, I would say bishop g2 is an automatic. He will play it, and it has been played. So the players, despite, well, I'm looking, help me out here. Hikaru has more time than he started?
Yes, 26 minutes and a half.
So I think it's safe to say we're in his prep. And Leinier.
Of course, Leinier also knows because he's been making the first top moves.
Slowly, but making
That's
them.
his style.
Yes, exactly, nonetheless. Quite the theoretical Donnybrook going on there. And I wanted to take us to our tournament leader, Ian. And because I was curious how this would develop after bishop b4. We did see bishop takes c3, b takes c3, and we heard Peter there with his prejudice about the two bishops and giving them up so willy-nilly. c4, bishop c6, bishop c6, bishops of opposite color, endgame, well, middle game position. Knight. Okay, and we've just seen the move queen c1.
I mean, it's objectively equal, but would you take white or black, bishop or the knight?
In this particular position,
it's too equal, right?
I think it's too even. I mean, I'm looking at the move queen a5, and I'm trying to decide would I prefer to play black or white, and I'm not really sure. I've made up my mind.
Bishop b2?
Bishop b2, knight e4, right? Oh, sorry, I have to play black's move. Queen a5, bishop b2, knight e4, and I was...
f3? Oh no, f3, c3 though. I'm running into very heavy weather there with white.
Exactly, but...
Hang on, but can I take maybe and then queen g4?
Exactly, and queen g4. Ooh. Oh dear. And if you tell me this was theory, Peter,
probably not. No. Probably not.
No, this is a... So maybe I like white. Maybe I like white in this case. If I can ever get a situation where, for example, I just have a queen on c4 and a rook on c1 and I have a safe majority on the king side, I think I like the bishop.
It's all around equal according to what the engine suggests. But the top line of the engine right now is incredibly counterintuitive. I don't think anybody really plays chess this way. It says we play knight e4.
Okay.
With the same idea of this fork on d2, but without the bishop on b2, I will not have any tactical ideas in response, f3, and then it just puts it back and says, I've softened your e3 pawn, sir. What do you think about that? And for me, actually voluntarily doing this to my knight, which now has no moves,
right,
would be very, very difficult. But for some reason, it seems that this is quite strong. Basically what it does is, it now has this check from c5, which allows black to cover the pawn on c4, and it's entirely unconcerned with the spoilage of
the knight,
spoliation maybe even, of the structure on the king side, as long as the c4 pawn survives, because it is a very, very potent passer should it actually start moving down the board. You really should not be taking on f6 here. This is still manageable. Bishop f6, gf, you're in trouble. So knight e4, knight f6, it's not the only way, but I just wanted to point it out because of how striking the idea of losing to Tempi here,
right,
just to soften up the g1, a7 diagonal, how unusual that is. Second best move is rook e4, also not something, I mean, with the same idea, basically, of provoking f3. And after everything else, white is maybe a touch better.
The funny part is, Peter, that I wanted to play queen takes c4, and after having won the pawn, then put my pawns on f3.
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, Nodirbek has played the move knight e4. What a remarkable conception it would be if he were just to go f3.
Yeah, if he goes back to f6,
that is
I'm going to be
impressed.
Yeah, even for, we already are all very impressed with Nodirbek. We know he's good.
But same moment of
that
truth.
would be really remarkable because we do have f3 coming off a very big win. Both these players, in fact, coming off big wins. And once again, these two are maximalists. They will understand that a victory here just knocks one of them.
Well, on the other hand, you don't want to play knight d6 or knight d2, so...
Knight g5 is also playable.
Knight g5.
Knight g5 is also playable, although, I mean, once again, we're provoking pawn moves, because white can play h4, knight e6, and just win the pawn back.
Right.
But black just plays c6, c5, and says, I am happy with the weaknesses you've made in your own camp. Although I don't know how weak they are. Yeah, it's all a bit...
He's played knight g5.
Yeah, I mean,
knight f6 would have been a bit too much. I mean, that would have been clever squared. Knight to g5, and by the way, do we really have to play h4?
No, we don't. There are other options available, of
Rook
course.
to
But
d1, queen.
Rook d1, queen f6, and you start playing against the queen f6, queen g6. You start generating some annoying little threats against the king side.
Well, but he did play e4. He's inviting queen.
e4, queen a5 is now a problem for white. Maybe not a large problem, but definitely a problem. Specifically queen a5. Everything else white is fine. But after queen a5, you suddenly find yourself unable to recapture this pawn in a comfortable fashion. Because once again, bishop b2, we give a check from c5, and we drop the knight back to e6, and we are ready to try and preserve the c-pawn.
Now, this makes all the difference in the world, by the way. A moment ago, our knight was on f6, facing against f3, e4, and our knight had no moves. Now our knight is on e6.
Yeah.
Now it's on the great circuit, and we're ready to occupy d4, just as well as we're ready to occupy d3, rook d8, rook to d3. Knight is also doing some useful work defending the pawn on g7. So knight g5, kudos, queen a5 on the board.
So is there a way for white to still get the c4 pawn? Or we just have to live with it for now?
Good question. One of the things that went through my mind was the desirable bishop to d6, rook to d8, rook to c1, and I'm thinking, ooh, should I win the pawn on c4? But once I saw rook takes d6, I said, no.
But you do take the knight at the end? But
exactly, but...
still not happy with the position?
No. At the end of the day, I haven't won the pawn on c4. As you say, I am winning this piece back. But okay, none of this has happened because Jan has to decide.
G6.
Okay, I stopped myself the moment I saw rook to d8. Jan must have a different approach in mind.
Do you think he wants to push e5? It seems
Probably.
It's also a bit risky, but
that's the only way of making sense of the decision to put the bishop on d6 is to lock it in with e5. But is it locked in? f6?
that's what I was worried about, yeah.
Followed by
Oh, just d5 c3, because the knight is not hanging.
Oh, nice. It's still on
e5 c3
Yeah.
because the
No,
knight is not
if
hanging.
he does this, he's in a lot of trouble, actually.
White.
Yeah.
e5 c3 and saying
And now we are threatening f6 knight f7. Now that we've secured the c pawn, f6 knight f7 very much is coming next to moves.
gotcha. Well, bishop to d6,
Well,
rook to d, rook to d8 on
curious
the
what
board,
he's
and
gonna-
maybe Jan, our tournament leader, in a little bit of trouble here. Oh boy, we could be seeing a massive pivot in the tournament. Where would you like to lead us? You were about to...
Let's check Levon's game against Fabiano.
Okay, again, these two heavyweights in the U.S. Chess scene up against each other, and I'm sure they've played quite a number of head-to-head matches.
The American Cup match went on for 20 games or something.
Exactly. Now, where is this coming from? This is coming from a Queen's Indian, maybe a Bogo Indian, with 8. Whoa. Knight e1. Okay. The whole point is you would like to win the two bishops, a3, bishop takes, knight e4, bishop e1, and you say, I preserve the two bishops. One of the problems when we play the move a3 is we do invite this idea that black might go a4 and get some outposts in the center and on the queen side. So the move knight e1 is designed to win the two bishops without necessarily compromising the queen side with a3, but knight e1.
I think Fabi's reply, though, very much indicates he is not satisfied with how the tournament is going. Because I think the autopilot reply to knight e1 is taking on c3 and going knight e4 and getting rid of the dark squared bishop, because that's the moment where it has no squares, right?
Right. The bishop can't.
We will be taking on c3 next move.
Right.
With a very healthy position. You, like, generally as a Bogo Indian player, I think you're pretty satisfied with this. Yeah.
Right.
You're not much worse objectively, and generally this is what you play this opening for.
Exactly.
Instead, he's gone e5, and 5 moves down the line, he is playing a kind of once again, a typical Bogo Indian position, but white does have a bishop pair, and you are genuinely at least a little bit worse.
Right.
So, yeah, that was a bit of a striking decision for me, which I think he wouldn't have taken if his tournament situation would have been a bit more comfortable.
So you think he's actually playing the tournament, requiring him to play...
I think so.
Take a big
that's my immediate reaction seeing these moves.
And where do these two players stand on our leaderboard, Nazi?
Levon, after the last round's loss, he is sharing 5th place, and Fabi sharing 7th. That's just shocking, because both of these players have won this tournament before.
And Fabio is the current Grand Chess Tour 2024 leader on the leaderboard, and he wanted to pad that lead going into the Sinkville Cup, but yeah, that's pretty surprising. And it was very nice of you to highlight them, because I was looking for their names.
Talking about the previous records of people in this tournament, I want to issue a correction, because I mistrusted the production team on the 2020 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and somebody scoring +4 in that tournament. It was held online, which I somehow blanked on completely. Right. I think I'm trying to pretend 2020 never existed. So,
the COVID, yes.
Yeah. But the tournament did take place, and somebody did score online. +4 in it, so I apologize. Production team is always correct. I'm always wrong.
There's a first for everything there, Peter. Queen g5 on the board. I think Peter kind of cut himself off there a little bit. White has the two bishops. Great, but there's imbalances, and how big a risk do you feel?
It's not horrible for black at all. I mean, you play something like knight f5. There's a lot of jumps white needs to control. There's ideas of knight h4 and so on. The other knight might, dream of eventually getting to f4. Although I'm pretty sure Levon will have something to say about that. You play something like bishop d3. If knight h4, you do have bishop g3, which covers everything very sufficiently. So it is a bit worse for black. It's not nothing. It's definitely a position which you desperately want to preserve pieces on the board. Every single endgame will actually be quite dangerous, so you want queens on. You want to play something like h7, h5 and play. But the engine, even after bishop takes f5, very often will be saying, like, if we continue this for a bit, like takes, oops, yeah, rook takes e1, queen takes e1, queen takes f5. It goes h4, and then I guess the plan is to play something like d5, knight d4, bishop g3, try to play
Sorry
against...
to interrupt, Peter, but this game ended in a draw between Dominguez and Hikaru.
That happened fast.
Yeah, Hikaru's prep was
amazing.
very, very long.
On
prep
point,
and,
yes.
Yeah.
But for Hikaru, it's not going to help his tournament. He certainly started badly. By the way, you have your guy, Prague.
Yes, I wanted to check in with Prague, and once again he's going to have a very good position here if he finds the correct move here, and he should, because it's the most natural and obvious move in the position. I think what actually Alireza missed is he thought he's creating a deadly threat of king f6.
No. There's deadly.
No.
Deadly is right.
This loses on the spot, so he will have to play king f8, and then we go knight f5, knight takes e3, something like bishop c4. With that king on f8, this is not lost for black, but you're definitely struggling to equalize. And in this position, a few moves back, the engine was suggesting you lock the knight on g7 in by playing knight g4, and that actually does equalize pretty much on the spot. So it's a bit of a miss here by Alireza playing bishop c3, bc, knight d5. And I really do think the only way to explain this choice is missing knight e8 check. Because once you realize king f6 is unplayable, I think you gravitate very quickly away from this towards anything else, pretty much.
Exactly.
But yeah, I don't know if rook e1 check has been played. Probably not.
Not yet.
By the way, just for the sake of completeness, I wanted to see how the game between Leinier and Hikaru did end up. Leinier won a rook, but Hikaru, thanks to that, remember selling the bishop dearly with bishop takes g2. He did.
I think Hikaru finished the game with more time on the clock
than what he started. So what Hikaru's plan and what he did is he just dropped the rook, said, go ahead, take the rook, because at the end of the day, he just got a perpetual check with the queen, and that was the way that game ended. All preparation, it seems. And you have the game between Wesley and MVL.
I wanted to briefly check in on this game. And after queen b8, Wesley took, and then understandably did not really allow any of the d3 pushes. He played rook f d1, and I was wondering why what I see on my board at the moment is not what I expected. I thought this is just a comfortable equality for black, and in fact I think it is. I don't think this is bad necessarily. You do have to give up on e4, but these types of positions, let's say if bishop g2, this is a very, very well-known drawn mechanism. The second one lands on the second on the
seventh rank.
On the seventh rank, and this holds. But what MVL did is maybe even cleaner. He's gone rook fd8, b3, rook bc8, rook g2, e3, and by this point we've reached this position where black is still down a pawn. But the pieces are so unbelievably active that honestly it looks like you probably are dropping the h3 pawn in every single rook ending after the trade.
Right.
And if you decide not to trade, first of all, f5 could happen, and secondly, if black wanted just to make sure we make a draw immediately, we can just continue chasing this bishop around. This seems to be headed towards a draw in a very nicely prepared line by MVL.
We should go back to our tournament leader, Nepomniachtchi, as he seems to be in trouble.
When we left it, we saw the move bishop d6, and we had some doubts. After bishop d6, well, actually rook d8, he didn't follow it up with e5. We were thinking e4, e5, c4, c3 for black, intending f6. I just think it's a kind of a cute...
yeah, the knight's not hanging.
Right. Yeah. The pin along the fifth rank. It's not what you would call obvious somehow. It does feel a little bit hidden. None of that happened. After rook d8, queen a3, there was a queen trade. We're still a pawn up as black.
Yeah, so far Jan is actually defending quite well, but he still needs to find a few moves in a row which are more or less only moves. Right now he needs to play bishop e1.
Bishop e1.
Yeah, you need to stabilize. You need to stop giving targets for black to attack because you need to be playing rook c1 next move.
Okay.
This pawn cannot be allowed to be supported or God forbid, pushed further. If it gets to c3 and doesn't get removed, you lose.
Right.
So you go bishop e1, and you pretty much respond to anything with rook c1. For instance, something like knight e6, rook c1,
I think
rook
he
a3.
just made a
He played
big
a3.
mistake.
Yeah, this is...
Which I thought was a good move, by the way. Because, again, just everything you were saying, but rook c1, and you kind of want, don't you want black to play knight e6 and c5? Like,
Yeah.
take time out so you can play rook c1?
But you've created an additional weakness on... the reason I kind of paused there and was...
Yes.
I'm trying to work out why it says this wins by force. And I'm guessing is, after bishop b4, now it actually kind of wins, because we can no longer with knight d4 and rook c8, in a way, it helps black that there is no pawn on c6, because we can support our passer from behind with a rook on c8. This is
Clever.
lost. This is not even worse anymore.
But of
This
course,
is just straight up lost.
this is
By the
hard
way,
to find.
Instead of the move c5,
96 is also very strong.
rook c1,
Rook fc1, c5,
bishop e1 now.
bishop e1, we go rook b2, rook takes c4, and, I don't know, h5. You're still in a lot of trouble, because there's knight f4 coming in. The bishop is absolutely stuck to the protection of the d2 square. If the second rook gets to d2, you resign.
Right.
You still have no moves. Black has ideas of even slowly kind of ladder it to e2. It's bad. It's not lost. Once again, it's one of those positions that the computer probably holds grimly. But us not being computers, black is hugely favored here.
Rook b2 has landed on the board. And as you're just saying, the activity of black's pieces after rook b2, rook takes c4, what else?
All of this on the board.
h5.
Nodirbek is playing an amazing game
Truly?
so far.
You'd ask me, would you like the bishop or the knight? And I'm going to...
You ready to answer now?
And it's one of those situations where my screen is calling him a blunderer.
Right.
It's telling us he missed a forced win with c6, c5. Incredibly difficult to even consider that move. Maybe you ask yourself, okay, is c5, knight e6 anything?
Yeah.
And then you think, okay, the bishop returns to b4, the rook is still locked out from the b2 square. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? And I don't think you can blame anyone for missing that particular tactic.
Not that, but also in your mind's eye, you see something like this, and you go, sign me up. I'm ready for knight f4, and once I can, as you say, ladder my way into the position, rook e3, rook e2.
That's a really nice idea, rook e3, rook e2.
It feels painful. Rook takes c4 on the board, and we might be seeing our tournament leader, Nepo, going down in this one. And for Nodirbek, starting with two victories out of... Who chose him in a...
Someone did, I think Dariush.
Dariush?
I think.
Okay. Well, insightful. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
I
do have one result.
Because I went to say rook e3, but the other three games are pretty balanced at the moment.
Levon versus Fabi.
Actually, Pragg has an advantage against Firouzja. We can check that.
Okay, let's go there, because Alireza, one
Knights
of the
on
players.
f5, kings on f8. This is very pleasant for white.
Let's see, this was the game where, this was the opening where I thought that black had committed a cardinal sin, and I was being corrected. No bishop b5 check, but bishop to g5. And so this is how Pragg... I was wondering how the knight got to g7, right? Munch. Munched on e6, and after knight d5, check.
So there was no immediate knight f5. He included c4 first.
Okay, but once again, the same story.
King f6, knight e8. Right?
Yeah, the same story that we have a nice checkmate in the offing coming up here after check.
I think it's rook e3 checkmate, right?
Exactly. You saw it.
I do puzzle rushes.
Do you do the survival or top score in 5 minutes?
Just top score, 5 minutes.
Yeah. What's your best?
I think 56.
Not bad. No. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Knight c3, king f8. Sorry, I'm just going to get the current position. And after king f8, knight f5, a6. And, Wait a
Bishop
minute.
is kind of trapped.
Yeah, thank you. Tell
Looking
me
after the knight.
the awkwardness. Rook to c1.
Yeah, there was a big opportunity missed a move ago, and once again, it's kind of the story of Prague's tournament. And this time he even had time. Maybe it's not that obvious.
Rook
but
e3?
Yeah, rook e3 is much stronger than bishop g7. I think he must have seen rook e3. The issue is, you of course also see knight f4 trying to protect the knight on c3 indirectly with this fork on e2. But after knight f4, the heartless machine goes king h1 and says, I can re-establish the threat of taking on c3. That knight is completely captured. If black does something like this, the position after g3 with the knight on f5 completely dominating the king on f8, you're not winning yet, but you're close. It's clearly a huge advantage.
Right.
The best choice after king h1 that the machine offers is to go something like, actually, yeah, there are no good choices because currently the best on my screen is something obscure like this. I'm guessing with the idea of rook h5 next move. But you know you're in control here if you're looking at this with white. So I think he stopped one ply too early. I'm pretty sure he saw rook e3, but kind of king h1 does look like there must be a reply to it.
We do have a result. MVL drew his game against Wesley So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And yeah, returning to this position, another move maybe which you don't see immediately, like you think, okay, what about knight fe2? These knights cannot be challenged and we still have our issues, but now there is a square on a4 which wasn't available earlier because this guy is hanging. And we do preserve a very healthy extra pawn and we should be quite comfortably fighting for a win. After bishop d7, rook a d8, none of these things really work anymore because if you go rook e3, knight f4, king h1, this is a hugely improved version for black because black gets this very active rook on d2 with a lot of compensation because you don't have a comfortable way of holding on to the f2 pawn. He played rook ac1, which is the best move, but now...
And then we have knight a2, rook d1 on the board.
Knight a2, rook d1, and black still needs to be somewhat precise, but basically, if in the next couple of moves, Alireza knocks away the knight on f5 with the move knight h4, he should be nearing equality. So potentially another miss for Prague in this tournament.
When it rains, it pours.
It does.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. Rook d1 on the board. Are times a factor? The clock?
In some of the games.
Okay, I mean in this one.
In this
between
one,
Prague. No.
They have 8 minutes against 9.
Equal on the clocks.
Well, yes. We can check with Levon and Fabi before we go to Jan's game. I think Levon is still slightly better, maybe more than slightly.
Okay, knight. Somehow I've always felt incredibly comfortable having these bishops on f2 and f1. Maybe it's just a lot of good experiences of holding off the attacks. Queen d2, it's a billiard shot. Queen d2 to b4.
Yeah. We can't take the queen because we lose the pawn. So, okay, queen b3 on the move.
Right.
But black also doesn't want to take on b3.
No, that would definitely be strategically very, very helpful.
And you might have to in the next few moves because we can more or less force you by playing bishop e1 next move if you
right.
Knight c2, bishop
something.
e1. The queen's trapped. So unless you're ready to play knight f5 and give your queen a retreat, bishop e1 or knight c2 will provoke.
Knight f5 releases pressure from the c4 pawn, though, allowing white to actually take on b4 and go knight c2, which was quite bad on the previous move, but is very strong here.
Now we're winning the b4 pawn.
Yeah, we're just winning
no
the b4
c5.
pawn now. Yeah, it's bad for black.
c5 and...
Yeah, we can take twice. Yeah.
Exactly. Bishop will pick up the pawn. So...
Fabi in trouble, and also, this doesn't happen often, but Levon is way ahead on the clock. He has 12.5 minutes against 3 minutes for Fabi.
By the way, on that note, that's one of the... I'm a little bit distressed by Levon's less than stellar results, let's say, in the event. And I think the clocks times really are a huge factor in his games. When he's playing easily, and I want to say with Elan, he's the one that usually is enjoying a nice time advantage.
Fabi did play knight f5, so now if Levon, and he's going for it, trades queens, goes knight c2.
Instantly.
I think he's up a pawn, and with a good position.
Yeah, 2 pieces.
And ahead on the clock, so Levon's doing great
Okay,
this
but
game.
there must have been an idea for Fabi. He's not just going to, cough up a pawn and say, like, please
Just rook b1.
win. Rook to b1.
I just want to keep my extra pawn.
Well, if you're just going to be that kind. and I'm sure they're very well matched, these two players. Tell us about their matchups, Nazi.
Yeah, these two have played probably a million games between them. Even, I know off the board, outside the tournaments, they train together and play a lot of games against each other. We'll have a graphic soon. So we're playing 93.
I was trying to deny you the two bishops. By the way, he did retreat his bishop, but not to b7. So, I mean, that wasn't... The move queen takes b4, knight c2 was not a surprise for Fabi.
We do have the graphic ready now to see how many games they've played. I think this is just rapid, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Not their classical as well as their blitz. Something similar for everything.
So Levon's only +1. 20 wins for Levon, 19 for Fabi, and a lot of draws, of course.
Well, you said Levon is only +1. If you had told me that Fabi was only +1, I would be also similarly impressed. By the way, no rook a4, rook b1 inclusions, but simply knight e3
just wants to get rid of the bishop pair. It's too unpleasant.
Agreed. And Peter, what has caught your eye in this
I'm looking
round
at trying to keep updated on everything, and we have a couple of draws. In the game we were just discussing, my feeling was that Fabi will just at least get rid of one of the bishops. But after both bishop takes e3 and even something like this, you're definitely are in an uphill struggle to make a draw. The fact that the white queen side is somewhat broken up does definitely give you drawing chances. You can establish some kind of a setup like this and try to sort of snipe at these pawns from the side, trying to stop it, the white structure rolling forward. But it's not pleasant. You play rook b2. You constantly have to be on the lookout for ideas of putting pressure on the c7 pawn. And yeah, it's kind of a grim defense in prospect. The engine, I think, switches to just defending the c pawn that way and putting as much pressure along the a file as possible. But eventually, like, I do some preparatory moves like h4, king f2, and eventually probably I will be playing c4, c5 and trying to get to that c7 pawn. So this was happening here. In Prague's game,
by the way, a surprise for me, as Levon has captured on e3 and went for the c5 immediately.
I understand that. I think he feels that currently Black still needs some time to establish, the kind of a defensive perimeter that he would like to, and he's trying to, break the structure open immediately. Rook a4 is more or less an only move here because otherwise white will make too much progress. You do need to put at least some pressure on the knight on b4, force white maybe to move some rooks away from the open c file. But it's still unpleasant. You take on c5 probably and you try to attack from c3 or from a5, push it to c6 and organize some kind of a defense around it. But you are always going to be a healthy pawn down. The extra pawn is an outside passer. Most of your endgames are going to be very problematic. But maybe it wasn't the best way, because the evaluation does seem to be somewhat more optimistic for Fabi here than it was in some other lines.
Sorry, it's not completely clear to me. Rook a4, you say necessary. I was capturing on b6, dropping a piece because I thought I was winning.
With rook c7?
Rook c7?
Rook c7, it just goes bishop e6, b7, bishop d5, and says you aren't actually queening this pawn. Rook c8, rook e8.
Rook e8.
It's very important, yeah?
Rook e8.
It's very important that this exists, but if you do all this, you've lost with white.
Right, exactly. I blundered it. I blundered the... okay, whoa. Bishop d5, have I cheated myself out of bishop a6?
But he already was. After bishop a6, I can go knight e8, apparently, and you do lose control of the b7 pawn, and you lose it. So
that was not the intention when I sacrificed the piece, that is for sure. Okay, we do have rook a4 on the board. I was about to say we do have a test for Fabi. He answered that test very quickly. You're telling me he was behind on the clock, though.
Very long. The time, he has 1 minute and 52 seconds against Levon's 10 minutes.
10 minutes to 2 minutes is what I heard. Whoa. Okay, that's... And Levon's got the pawn as well. Wow, that could be basically a decisive...
Let's check in with how the leader is doing. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, he was down
much
a pawn,
worse.
Right? And
Much worse when we left it. In fact, it was like the black rooks were swarming all over White's position. We left it at these parts, rook b2, rook takes c4. We liked, okay, there's a back rank issue. Why not play a move like h5? On a good day, we put the knight on f4.
He did on the next move, I believe.
But he was going for rook e3 first.
Yes, he just included that and then went for...
rook e2, but maybe this gives Jan the chance he needs to kind of chase.
Not really, and if we look at you kind of breezed past a very cute moment there, because when Black got to this position with rook e2, and Jan is now trying desperately to get rid of at least of one of those rooks, rook a2, rook a1, and it's interesting that Nodirbek, of all the options you have here, you have rook takes g2, which is decent. You have rook a1 followed by rook a3, which is decent. He chose to throw in rook f2, seemingly, frankly, driving the bishop to a not undesirable square. And also, I have a feeling he just missed the strongest move in the position, which is to put it on a different square where it's hanging. And, after something like rook a2, rook c4, it feels like Black is
very healthy,
borderline winning, with h4 coming in and just strong everywhere. Rook can land on a4, dominating the white rook on a2. So this seems to have been missed. And in the current position, of course, he's still better. But if White plays g2, g3 here, rook a2 check, rook c2, takes, knight e6, and something like king d3, I think this is a very difficult position to go for, because at the back of your mind, you will think, you know, if I'm wrong about this, I'm just completely lost with White. Right. It's a very unnerving position to aim straight for.
Right.
But everything else is much worse. And I think maybe this is why Nodirbek went for this position. Because let's say, if you take on c5, rook a2 check, all of these positions, once again, look very, very grim.
Right.
So Jan now needs to make...
He did play it.
He did play g3. Well played by Jan, because, as I said, like it's a very unnerving proposition to go straight into the endgame where knight against bishop with outside passers on this side, and your king side kind of vulnerable to the knight jumps. It might actually be lost, but it was by far his best chance. And this is a kind of a very important practical skill. You don't have to like what you're seeing on the board. You just need to realize it's the best option you have. And then you just go for it, because everything else is just wars.
But for Nodirbek, if he takes down the leader, I mean, the youth are telling their seniors, look, we're in town. We're here to play. G2 and G3.
Nepo defending the endgame really well, so it's not as worse as it was before. He has come back maybe a little bit. I was curious here, can he play knight d3? Because if you take on c5, I'm happy to take on f3.
Yes. So you want a rook and pawn ending where you have a very, very healthy passed pawn on a6 and this 3 versus 3.
Rook f2 is hanging as well.
So I take a pawn. It's one of those things, you know, our predecessors, all rook and pawn endgames are drawn, and maybe...
I didn't realize h5 was hanging.
Maybe it's one of those things where you'd rather have the minor pieces on the board for just a moment. But, you know, the thing that Peter was saying was so on point is sometimes, you know, you think about the great chess players and their marvelous successes. Sometimes you simply have to defend. And going into an ending where you have this suspicion you might just be dead lost, like nothing. But it's your best chance, and you just have to accept it. That's a remarkable skill as well. Definitely. And clock time's a factor in this one?
4 minutes for Nepo and 5 minutes for Nodirbek. And 93 is on the board.
Very, very rare to see Nepo actually behind on the clock.
Well, he was much worse. So
93. Okay, we are inviting that same ending that you were
maybe he
talking
wants to
about.
play rook a2, rook h2. That's a better pawn to take.
No, bishop c5, I'm pretty sure the idea is knight e5.
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Yeah, that has to be the idea.
Oh, that's nice.
Completely missed that one. Knight e5.
And then bishop a3, nice fork.
Yeah, you have to play rook c2, rook takes f3, and it's
That-
better for black, but white maintains defensive chances.
Knight e5, rook c2.
Rook takes, king e2, I think. And then you want to play bishop d6 or maybe get the rook behind the a pawn somehow. It's not lost. It's actually an improvement in fortunes compared to some of the positions we were discussing earlier. Still kind of grim, though.
By the way, king e2 was his answer. He did not capture on c5. King e2.
Good move.
Yeah, I suspect he didn't like that ending, you know. But once again, now that you've pointed out to me, well, no, knight e5, rook takes, knight f3.
We have rook takes
Rook takes
h5,
h5.
and we actually are back to equal material.
Okay. So,
But if I take on f2 and go rook a5 and try to keep both of those pawns alive?
I know, but the
My
rook
king
is
is
so
really far.
awkward, right?
But yeah, the king is very
king
far.
is
The
so
rook is
far.
also
So
very, very
awkward.
passive. So.
Yeah. Here I would start to think that your winning chances is to put your king, you know, pardon me, bring your king to d6. And I start to think, well, maybe I should be playing h4, g4.
Starting your own play,
Yeah, trying to getting a passer. Because what are you going to do? You're going to turtle your way up the board, rook,
Turtle.
push, you know, like, slow.
Well,
how do you
we
do
have
it?
some moves. Yeah, he's gone for it.
Yeah, you go king e3, and then I think you want to play rook c3 in order to kind of free up the path for the king to get to the c4 square. And
To the c4
the
square.
c4 square. I think you want to be able to meet rook b5 by attacking the pawn on e6 immediately. And if black let's illustrate. Let's go, I don't know, king f8, rook c3, rook b5, I go rook a3, and if you go a5, I go king d3, king c4, and I immediately get to both of them. And that way we are preventing the rook from sort of ever comfortably getting to the b5 square. And this is the kind of a setup I think that could be holding. He's gone with e4, e5, which is also understandable, leaving himself a path for the king with king e3, king e4, king d5. Should also be quite okay.
And by the way, in a little update, Fabi seems to have survived the war.
Yeah, Fabi is completely fine now.
Whoa, okay. f4, his idea is put the pawn on f5? Or maybe king to
e4.
Yeah, king to f3 to e4, as Peter suggested.
Yeah, it's going to get quite sharp because black will get to play rook b5 and a5, and then you will have to deal with that somehow. But with the pawn on f5, the engine now suggests that it's very close to a draw.
Well, if you push f5 right now, I'll play g6
Right.
and separate your pawns. Just on the board, f5.
We can expect g6, certainly. Although
So I have to take.
I wouldn't want to. I think
course.
I would go g4.
Oh, I was expecting king
And
e3, king e4, but
yeah, this
you don't
kind
want
of
the pawn
thing.
back.
I'm trying to
Yeah, I think in most cases the idea is exactly what Yasser is showing.
reduce the number of pawns. And
Try to trade as many as possible and immediately attack one of the remaining ones.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah.
And we do have g6, we do have g4, just as we suggested. I haven't gotten a chance to say it very often in these broadcasts. I don't know why. These guys are good. They're following our analysis perfectly well. I mean, g4 on the board. By the way, just a second, let me give myself a pat in the back, but the engine says exclamation mark.
Exclamation.
Whoa, and Fabi just made
Oh, I think
whoa.
a bit of a
Let's
mistake.
switch to Fabi's
Let's
game.
switch as we seeing Jan hold his own. This is Levon versus Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi had to play knight f6 in the previous move, but as you can see, he's down to 10 seconds.
10
So
seconds.
he made a mistake.
Ooh.
Now it looks like he's completely lost. Oh, I know why he's
Well,
losing. There's this cute tactic, rook c8 right now.
he also
And d7.
made a big mistake on the next move as well.
Yeah. I think he blundered. Rook c8 and d7 now just wins.
Yes. This is one of those.
Oh, that's so nice.
I don't think Levon is missing this. And Fabi clearly has seen it already, like the way he's
looking in the air,
staring into the space. He clearly has seen it by now.
But you know, of course, we do expect Levon to see the move Rook C8 and D7. But sometimes when you don't see it, it's like
invisible, right? Blind spot.
Totally invisible. Yeah, exactly. You just never, because we're familiar with these patterns. We're always looking for Rook C8 checks and D7s. And he missed it.
He played G3.
Sometimes it's just invisible.
Fabi.
But the crazy part is
Fabi has seen it.
It may just win because we're still threatening Bishop H3 and D7 and
It is still pretty grim for black, but obviously you no longer have to resign. You can play King E8, Rook C7, Rook B1, and still you get to fight on a little bit. But
King E8, Bishop H3. This is the problem. That we're
Bishop
still
H3 is actually not the best move because now you can give a bunch of checks and in the end you have Rook takes H2.
But I have Rook C8 check.
But
that was the whole point. That was why you had to play King D8, King E8, Bishop H3 with the threat of Rook C8 and D7. You have to play King D8, and it's grim.
Yeah, King D8 was the only move, right?
Right, but as
Let's
you
show
say,
the audience how it finished. So instead, Fabi played G6, I believe.
Yes, G6, and then came Rook C8. It's mate. No, it's not. Well,
extra queen.
Thanks to the bishop support, we're going to make a queen, and Fabi resigned. But the whole point was neither G3 nor Bishop H3 was necessary. Rook B4, Rook C8 here. Knight takes would have been a very, very nice way of ending the game as D8 check and mate is White's threat. Fabi's bad tournament remains just that, a bad tournament, as Levon takes down our Grand Chess Tour leader.
I think Nepo, the current tournament leader, has saved his game.
Most likely, yeah.
Most likely, but yeah, this is still complicated.
Well, it's one of those things where we're going to get our king over and we're going to get our rook behind the pawn. So I do suspect we're going to see a draw very, very shortly after King D3.
Rook A5.
Oh, wait a minute! You're not.
It's still a draw, but it looks a bit scary for a second because you do have to park your rook on A1. You have to actually spend time playing Rook G5, Rook G1, Rook A1.
Right.
But then you put your king on C4, and you also have the passer on the H file to distract black. So
just
it does hold. How much time does he have?
King D3.
He'll find it in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Rook G5, A3, and just as Peter was saying, we go into the shell. But after king takes E5, we also have an active king. And we have our own distraction.
And isn't this a draw even if we lose the H-pawn?
And probably it's a draw even if we do lose the H-pawn. But having the H-pawn makes it a certainty. Yeah. Well, a big save considering, like, really how bad.
Not certain about without the H-pawn bid, though.
Right? Not
entirely certain.
And he did play the move King D3. Inviting Rook A5. And once again, if you do play A3, this is why I was saying that a draw would be shortly behind us in this case. But you did mention Rook A5, Nasi, and then Peter reassured me I hadn't lost my mind, and Rook could come to A1 and make a draw.
And we do say Rook A5, King C2.
He wants to put the king on A1. Does that work?
So he's keeping the rook active.
Man after my own heart.
Still works, yeah.
Keeping his pawns. You work hard to win a pawn, you might as well keep it. You know, King C2, okay. Basically saying, look, my king is a great defender.
Nepo's body language is hard to read. He's shaking his head as if he has blundered, but he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
No. Okay, what else? C4? C4?
Yep, sure, let's go. C4, Rook H4.
He's going Rook A4, but I mean, I think all of these moves lead to very similar things.
So Rook H8.
Whoa.
Well, you can't.
You gave up a pawn. Wait.
Yeah, we can go Rook G5. I think the cleanest way now is to go Rook G5, C4, Rook G2. C3, Rook C2. Because we cannot take on A2, that would lose to C2.
But what about King E5? Then you can take on A2?
No, yeah, then
Rook G5.
Right.
C4 is on the board.
Yeah.
Rook to G2. And, sorry, what were you saying, Nasi? King takes E5?
King E5, but Rook A2 is a draw.
Rook takes A2, just in time.
Yeah,
Yep.
we're just in time to park the king on C1, and then we are
Yeah.
completely safe.
This is a huge save, of course, for Jan.
Absolutely. No, I mean, his position was really foul after that late middle game.
He still has
Clocks?
2 minutes
Yeah.
on the clock, and same for Nodirbek. 2 minutes for both players.
So let's see this one again. Rook G2, C3.
Yeah, we go rook
And
C. The easiest, I think, is to go rook C2, provoke rook A3.
Not rook takes
No,
A2.
not that.
As
Not
Peter
that,
was
yeah.
saying, C2, and we lose. We go rook C2,
Rook C2,
rook A3.
and just rook E2.
He played Rook G3. and
Whoa,
King
okay,
E5,
so he-
H4.
He decided to do it this way. He decided that he has enough to just generate counterplay on the other side of the board. This is brave,
A little bit, right?
but correct, apparently, because we always have checks from the side. It's actually, black will not be able to establish even the pawn on C3,
It's
I
the
think.
confidence of the player who's doing really well in the tournament. He can take, yeah.
Right? Yeah. When you are doing really, really well and you're faced with difficult endings, somehow you're just playing them like, yes, it was a draw. I knew it was a draw. And that is a very confident move indeed. H4. Not Rook G2, but H4. Nodirbek reaching first king, King D4, A4. Now we don't want to blunder ourselves, right?
Yeah.
C3, Rook
Is it?
would be embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah, H5.
Yeah.
So Rook A6.
And then we start giving checks from the side.
Oh, I thought you were going to play H6 and take my A2.
It's a draw, but I don't want
Yeah.
to defend that endgame if I don't have to. I think we just start
course.
giving checks from the side.
It's easier.
Yes. Checks from the side.
Although King C5, King B4, yeah, or
Oh,
King
yeah, I
C3,
can maybe
King
hide
B4.
for a bit.
Yeah.
Well, now that I'm here, I might as well
No.
go all the way down. So check, King C2,
Oh, I
check,
can
King
stalemate
to
myself
B3.
here, probably.
I guess
H6.
now I can go Rook B2, Rook takes A2.
Yes, yeah, now,
And then put it on H2 and ask who is playing for a win here. So,
right. Okay, we do have Rook A8. Well,
3.
it's getting fun. Is it time? Can I just play H7,
C2.
C2, and then give you all
Checks.
kinds of checks?
King
He
to
has
hide
played
after that.
H7.
Yeah.
C2. It almost looks like it could be the beginning of a study.
he just goes Rook G1, yeah, that is also fine, yeah. Just go Rook G1 and prepare us to start giving those checks. No particular reason not to do it this way either.
King E3.
I guess he now goes Rook H1 just for,
Aesthetics?
yeah, for purity's sake. You want to start giving the side checks from as far away as possible. Yeah, like,
Played like a good blitz player,
Yes.
too. Get your rook closer to the clock.
well, in his case, actually further away from it.
Yeah, that was badly played. Okay, we are witnessing a draw here, and I know it's a very important draw, obviously.
Yeah, it's about to be over.
But do we have other games in progress?
Prague
There's
is
only
still
one left.
playing. Prague is once again trying to exhaust all of the options before he gives up. He gives up on his winning chances, but
Yeah,
yeah, there
it's
aren't
equal.
very many left.
Well, it's equal, but it's going to be knight against a couple of pawns.
Sorry.
It's going to be an endgame knight against 3 pawns with the rooks on the board. Or maybe 2 pawns, not sure.
That is a game
The
of
Prague
Prague and Alireza, by the way. The
Might as well wait right there, repeating
Yeah, Rook
here.
C4 probably.
Rook
yeah.
C4. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. And
Rook
that's
H7, Rook C2, Rook A7, Rook A2, Rook A2, Rook A2.
very correct.
I am very confident on this.
Yes.
There we go.
And you're 100% right.
This time we don't have to pull over the arbiter and say we've made a 3-time repetition. We are going to go to the remaining game of Prague versus Alireza.
30 seconds against 40 seconds.
You were
this
promising me a knight versus all kinds of pawns,
Well,
game. I delivered.
and you delivered.
yeah, the the important bit is that we will get the f7 pawn off the board.
Will we be witnessing rook and knight versus rook?
Yeah, and Alireza will
many
probably
moves?
play on for a bit, yeah. And once again, it's going to be very annoying to Pragg that he will have to defend something. It's not very difficult, but for most of the game, he was absolutely in the driver's seat. So to then have to defend rook and knight against
that's
rook.
not fair.
Yeah, just...
Something wrong about
Blitz
that.
cannot come
does he
quickly enough, I
have
have
to?
to say.
Maybe he doesn't have to lose the f pawn.
Rook f6 and g6 pretty much always works, yeah.
Yeah, knight takes g6 and...
I must say, I wouldn't be messing around with king h5.
Yeah, let's not do anything.
I would be
fancy
playing
here.
g6 probably
let's not.
as fast as I could.
I suspect it draws, but yeah, there's absolutely no reason to ask that question of the fates. Yeah. Knight before knight d5, and you might...
Right, I could have regrets. By the way, f5.
He wants, I understand that at least. He wants to be taking on g6 with a pawn to have sort of the biggest chance of forcing black to give up the knight for the pawn.
Right.
He doesn't really want to defend that endgame that I mentioned. I think it's very fair.
Nazi, have you ever had rook and knight versus...
Yes, once against the GM Aman Hamilton.
Yes,
But I
the
defended
chess bras?
easily. However, rook and bishop versus rook, I have lost once.
And we were there to witness it.
King
on trade.
h4.
King h4.
Not the square I would have chosen, but...
Not the square I would have guessed either. King h4.
But we're still playing g6 next move, so we should be fine.
Yeah.
Down to 17 seconds, though.
For a second, I thought that was rook c6, trade, and then on g6 play f6 and not trade. But your king's too close.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, you're tempting the fates.
Right.
King to d5. Okay, g6.
Now.
Let's go. Get rid of that one remaining pawn.
Takes rook c1 will be played most likely, but I think
No, he's gonna take.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that makes our
Gonna
lives.
torture.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Wow. All right. An eventful round as our tournament leader, Jan, saves what we think was probably a lost position against Nodirbek.
So I think
A number of draws that could have easily have been decisive.
we had one decisive game. Levon won his game against Fabi. Rest were draws. But let's go over to Cristian, see what he has for us.
Obviously, Pragg is not having a very good event so far. And normally, if you were in Pragg's shoes, anybody would be in Pragg's shoes, you just try to stop the bleeding. Make a draw, make a quick draw, and just try to get some room to breathe. But he decides to go for the kill in this one as well. Not with the exchange Slav, of course. This looks drawish, but with this next move. e4. Now, black has a couple of options. You can go e6, but that invites some sort of a French structure, which perhaps Pragg wanted. You can also take on e4, which was the game continuation, but after d5, now black needs to know exactly what to do. And I'm sure, Peter, probably you've analyzed this position with Pragg extensively. That's my guess. You don't have to tell us, of course. Knight to b8 is the main move in the position. It's all about shielding that knight from further attacks. Queen to a4, bishop d7, queen takes e4, knight f6. It's all about the speed to try to get this bishop out. Get the bishop out and finish your development with castle. This would have been the main line. Alireza seems to have been surprised, because after knight e5, he's already not lost, of course, but he's in a much worse position. Queen to a4, queen takes e4, and now it's all about the timing. You no longer have a good time to go e6, especially if white, if Praggnanandhaa would have played the best move in the position, which was bishop to c4. And it's a logical move as well, because you're trying to stop e6. Now, g6, it's already not a possibility anymore, and that's why this whole knight e5, knight to g6, not only that you're losing tempis, you're getting attacked by the queen, but you're also impending on g6 and the development of the bishop on f8. So it's kind of an unpleasant knight to have on the board. Knight to f6, now I go queen to e2, I keep control of e6. You're not going to play e6. If you try to reinforce that with queen to b6, you're just simply losing too many tempis. I'm going to go knight to f3. Not only that, but bishop to e3 will come and attack the queen on b6. Bad news for black. He did not play that. He played the move knight to f3, and after knight f6, already Alireza is back in the game, because once again, you get e6, you develop your pieces, you finish the development of your pieces, and you get the king to safety. Crucial, and I have to say, the endgame was played quite well by both players. Perhaps at this point, we had maybe a better alternative for white for Praggnanandhaa, but not an easy one to see. What he had to do was to go rook fe1 first, king to f8, and now a move that not a lot of players would play, even with a lot of time on the clock. And that is after knight to f5, rook to f1, and knight to f5, giving up willingly the pawn on c3. Not go c4, try to save that pawn, but go knight f5, allow knight takes c3, and now just simply drop back with the bishop to f1, maybe even on c4 as well. This is not human chess. This is not how humans play. And right now the idea is your king is bad. The rook on h8 doesn't have a way, a route to get into the game. The knight on f5, beautiful knight. And I'm going to try to go rook to c1, kick the knight away, invade via the c-file, and just put pressure like such. This would have been very problematic for black to deal with for Alireza. After the move in the game, which was c4, Alireza was more or less back in the game and didn't have too many problems defending after that. Very good defense by Alireza. Still, Pragg cannot find his form, and as Peter very nicely put it, he cannot wait for the blitz to begin. Let's take a look at the standings and where we stand right now going into the final round of rapid chess. Jan still leading with 11 points, Alireza following closely behind on 10 points, Levon Aronian, Leinier, Dominguez, and MVL on 9 points. So you can see two wildcards closely behind Jan. Nepomniachtchi, Praggnanandhaa still on 4. Guys, we're going to go on a short commercial break. Anastasia caught up with the players. Take a look. Cool.
How do you balance your professional chess career with other aspects of your life?
Yeah, I try to, spend my time with my family, and I try to balance my time to do other stuff. Like I try to be in good shape and reading books and having good time. So of course, the main part of our life, of top players' life, I think, is to prepare for tournaments and being in training camps, and you have to kind of combine the resting and preparing. And I think every player has its own approach.
Yeah, I don't know. It's always a challenge. I mean, I have a feeling that you're continually learning and trying to adjust and improve on things. But I think I'm happy with the way I've done it so far. And it's after you have a family. I have 2 kids, and it's a bit challenging if you want to, let's say, keep being super professional and keep being on top, because you have to, spend a lot of time in chess, and then kids, they don't care about all this, so it's a bit of a challenge. But of course, it has a very nice side as well, and I try to enjoy that, and I think it's possible, and it's actually going well for me.
Yeah, of course, it's never so easy, and chess is taking a considerable amount of time for all the players, included. But of course, I still try to be able to see my family, to see my friends whenever I'm in Paris. So that's about half of the year, and then I always pay attention to my well-being. So if I feel like I'm too stressed, I'm looking at too much chess, then I can slow down and just prioritize how I feel, and doing 10-12 hours of chess work a day, that's not what I can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very difficult, of course, because, playing chess, it's very taxing versus like streaming, which is a lot easier, but there are also differences because streaming I can pretty much do quite easily, whereas competing requires quite a bit of study, both before the tournament and during the event. So mostly I try to look at very little chess when I'm doing my other stuff and then just sort of go all in during the actual event. So I would say it's like maybe study a few hours here or there throughout the course of the week, and then when I'm actually at the event, probably spending 4 or 5 hours and just like really balancing it where I spend all my time on chess when I'm actually competing.
This is really tough to balance like the work life and professional life. The work life and personal life is definitely tough, especially when it comes to personal relationships, and because chess is very consuming in terms of time, and also traveling to tournaments, it takes a lot of time, and the schedule these days is so busy. It's like all year we're playing tournaments back to back, very often going from country to country. So that's a challenge. I don't know how well I do it, but I try my best.
I don't think I'm good at it. For now, I've just been focusing on my chess, and other aspects my family is taking care of, so I don't really think about them. But yeah, I've been playing tournaments continuously, so I'm not really having time to spend time with my family. So I've been continuously playing games. So that's what I'm focusing on right now.
I have to admit, I have way too many other interests in life, and it becomes a problem quite often. So at times I spend more time researching about music or, I don't know, anything to do with art than actually spending time on chess. So it is a problem, and I don't know how to solve it. I'm very curious. So to answer the question correctly, I don't know how to balance it, and it's something to learn.
I don't think I have any balance. The longer I play and the longer you live, more time you dedicate to chess.
Yeah, I mean, you have to build the life that it goes with the professional career. So everything should be even the private life should kind of help your career. You have to build it in that way, I guess.
Well, it's always chess first. I've always been a chess professional, so chess is the only everything I did in my life that ever made me money. So it's obviously the priority. It's my job. It's a career. But at the same time, chess is an art, so you need to have a deep love for the game in order to be successful in it. Well, as a professional, obviously requires a lot of traveling, and I haven't been doing very well this year or the last couple years, for that matter. So my priority is to try to do better, and then everything else falls second place. We have a very relaxing life in Minnesota, but at the same time I try to put in a bit of work every now and then to try to be in good shape. So yeah, well, lots of tournaments now are being held online, so you can play from the comfort of your home, so that obviously changes a lot of things. I get to spend a lot more time with my family.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it. The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup, Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Levon, congratulations. What a crazy game it was against Fabi, but at the end you managed to win. Tell how it was developing, the game.
Yeah, prior to that, I lost a really bad game against Nodirbek. So I was trying to stay solid, and I could see that Fabiano, he's not playing for simplifications, so he wanted to fight, and it of course made me happy because, I want to stay solid, but at the same time, I welcome the storm.
Absolutely, yes. And it seemed like after the Queen's exchange, your position looked fine. Two bishops descending looked pretty well for white. How did you estimate it?
I thought it's slightly better for me, but good chances for a draw. Then I think I missed something at some point. Maybe this, I don't know. Somehow rook a4, I thought that I will have a good move, but I didn't find one. And then I felt that it's close to a draw, but after all, I have much more time, so I can pose some practical problems. And yeah, I managed to create something.
Yeah, so you won this St. Louis championship this time. Yeah, it's always like non-stop battle between you and Fabi. How does it feel at the end?
Oh, it feels great. Fabi is a great player, and it's a privilege to play against him. And winning is even better.
Yeah, I know. Playing. And still one round to go. What's your feeling? The last round of Rapid, how did it go for you?
Well, I think the Rapid part doesn't really matter so much. If you do better than, average, 50% is a good score, and everything normally is decided in the Blitz. So it's always been the case, but it's good to be in a plus.
Absolutely, yes. All the best of luck for you, Levon. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings after 8 rounds of Rapid. We have a sole leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with 11 points, but closely following is Alireza Firouzja with 10 points. And then there are 3 players sharing third place, Levon Aronian, Leinier, Dominguez, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
And tell us about the pairings for round 9, our final round of Rapids.
Abdusattorov will be playing Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura will be playing Prague, Firouzja against Levon Aronian.
Ooh, good game.
Indeed. MVL against Dominguez.
So.
And Fabi playing the tournament leader, Nepomniachtchi.
And for Fabi, the Grand Chess Tour leader, I think he needs to win some points. He needs to climb back into this event, and taking down the tournament leader would be a good step forwards. But after this Rapids,
the audience can look forward to Blitz. 2 days of Blitz, 18 games. Time control will be 5 minutes with 2-second increment. But 18 games in 2 days, that's a lot of chess.
Exactly. And it does mean that for the speed mavericks like Hikaru Nakamura, you can't count him out, even though he's trailing badly in the Rapids because of 18 games.
And here's the man to catch right now, Nepomniachtchi, after saving his last game.
I was about to say, I don't think Jan's going to be very impressed with his performance, in the sense that he scored very well, but it's not because of his games, Peter. It's not the positions that he's scoring from.
He won a couple of clean games, but I think he sets very high standards for himself. And he even in some interviews during the first couple of days, he said, I think he called his first day a disaster.
Right.
Even though he scored +1, he won 2 games on day 1. But I think he was very, very harsh about his own play on day 1. And today as well, like, he was completely outplayed by Nodirbek in the first half of their game in the previous round.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you have to say, not losing very many of those positions and even winning some of them is a very admirable and a very important trait. Being able to fight on, use all the chances your opponents give you, is a very valuable quality. And it also was, I think, in evidence, if you remember the candidates in Toronto. He scored +3, no losses.
Right.
He had so many dodgy positions there.
Including the final one against Fabi. I remember that Nazi was getting more and more angry with every passing moment of that final game that Fabi failed to win, where he was +7, according to our chess engines.
What a match that was.
Wow. So we get ready for the final Rapids.
Firouzja, who is in clear second, playing Levon, who is having a good day today.
Exactly, just finishing off a win.
Well, he started with a loss, actually, right? Against Nodirbek, but then he beat Fabi.
Yes.
Okay, bounce back quickly.
Right.
And we have MVL, who is also sharing third at the moment.
With a wild card Leinier, wild card players Leinier and Levon acquitting themselves very, very well thus far. See if they can keep that one
Our
up.
key matchup for this round will be Fabi against Nepo.
Exactly. Fabi, our Grand Chess Tour leader, has played incredibly well up to this St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and it actually is just really kind of surprising to see him suffering.
We do have current GCT standings, and as you can see, Fabi is leading with 22 points, and Alireza is in second, Prague in third, Gukesh fourth, MVL fifth. So this tournament will could change everything up
dramatically. We're going to have to ask Ben what the predictions are. We're going to look at the game between Fabi and Jan as our tournament leader. Jan, really, this is his, I want to say, very important test. Last move, Queen B3. Not a London system, with the bishop coming to F5. And I know there was a games that, the classical games of Lev Polygaevsky, where he liked the system and he would play bishop E3 quite often. What is this called?
I think this is just the Reti.
Just the Reti.
I think this is just the Reti. And yeah, this is, you also sometimes get this with colors reversed in the Trumpovsky slash,
right.
What's the...
now it's you're asking me. Yeah.
Torre, right?
Yeah.
In the Torre lines with the colors reversed, you sometimes get this structure. And what White often wants to do, and I think what Knight D7 is aimed against, if you make some kind of a more naive move like Knight F6 and you you end up in this structure. Very often this actually ends up being quite pleasant for white. There's this idea of transferring the bishop over to c3 and then playing b3, b4, and this knight is often aimed at the a5 square. These endgames are not as harmless as that they might appear, even though black has this really, really beautiful, completely untroubled, seemingly pawn structure. But knight d7, I think, hints at the idea of meeting bishop b3 with not queen takes b3. Bishop c5 is now playable because we've supported this square with the knight. For now, Fabi castles, knight gf6 comes in. You can now decide that you no longer want to trade those queens, because the queen, in the retis, the queen often does go to c2. So what you've done, even all the way to d1, this is a bit surprising to me. Yeah, this is not what I expected.
No. I
analysis.
didn't. That was something happened there. It was your kinetic energy. But bishop e3. I think
bishop e3 is very logical, but you can actually play bishop c5 now and not allow that structure that we've been describing. Queen c2. And black very often, even completely unprovoked, just gives up that bishop on g4. It's not really required. You're quite happy getting rid of it. This structure is fine, but also the way we've played, there is an additional option in this position of playing d5, d4, following out with a7, a5, and playing this kind of a structure where if white gets to play a3 before, white will be better. But I have a feeling black has a very decent chance of stopping it, if not forever, then for the longest time. And black, in response, wants to castle, put the rook on the 8, perhaps play for e5, e4 breaks. This seems very healthy for black, frankly. So there will be choices. And this is already all on the board.
Knight c5 on the board. How do these two players match up in their lifetime scores, Nazi?
29 draws. Wow, huge advantage for Nepo.
Whoa.
Plus 10.
Didn't expect that.
Absolutely not.
Wow. Our Grand Chess Tour leader,
I have
Fabi.
to jump to this Alireza's game against Levon. I'm not sure if Firouzja confused the move order, because the eval bar really does not like his position already.
It was a winner with a3, bishop a5. At one time, it was like literally the whole Armenian school of chess was playing bishop a5, and there was a lot of games that were going b4 takes, knight b5,
knight b5, bishop c7.
Bishop c7. It was like,
I think
all the players flocked to this position.
I think the reason maybe this has become somewhat less popular is, and once again, my understanding on this is from the words of others, queen g4, I think, has become a massive problem for black in this position, because the old line, which people used to go for, I think has been kind of refuted. This is now understood to be very, very good for white. I would not be able to tell you why, but compared to the classical Vinaver, where the structure on the queen side is slightly different, this is just, the engine, I think, disagrees with this violently and says this is not good at all. So against queen g4 here, they've started playing this move, queen takes d4, bishop b6, let's say queen f4. I think Magnus played this with black once in a Bill tournament against maybe Nico.
Yeah.
And did, I think, eventually win that game, but was in a lot of trouble out of the opening. So I think before queen g4 is at least an attempt to refute the entire line. And I get the feeling maybe Alireza just mixed up the move order, because if you want to play before, you want to be doing it with the queen on d1. And instead, he's done it here. And now after c3, you want to be able to play queen takes b3 next move. Otherwise, after c3 here, black can play knight f5, black can play also castles, but knight f5 maybe is even more logical. We stop knight d6 check. We're threatening a7, a6, which basically wins the game next move.
Right.
And yeah, the evaluation is horrible for white. This is borderline lost. So my guess is Alireza knew before and queen g4 are the way to go here.
Right.
And he just kind of blitzed out queen g4 and then could not really turn back, because obviously after queen g4, knight e7, you're not obliged to play before. You can play d takes c5 and the game still very much continues.
Bishop d2 instead of c3.
The ugliness continues. Bishop d2 is not a joy.
No.
By the way, we're looking at Firouzja's game.
Yes.
And on the screen we have the wrong.
Right.
There we go.
There we go. Firouzja.
Yeah, this is just bad. You take on d2 so that white can no longer really change his mind and get the king back to safety. And now once again, any move like castle, c takes b3, and you can play, for instance, bishop d7. If knight d6, we ignore it, we go knight bc6. And everything is about to get blown up. Queen b6 is a massive threat. f7, f6 in every single position is a massive threat. The evaluation just continues bottoming out for white here. If black plays correctly from here, black should be very, very close to winning.
It's -2 after 8 moves.
This is not great, yeah.
That's not a success.
This is not great.
That is not.
As someone who picked Alireza to win the whole thing and was kind of quietly confident there in my corner until this opening, I'm not enjoying what I see on my screen here.
Not at all. Bishop d2. In some ways, White's opening is such a disaster. I kind of feel like there should even be more. I mean, can't there be more?
Seems like you do have to allow c takes b3 because
b3, b2, Peter.
I don't think
souls.
Yeah, you're still better, but this is in a way a kind of an improvement for White because you've given us time to consolidate a little bit because we no longer really we can take on b2 at any point, so we can now spend maybe sometimes developing pieces, stabilizing a little bit. It's still good for black. Like if you look at some line like this and compare it to what you normally get
in
black
the French,
line,
this is awesome.
This is fantastic, but yeah, I think you can be harsher than this. I think allowing CB and just forcing White to spend a tempo on this, and then just instantly piling in the center is stronger.
All right, thank you for that. And Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
I'm just amazed by this position, but let's check
how you can play so badly as a 2800 in the opening.
Yeah, you just confuse the lines. It happens.
If these top guys, if these top grandmasters can do that, for the amateur players, please stop being hard on yourself when you get a bad position out of the opening. Take pride that you're not Alireza Firouzja, that you're not -2 with White after 8 moves. Where are you taking
Let's
this?
check with Hikaru. I think it's an interesting position.
Yeah, we're seeing more of these bird ready.
Everyone's been playing knight f3.
Yeah, this hasn't been a bird. This has been a double fianchetto, but it now resembles
a quad,
a little
fianchetto. You right?
Resembles the bird a little bit now that White got 95 and f4 in. Black still has a very healthy position, of course. There's nothing wrong with what Pragg has done. The engine even prefers it for Black a little bit. I'm not entirely sure why. It feels quite balanced. Seems to be very intent on playing h7, h5 here for whatever reason. I guess just because the engine always wants to play h7, h5. I can't really...
h5?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Maybe we want to play knight g4 in some position, but I'm not entirely sure in which.
Right.
Somewhere.
You were telling me that one of the books that you read, Edmar Madness's Bobby Fischer, How to Beat Bobby Fischer, was a book that you just devoured. A book that was really, really bad, like a terrible book for me, was Hans Kamak book, Pawn Structures or something. And he invented, like he would call this pawn structure by White, the quadrant grip.
Okay.
Which meant just absolutely nothing. It was like horrible.
Also, it's just, I want to say it's just wrong. This is called the bathtub.
The bathtub.
We know this is called the bathtub. I don't know why anyone would call it anything else.
Yeah, and here you have the bathtub with the pawns on e3, d3, f4, and c4. Anyway, do not go near that book by Hans Kamak. I mean, it will ruin your chess. We'll keep an eye on this one.
Let's check MVL against Dominguez.
Also, by the way, MVL started today in the first.
Shaky start.
But today was not his best. And we have a Berlin ending. Something that MVL is one of the very few of the top players who is very reasonably consistently playing the white side. And that all happened very, very quickly.
I do think it's already in a new
G4.
position, though.
Knight takes. And MVL is basically saying, look, I'm a pawn up on the king side because these guys are not so healthy. King G2. Looks, I like it.
White is for choice, but
yeah,
it's Berlin.
It's Berlin. It's Berlin. Okay, we're going to go...
Let's check Nodirbek's game against Wesley So.
Okay, just a second.
It was another London.
He did something really strange just now.
Everybody's playing some strange moves. Huh? Once again, the early knight h5 business.
Well, but this is a different line, though.
Without e6.
Wesley actually goes e6 first. So we have a third, similar but a third separate London with Nodirbek playing the white side. And now a very unusual move, G7, G6 here, stopping any kind of an attack against this knight on H5. And also, as you will see in a moment, creating the G7 square for this knight to return to. And once again, as we have seen in the game Nodirbek against Hikaru, later it will go to F5, continuing to chase down the bishop on H4. Castles knight D4, CD4, knight F5, bishop G3, all normal so far, bishop D7. And then suddenly, E4, which would be a logical move, if not for the fact that after DE4, knight E4, and bishop C6, well, how are we... I mean, we are losing the central pawn. I was going to say, how are we not going to lose the central pawn? The answer to that question is, we're just not. We're going to lose the central pawn.
Now, what's that compensation?
Yeah, why did he think this is good is, I think, a sort of a larger and kind of interesting question, because I don't see a single option here that looks remotely attractive to me. I don't know why he went for this.
Well, the only thing I had in mind is, did he miss knight F6, Queen F6, Bishop E5? I can't
Queen G5?
imagine.
But,
Yeah,
exactly. I mean, it's a one-move line, which
right.
really isn't very difficult.
Right. I mean, at first blush, you think you're skewering the rook, and you are, until you notice you're getting checkmated on the spot.
Yeah.
Bishop C6?
The best option the engine currently suggests is the move F2, F3, which cannot be what he meant to do, even if it is somewhat playable. But yeah, that's not a reason to play E3, E4. Nobody plays E4 to play F3 in this position.
No, you don't.
For a wide variety of reasons.
Not the least of which is a dropping pawn on D4 and...
Queen D4 is completely playable, but also Bishop H6 might be quite strong, just trying to take it with the bishop from E3.
That is nice.
Yeah, it's immediately White is facing very serious problems. Yeah, a bit of a mystifying choice there by Nodirbek, because he is a very fighting player. He very much likes gambling. Normally you can see the upside in what he is doing, even if it's sort of not entirely machine approved.
Right.
Here I don't quite see the upside.
No.
I think he just missed something simple, maybe.
Yeah. This is just an opening that has backfired, and sometimes it simply happens. I wanted to go again to our tournament leader.
Fabi against Nepo.
Because I was more than curious after the move bishop takes c5, because for me, I thought what you suggested, Peter, queen takes c2, bishop takes f3. This would have been an incredibly, in my view, ambitious but intriguing way of playing. d4, you're just voluntarily giving up this bishop, but if White is not able to get in a3, b3, b4, whatever, it makes a great deal of sense.
Jan got a very nice position as well, so I think he has no reason to bemoan a different choice. Yeah,
he did in fact castle knight d2.
a5 very logical, because you do not want to suddenly blunder before somewhere. So stopping because it is one of the most central ideas White has in this structure.
Exactly, keeping
trying to. And then I think Fabi kind of shuffled for maybe one move too long, because he went b3, a3, allowing e5. And he is still not ready to play b4, and he does have to worry about e5, e4 on every single move now. So it feels like it's shifting towards black even a little bit. cd5, cd5, rook c1, rook c8 played. And e5, e4, very importantly for black, the rook on c8 is also still protected by the bishop on g4, which means that after e4, d takes e4, I will, if I want to, be able to recapture with the knight. And queen b2 is very logical, sidestepping the x-ray, attacking the pawn on e5, but e4 is still playable. e4, d4, and maybe even taking with the c knight was Machine's suggestion. And the Machine actually likes this for black. It says that, I mean, White is not much worse, but if anyone is playing here, it probably is black.
Wow, I would have thought with the playing against the isolated queen pawn, I wouldn't have been.
And another interesting choice here, by the way, and this is a very, very much a kind of a blind spot for many people, very much myself included. You can go bishop f3 here. For me, the idea of giving up a bishop for a knight in a tactical position is just so alien that I normally don't notice these moves. But we can do this, because if bishop takes, and he does that.
Yes.
No blind spots for Jan. If you take with the bishop, you do get hit by e5, e4, which you kind of have to take, But then I will play e3 next move. Takes bishop g2, e3, and these types of positions could become very dangerous for white very quickly.
Now that your rook is not defended.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe knight c4, yeah.
Or do I?
Hang on a second.
Do I take on f2 and then b3, right?
Well, I kind of wanted to lure the rook into.
The machine does it in a very clever fashion. Instead of e3, it includes knight a4, a move I of course did not see. It includes knight a4.
Knight a4.
It gets white to make some move like queen a1, and then goes e3.
That is actually very beautiful.
Yeah, it's not much. It's actually playable for white. This is still sort of okay. You can make some moves. Knight e4 is playable here for whatever reason, but it does get very, very concrete, and you can see this, at least requiring some calculation. And in the current position, Fabi has another option, not a pleasant option, but he could decide to take with the knight. Queen takes b3, which is the whole point, of course.
Of course.
And just playing rook b1, and saying that e5 is hanging, so you'll have to trade on b2. No, rook b1 I think is stronger than this. Yeah, rook b1, queen b2, rook b2.
Sorry,
rook b1.
Rook b1. Thank you.
It's hard for Yasser to just give up a pawn.
Yeah, I know. Yasser is still in shock.
I wanted to take on b3, take on c8,
Yeah.
and take on e5.
That I think is very dangerous for white, because like rook c3 or b5, a4, you might end up just losing to the passer on the a file. But here, this is a kind of a position where if you play a5, a7 here with black, I think you're winning.
5, a7.
Yeah.
Followed by b7, b6.
Exactly, yeah. But because it's not entirely legal, and
Right.
Fabi actually has taken knight takes
Fabi
f3.
took with the knight, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, you suggested that this would be
I think this is incredibly dangerous. I'm really hoping Fabi is not aiming to go for this.
Because
knight takes e5.
Yes.
I don't know.
Did you
I
want
probably start with a4 or rook c3. I don't know which one of those
Okay.
two moves.
And e3 and
rook c3.
Rook c3, and now you're just going to.
But also just b5, b4, a3, a2, a1 is
The knight on
an
B3.
idea.
The knight on b3 already controls.
Is an idea you
A1.
will find challenging to stop, I think, with white.
Right.
So
Good point.
I would advise against this. I think between those two positions, and for once I'm not even consulting my screen. I think I'm always playing rook b1 here if I have to choose between those two, because that endgame scares me a great deal if I'm playing white.
By the way,
could just be lost, frankly.
Yeah, the clock times
Fabi has
is
spent a
very
lot of time.
indicative
Right.
of
The Fabi's in trouble, right?
yeah, the evaluation
Yeah.
of the board. And let's take a look at the leaderboard with these two players at this moment.
Yeah, they're having two very different tournaments.
That's an understatement, right? 5-point lead.
Having a great tournament, leading at the moment, and Fabi struggling so far.
Yep.
He came back a little bit yesterday, but today hasn't gone his way.
No, but he did play the correct move, according to Peter. Rook b1.
And I did briefly check because I was interested if maybe I was talking completely out of
No,
my
you were
elbow.
right.
-2 if you take on b3, and this is kind of fine.
Like, it's like
0-30, yeah.
0-30, yeah, just only.
I mean,
slightly.
black is a pawn up, so of course black will be a bit better, but
right. 0-30
the
is-
amount of counterplay you have against the black center and also the black queen side with one rook on b1, the other one I suspect will go to c1. The bishop can also start going to h3 and adding additional things to worry about for black. This looks salvageable. The other one really did look to me like you might just
One-sided.
lose move by move, yeah.
Yeah, very one-sided affair. And again, if you look a little bit deeply, you can see your rook maybe ending up on b5 and causing some irritation for black. All right, Jan's happy. Who else is happy?
Well, Levon was very happy out of the opening. Let's check back.
Firouzja was busted out of the opening. He just totally messed it up. Let's see what happened. When we left it, we saw the move bishop d2, and it was a kind of a moment that we gasped. Bishop takes d2, king takes d2, knight f5. This is kind of what I was thinking, that, you really want to punish the fact that white has mishandled his business so much. Knight f5, bishop to d3, h5. There we go, kick, and more kicking. And more kicking? Yeah, bishop to d7. Okay.
Very important little move, I think, to make sure that bishop takes f5 is always met by bishop takes b5, not ef, so that the knight doesn't land on d6.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that, and in fact, the way I'm looking at it, with the knight on f5 eyeballing the d4 pawn, bishop takes is on my agenda.
Yeah. So 92 plays.
92.
BC. And the knight sadly returns to c3. So white is currently 2 down, but the pawn on c2 is not going to be surviving for very long.
And also our king's on d2. That's a big problem.
Now.
On the other hand, black did have to play h5 and g5, meaning that castling kingside or pushing for the f6 break are both now sort of off the table.
Right.
It doesn't feel like, instinctively, I would say, white still has some chances here because we've sort of stabilized. The knight probably has to leave the f5 square. You cannot, I don't like the idea of allowing bishop takes f5. The entire structure will start creaking if we do that. So you have to waste a tempo on something like knight e7. I'm looking at knight h4, but I don't trust knight h4 for some reason. I don't feel like it's a good move. So knight e7, I will... Oh, he goes knight h4. Okay, Lev I will trust Lev on this.
Queen g3.
I guess we have to play queen g3 because queen e3, knight takes g2 and return to h4 seems good. Yeah, so queen g3.
Queen g3.
Yeah, we go knight. Do we go knight c6? We probably do go knight c6.
Okay.
Let's say rook hc1.
Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of afraid that when you go queen a5 and you tuck your king in on the queen side, I at least want to be able to support the knight. So I'll have rook, queen g3 on the board. Somehow, despite the fact that he's blundered out of the opening,
he's not lost.
No.
This is still a game,
Yeah.
This is still a game.
Crazily enough, I would even say 3-result game because the chaos that I'm seeing, it's very easy for white to suddenly have an initiative. As you mentioned,
Absolutely
bishop takes f5, bishop takes f5, knight takes d5, and the structure could go south on us. Where else would you like to guide us?
Let's see what Nodirbek did after that bishop c6.
Okay.
Where he was losing a pawn.
So when we left it, bishop c6, sometimes you just have to admit that you made a fault.
Right.
You blundered a pawn and you said, okay, my bishop is on c4, my rook is on e1. Don't I have great compensation?
Yeah, now an interesting kind of a psychological moment here because if we look at this position, there is a very, I think, clear-cut choice. You can go for kind of max greed. Yeah, you can play e5. The issue is white will, of course, play rook e1. You would like to play bishop d6, but that actually drops a full piece. You can't play bishop d6. There's some f4 ideas. And for instance, the engine suggests playing something like queen e7. I'm guessing with the intention of castling queenside.
Right.
And then after knight d5, we take, we go rook d8.
It
says this is very strong. Because you cannot maintain the bishop on this diagonal. Bishop c4, it continues getting kicked away. And eventually we, let's say bishop d3, we go queen e6. Eventually we will play bishop b4, we will castle kingside. We're very, very safely better. Okay. The other option, though, would be to play something like bishop c5, rook e1, and just castle.
Give back.
Yeah, and say, yes, I'm giving you this pawn back, but you're in massive trouble here. Even this endgame, and honestly, specifically this endgame, is so not equal.
Right.
And also, you no longer have to calculate a single variation pretty much in this game. You're just better. You have two bishops on a completely open position. It's very well understood that these endgames are routinely lost if you're not very accurate with white.
Right.
And they're very easy to play with black as well. You push everywhere. You try to gain space on the king side, play g5, h5 somewhere. You are very happy if all four rooks come off the board, I think, at least in my understanding.
Yes.
Two bishops against two bishop and knight with no rooks on the board is very difficult to hold long term. It's just not enjoyable for white at all. Yeah. Or you could go for the max, as I said. It's a healthy pawn. It's a extra healthy pawn in the center. Why not keep it? We'll see what Wesley decides on this topic.
You're giving us two tempting options. Right. Which one would you go for? The better ending or the extra pawn in the center?
I would go with the better ending.
Yeah, just because it's so much.
Wesley is in a maximalist frame,
frame of mind.
Yes, sir, approved.
Yes, yes. I must say I was much more tempted by the extra pawn, e6, e5 on the board as Wesley. And again, time factor between these two?
Both
Probably
have 15
not.
minutes, yes.
Still a little too early for them. And
Should we check in with MVL against Dominguez?
Let's
That
do it.
Berlin ending.
And when we left it, we're just kind of wondering if much progress had been made. We saw the position up to this point, bishop to e7, rook to d1. Now, for what it's worth, what I do know about these endings, it's very often required that black get to play a5, a4, not necessarily because you want to do a rook lift, but you kind of want to get some squares, something happening on the queen side. But rook to d8, knight, and
yeah, there's a story connected with this particular structure. It's a long story, and I want to say the position we have on not the analysis board, but the board which shows the Caruana and Nepomniachtchi game. There's been a massive turnaround there because Jan made a bit of a. I think he took it a bit too easy with his. Okay, now that position is gone, but I do want to say Fabi is now not worse at all, and if Jan continues playing kind of in a relaxed fashion, he might be in trouble. As for this structure,
yes,
there's a longish story about how people approach the Berlin endgame, and I think it no longer is relevant because this lesson has been learned. But the Chinese player Wang Yue, when he appeared on the scene, he was basically playing only exclusively endgames, in particular, of course, the Berlin endgame, and he was holding it quite comfortably. And I think he was allowing. Like, if we talk about this structure, I will try to show what I mean. The point is, after c4, for instance, now I need to figure out a way not to blunder this rook. Let's ignore the fact that I'm blundering bishop h4 check here. So you can get this endgame. And he was basically allowing it, even this. And he was holding it. And he knew it was holdable, and he was going for it full speed ahead, full speed ahead, and holding it every single time. And then, at some point, there was a tournament where you could definitely sort of prepare for him because you knew he was playing, and a Russian player called Dmitry Yakovenko, who is no longer as active, but used to be a very, very strong player. I think he was 27-60 at his peak.
Wow.
He spent some time analyzing this endgame, and he made a small realization. And he did the same thing, but he somehow got all the rooks off without playing c4. Once again, ignore bishop h4 check, ignore everything. Whoops, not this though. Yeah, let's continue blundering pieces with every move. And it turned out that...
By not including c4.
Yeah, the difference apparently is in this position, the bishop goes to b6. Basically, this is how black is intending to hold this position, because this box of pawns cannot be touched. And indeed, it cannot be touched with a pawn on c4. But with a pawn on c3, this wins. Because we provoke c5, and once we've provoked c5, there is a way in for our pieces.
Right.
And he basically won the game, a 50-move long game, at home, by realizing that there is a massive difference between the pawn on c2 and the pawn on c4. And every time I see this structure, this story kind of comes up in my mind. Yeah,
of course.
I apologize if I mixed up some details, and the viewers will correct me if I made many mistakes in this description. But yeah, but this is a lesson that people know, and I think if Leinier is going for this endgame, he knows how to hold it. And also, even getting all four rooks off is not that easy.
Right. That's a hilarious story from the perspective of, like, you go into a game prepared not for the opening, not for the middle game, but for the end game.
You are reliable.
He put the pawn on c4.
Exactly, yeah. Horrible play.
Horrible. No understanding.
Absolutely no understanding. And we're talking about MVL, who is arguably the greatest living Berlin player from the white side. He actually even said this in an interview recently, I think. He said that the fact that everybody else gave up, and pretty much he is the only one left standing who is fighting the righteous cause of trying to beat this endgame, is working very much in his favor, because the black players have become, fat in the rich years of nobody testing them. Nobody really remembers the lines anymore. Nobody really does the work because they never see this. It used to be him and Grishuk, but I think even Sasha kind of gave up and is no longer doing it. So MVL is the last man standing.
Nice, funny. Thank you for that story. That's brilliant. MVL versus Leinier, everybody. That's the Berlin ending.
You have to go
Where
to
would you like us to go?
Alireza's game against Levon.
If
Last 2 moves, a lot has happened. So
when we left
take back just last move, yeah.
We left it after knight h4, queen g3. Knight h4. Once again, Peter described this as a little bit suspicious, but yes, please continue.
So knight b5, next move. Got a big question mark. And here, if black played queen a5, it was close to winning.
Yeah, but why
Check.
is the big thing is not queen a5 check. Queen a5 check, everybody sees queen a5 check. The reason why it's winning is quite striking.
Okay. And
at least one of the reasons, because my screen currently is telling me to play knight ec3 is the best move here.
Okay.
And it says, you just play rook c8.
What?
Rook c8.
Walk into
Knight d6 check, we go king f8.
Do your work.
I assume with the idea of meeting knight takes c8 was gf.
Oh, and rook.
And rook takes g2, and just suddenly giving mate on the other side of the board.
The idea, too, is that this knight on c3 is a little bit precarious.
So gf, queen takes h4, rook takes g2, you have to play bishop e2, I assume, because allowing queen takes c3 looks suboptimal. So you go bishop e2, and now both f3, and maybe even knight takes d4, because allowing queen e7 check, I don't want to calculate that.
But F3,
although maybe I have to
probably
calculate
is
that.
still winning.
F3 threatening rook takes.
I think we actually can play knight takes d4.
Yeah.
Knight d4, queen e7, king g8, there are no
Just
more
one
checks.
check, yeah.
Yeah, it's just one check.
The king g8, no more checks. And rook e2 is coming.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That is actually.
Unless there's rook g1.
Knight f3, knight takes g1, I assume
never
wins.
mind.
It's something very computerish, I have to say. This entire line is very, very computerish.
Wow. And how do they match up in their life score?
16 draws, 12 wins for Firouzja, and 8 wins for Levon. So Firouzja.
Wait a minute. Come on, Levon. You know, you're supposed to be spanking these junior players coming up the ranks. You're not supposed to be behind. 12-8, did you say? Oof.
Yes.
Oof, oof, oof. Okay, but something similar has happened. The knight lands on d6. Levon is like, big deal. You got your knight to d6. What is it doing there? And,
Quickly responded with knight f5.
Just a moment. Let me just see how this happened. f4, rook g8, knight to b5, knight to a5, knight d6, king f8. Of course, we're happy to play queen takes g5 check against f4 takes g5. Rook c1, rook f1 with the idea of one day landing a big blow. Knight to f5. Okay. Still trying to get the zen of the position. I mean, I'm not 100% sure what's going on.
This is unbelievably messy, and rook f1 is not machine approved.
Bishop
it was
f5.
doing it in a different way, and now it once again says black is better, but it's a very, very messy position, and the black structure will be quite remarkably ugly in a moment, because I'm sure he's going to take on g5. Like you're not going to allow black to play g4 here.
Yeah, right. G4, H4,
followed by
G7,
H4. Yeah. I don't think you ever
stay
doing
forever.
that.
Yeah, beautifully.
Even though opening up the rook on G8 doesn't feel right, but you do want to have at least some positional trumps. It feels to me like the beautiful F4 square for the knight and so on.
Yes. But also, at some point, you want to pick up this pawn on C2,
Also,
don't
black
you?
can always play knight c4 and get rid of that knight on d6.
Knight C4, yeah. I was just about to say, keep an eye over bishop A4, knight B3 check. Could
Then
be.
we can take the pawn.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, suddenly
chaos
a little bit double-edged and, chaotic. That's a good word.
How about the tournament leader, Nepo? I think Fabi got a little bit of an advantage.
Really? I mean, again, he was a pawn down.
He had sufficient
This
compensation.
is now a massive advantage for Fabi.
Really?
Well, let's see. When we left it, we saw the move rook b1, g6.
Instead of a4 after rook b5, e4 was just much, much stronger, and black was still sort of in control, just letting go of the pawn on a5 and just starting some play in the center.
Yeah.
But instead he played a4, I think just blundering bishop h3 straight up, and this is a mistake as well. Had to play knight, I think fd7 after bishop h3 was the suggested move, but it's difficult to make a move like this, putting your pieces so very much in front of
And
of a pin.
Tying your,
So he went knight e6, takes, rook c7, takes, rook b1. This is now very dangerous for black.
Clearly.
Knight d4, takes, king g7. a4 is incredibly weak. If the rooks come off, this is a massively risky position for black because I think the pawn on a4 will just drop.
Exactly.
But also the white rook is just much more active than the black one, as long as we don't allow rook e1 check. I think king f1 followed by rook b7 is very logical. Even the immediate rook b7 is interesting, but I would like, king f1 already played, I think, on, no? Has it been? Maybe not.
No, I think that was me. Let me just double check.
I feel like allowing rook e1 check is just completely unnecessary, so I want to spend one tempo covering the entrance squares on the e file.
Well, just as we saw king g7 for black, king f1 is
king
useful.
f1, and now I want to play rook b7 and rook a7 next move.
Yep.
And I'm currently very unsure how it gets stopped. I mean, you can play rook a8, but putting your rook on such horrible squares is not going to be great fun for Jan here.
No.
I don't like this at all for him.
So we're in trouble again.
Yes. Yes, he is.
And I think, let's go back to Levon's game. That's the most exciting game we have going on at the moment.
Hard to guess the moves, right?
Absolutely unpredictable.
Okay, we were thinking that
FHG.
There's some positional threat of playing g4 followed by h4, which means that the king side will be completely shut off. The knight on e2 would not have any outposts of note. So we thought f4 takes g5 was definitely queen c3.
I think rook g6, in particular when the computer says it's a good move, is an indication rook takes d6 followed by rook c8 may have been a threat.
Right.
And I think Alireza agrees because he's gone queen b4, which I think is very much an indication that he did not like the idea of allowing that.
Now Levon will move his king, g8 probably.
I was just
still wants rook d6, right?
Yeah, so I'm still eyeballing that possibility. But yes, queen b4, king g8.
G8 or g7, yeah, both moves are quite strong, and those are the best moves in the position.
Yeah.
But they're also the moves you are most likely to make, I think. So
right.
Exactly. And again, rook takes d6, knight c4 check sure looks very, very attractive with rook c8. And Peter, what else do you have for us?
Well, MVL, as I pointed out, he is very, very good at these endgames, and currently has the option of playing c4, c5. I'm guessing the point being that if d5, we can... before looks very attractive, but I also wonder if rook d3 with the ideas of rook a3 somewhere might be useful. I guess the reason to start with b4 is not allowing a5.
Okay.
So what we do is we play b4, and now black is in a bit of a bind because you would very much like to play king f7 and rook d8.
Clear.
But allowing rook, as far as I can see, this might be a bit of an issue. Although, yeah, it says f5 is a mistake, though. It says we start by doing this, and then we combine ideas of rook a3, rook a6 with ideas of creating a passer in the center. And it feels like this position could very easily get torn apart because it's difficult to control both of those threats at the same time. I'm not sure if Leinier played this precisely. I have a feeling that maybe playing a5 early so that it cannot be completely stopped by c5 and b4 was maybe a good idea. Right. But I really am not, apart from telling somewhat fascinating stories about this endgame, I am not at all a specialist.
We were mesmerized.
Yeah,
I mean, I feel like I was a kid at a campfire story, you know, marshmallows and roasting and nice stories. Very, very good. Nazi, what has caught your eye in this last round of the Rapids, I want to say?
I think Wesley So is doing really well. He kept that extra pawn and...
Good man. He worked hard for it. I mean...
But it was given to him.
Well, gifts should be accepted. By the way, after e5, f4, somehow in my mind I was expecting like bishop c5, bishop d6. No, b5, b4, knight e4.
This is still good for black, but there's been some improvements
chaos
suggested by the computer on pretty much every single move. And in particular against f4, I think Honestly, a bit surprised Wesley has not gone for that, because I think it's very logical just to play queen b6 here.
Right.
And just castle long next move.
Indeed. So queen b6, let's
play
say
queen
king
b6.
h1.
Yeah,
I'm
king
not saying
h1,
this is the best move,
king
but
h1, and we just castle long.
And
solving all of our immediate issues of king being unsafe. We also have the idea of queen takes b2, which is not only pawn grabbing, but we are also attacking the pawn on g2, so it's not going to be very comfortable for white to cover for that.
Right.
So that seemed very attractive. Instead of that, Wesley has played b5, and bishop d3, I just wanted to check. Yeah, queen takes b2 is actually working quite well. After b5, bishop b3 was stronger than bishop d3 in order to, I guess, have better replies to b4. Yeah. Here already the computer suggests you can start sacrificing material. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is, but maybe controlling this diagonal so that black cannot quickly play bishop c5 and castle kingside is important. After bishop d3, b4, this pawn sacrifice is still supposedly the best practical choice, but already not. Already it says knight e4 is still the best move. But now Wesley really needs to play precisely. f5 is strictly the only move, not to be worse. But once he's done that,
came the piece sacrifice.
fe5 has been played, yeah.
fe5, fe4.
This does not work.
Bishop to c4.
After bishop c4, it's not even a single solution, but the single solution is quite simple, frankly. Once again, I'm a bit mystified by this game by Nodirbek, because he's been extremely sharp for the entire tournament, missed hardly a thing. And this whole game appears to be very much a story of missing seemingly quite simple tactical details. After knight f5, how do you even keep the queens on?
I was about to say, bishop f7 is your sole threat. Knight f5 blocks the threat.
Yeah.
Rook takes f5, desired, allows queen takes d1.
Queen b3, let's
You can
say.
play queen somewhere.
Queen b3.
But after queen b3, I mean, among other things, I can play queen b6 check and just castle queenside.
Oof. Yeah.
That is a very good solution, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
we're no longer there. There's nobody there to attack. Yeah, like you're breaking through in the center, but there's nobody there. So yeah,
and he has played knight f5. That's what I do when people come to my home and they knock on the door and you say, "Yes, are you home?" I said, "Nobody's home. Please go away." After castle's long, nobody's home.
Just a full, very healthy extra piece.
Knight f5 on the board.
By the way, Levon's also close to winning.
Levon
Yeah,
is close to
and,
winning. Let's go and check in on the Alireza game. When we left it, we kind of thought that rook takes d6 is very much on Levon's agenda. Knight takes b7. The benefit of this is it stops knight c4. Takes.
Downside of it is that now...
Yeah, the longer the engine thinks in the current position, the more it feels pretty much any logical move here is winning for black. Rook b8 is winning, rook b6 is winning, rook c8 is winning. We don't care about the d5 pawn. We do somewhat care about the c2 pawn. And eventually there will be an attack against the king on d2, and white is extremely ill-equipped to deal with that once it comes.
Exactly.
So we'll wait for Levon to pick a move, and then we can talk about what happens after.
Queen a5 check, queen b4, I think is.
Yeah, that probably isn't as good. Yeah, because you'll have to.
Why we want rook b8 and or rook b6 included.
Yeah.
Rook b8 looks like a bring all your pieces into the attack. Rook b8.
Yeah,
Are we playing queen takes d5?
Sure, but
Just
rook b5, and then I'll play queen a5. And
yeah. I feel like the attack against my king is just going to be overwhelming.
It's like white's only playing with king and the queen. None of the other pieces are playing.
No. Rook on f1, rook on h1 aren't. Big advantage for Levon at clock times.
7 minutes for Levon, 5 for Firouzja. Still have time. But let's go to Fabi's game, because Fabi's about to take down the tournament leader.
Ooh.
I mean, it's not close to over, but he has a huge advantage in the endgame.
And what a stumble at the finish line this would be for Jan.
So now if black goes knight b8... White
Sorry, if you don't mind, I just go to the position, and he did play king f1, by the way. And we were talking about this very active white rook. And sorry, you were about to tell me, Nazi, after
I'm just thinking
bishop
where
C8.
the knight can move. I guess knight c7 is the only move, because if I go knight b8,
yes,
white can play rook b5, and then I'm just losing the a4 pawn.
Yeah,
and that's
and
it.
you wanted to trade the rooks.
Yeah.
That was curious.
I
Because
think this
thought-
is a very good decision, yeah. With the rooks off, the conversion will just be so much easier.
Knight and bishop with an extra pawn.
Yeah.
And better
Not
king.
arguing.
Yeah.
Not arguing that point at all. So you're expecting, therefore, knight c7.
Yep.
In order
But then
to
we just take on a4. We can throw in rook a7, but I don't see why.
No. Taking on.
Looks knights are just both so limited.
I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming of some kinds of counterplay based on rook b2.
I think we're just snapping on g4 when it appears there and going rook a7 and saying this is enough. I don't think we want more.
King e3 and I feel like I come to a dead end.
Yeah.
I've exhausted all my attackers. Okay, so bishop c8 and a huge advantage.
And if we take a look at our current standings, if Fabi wins this game,
a 5-point lead suddenly becomes a 3-point lead, at least from Fabi's point of view.
And he also prevents Jan somewhat running away with the tournament, in particular with Alireza losing. Had Jan won that last game against Fabi, he would have been in an incredibly comfortable position going into the Blitz. But the way it currently stands, Alireza is on the brink of losing, Jan is on the brink of losing. It will tighten up considerably going into the Blitz, with a lot of the field getting a lot closer to our two leaders.
so Fabi's creating chances for everybody.
Including himself. Knight to b5. Here, I think I'm trading knights. Knight takes b5 and just playing this beautiful rook and knight position. King to e3, king to d4, maybe putting my rook on a8 or a7 and zip, 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 pushing home.
Yeah, that was interesting choice to trade knights.
The problem is from Jan's point of view, every one of White's pieces are better.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, the knight on d4 is just great. The king on e2 is better than king.
I think getting rid of that knight on g4 is a very understandable decision. It was dominating the entire board. So.
Right.
You're not happy about it, but you kind of have to.
Right. Sometimes you just, yeah. But this looks great. Again, Alireza, he's coming into this round 9 in clear second. He had the white pieces and was essentially lost out of the opening.
He got some chances to come back.
To c6.
Position became absolutely chaotic and...
Right. Was that an effective move? I understand I'm busted, so I might as well go down with a smile. Taking on...
Is the queen trapped or no?
The engine suggests you have to play rook c1. You don't have time to mess
time?
around. No, you have to block it at least. Because I think in some positions, rook b8 followed by c1 and rook b2 check could become a
And rook c1 has
big
been
problem.
played.
Okay.
Rook c6 actually isn't the cleanest. Rook c6 is still good, but the other moves were
rook b6, rook
more winning.
Yeah.
Because the engine really does not care about the d5 pawn at all. It wanted one rook on b6. Now that we're here, we can maybe show the line. So something like rook b6, rook c8, followed by something like queen c7, and then bishop e6. We have plenty of time. White really is completely tied up. You don't have any counterplay. We don't really have to care about really anything. The current biggest threat is maybe rook b5 followed by queen b6. So the best move is, sadly, something like a4. But now after queen c7, we play bishop e6 next, and then we start piling.
C1, rook b2 check.
And we're not even down material.
No.
The most painful thing for White here is that we're doing this for nothing. We're not even up a pawn here, I think.
Right.
So yeah, this was this was completely lost. After rook c6, rook c1, just to give an indication of what the engine thinks about this whole thing, it still thinks this is the best move. It still thinks this is winning, but it clearly feels that we could have been more forceful. But if Levon doesn't want to give anything at all, you can do something like this, not even giving the a pawn. No, okay, probably not queen e3 because you need the squares for your king. So let's say queen d3, queen a5 check, king e3, queen a4. I mean, it's very difficult to imagine black actually not winning this.
This is grim.
Because, I mean, this pretty much survives in every single variation. And with the pawn on c2 surviving, yes, we have now established some kind of a quote-unquote blockade. So we're not losing in the next 3 moves, but we are eventually losing this, and we know that we know we are.
Yeah.
Eventually, Black will find a way to like Queen C4, Rook G3, continuing to get closer and closer to where the action is. So even though this is arguably an inaccuracy, the evaluation has not really changed so far
at all. Thank you, Peter. And well, for Alireza, I mean, he came in optimistic for this round, and he's not looking good. I wanted to go to the game of Nodirbek and Wesley So, because Wesley had just played the move Knight F5, and we thought, that's it, that's game over, because after Queen B3, the only way to continue the game, we just get to exit, exit stage, right, and the king is suddenly absolutely safe on the A8 square.
There's nothing really for white, it's just an extra piece.
An extra piece.
Yeah.
So
you can go Rook D7, you can also go King A8 just to put it on a very, very safe square and prepare King D7 next move.
Yeah, King A8.
White will get 1 pawn for the piece.
Yeah, and then once I start, with the move E3 and making a battery.
Yeah, I guess White wants to play E6 to create Bishop C7 ideas and E7 ideas, but we go Queen B7.
Exactly.
You have to spend a tempo avoiding the queen trade. I will play E3, and once the pawn reaches E3, it feels like it's only a matter of time before
I got a piece and the initiative. Absolutely.
The dam breaks.
We haven't talked about Hikaru and Prague, probably because it's been a quiet affair.
Yes.
But
they've had an equal position for
Whoa.
This last move, Knight C6.
Yeah. I think Prague has been drifting a little bit for a while, and Knight C6 is a clever idea, but unfortunately after Knight E4, the tactics do seem to start working out for White. You do have to play Knight E4, because Rook takes E3 followed by Knight D4 check is a threat.
Knight D4,
I was just looking at Rook takes. Because if you go Knight D4, I had one of these.
D4, Rook E2, and then Knight E4 maybe.
Yeah.
But I think maybe we could do it in a smarter way.
Right.
You could play Knight E5, and then it's a.
But Knight E4 currently, we are not in time to chase it away with F5 because we have to burn a tempo on something like H7, H6.
Has played Knight E4.
Yeah.
Which is a very nice move.
Yeah.
Setting up.
Knight E7, and we're definitely drifting here because now White can play A4. You have to deal with the threat of A4, A5. You probably are going to be forced to play A6, A5 yourself. The knight drops back to C3. White. Now let's put this on the board. A4, A5, Knight C3. Ideas of E4 followed by Knight D5 become playable. This is now sort of exactly why you play this really kind of the long bathtub. Yeah. And if we go back a little bit, somewhere on these parts, Black was actually doing really, really well. You could play something like Queen D7, Rook BD2, Queen E6, and I don't know, King F2, F6. And you're combining the pressure against the white center with always some ideas of finding a way to push B6, B5. And Black is entirely trouble-free, but Prague started making somewhat strange choices, and I very much dislike the fact that the queens came off the board, for instance. I think with the queens, the position is just much, much easier to play.
A bit of a surprise for me. I was waiting for Black to play the move F6, F5 to drive the knight away voluntarily.
I don't quite know what Knight G3 is, to be honest. I think it very much belonged on C3 eventually, yeah.
Yeah, on E4, but I love that move, A4,
and now I think we have to seize the opportunity to play F6, F5 ourselves after Knight G3. I think it's very much time to play F5 and then re-establish control by putting the rook on D6 and D8, and perhaps the knight can go to F6 or somewhere.
Still a lot of maneuvering left. Just checking in on Wesley. Is he
putting
the
game about to be over? So let's go there.
Is Wesley putting the finishing touches on the position?
It's the first one on the list. Yep. Yeah, rooks on D2.
Uh-oh. Key indication that Wesley is the one with the initiative.
Absolutely. And even the pawn on E3 is so dangerous. I can just push E2 and...
Yeah, wonder why E6 wasn't... E6 bishop D6 on the previous move. Okay, that explains it, yeah.
Right.
I mean, how do we defend G2?
I have a feeling we
I don't think we do. I don't think we do.
And that's really bad news. That is really bad news.
Nodirbek down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. He played Queen F6.
Queen F6.
Yeah, with the intention, I guess, of meeting Bishop G7 with Rook takes C6, but we should be able to solve this.
Yes, we can do Bishop G2, King G1, and go back. Bishop C6. I want to get Rook G2.
You want to get Rook G2. I was thinking we wanted to go Bishop C5 with the idea of E2 check.
Probably everything's winning, yeah.
I think just about everything's winning, but your Bishop C6, that looks really
That's very
strong.
cold-hearted, yeah.
I mean,
I think it's just immediately
you're just cruel.
over. Immediately over.
Nicely spotted. That is, in the words of Viktor Korchnoi, so simple. But Bishop G2,
Okay, Bishop C5.
Whoa.
Bishop C5.
Lev is kind of letting Alireza back into the game there.
Okay.
I thought that was
Wesley definitely looks like he's winning. I'm going to go back to the game of Alireza and Levon because you said Levon?
I said the eval bar went from -3 to close to equal now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So Rook C6 already the first step in the wrong direction, followed by a second step.
Rook B8 is fine, but after Queen takes A7, it starts giving some really, really obscure ideas for black. Like the best move in this position, for whatever reason, is Bishop E8. Nobody plays that. Yeah. Nobody plays that.
My brain just exploded.
Yeah.
Why do we play Bishop E8? Rook B2, I understand. Rook B3, I kind of understand.
Yeah. And I think...
Well, let's just see what the players have, because we
C2
do...
pawn's gone, so the worst is over for Firouzja.
And guess what? I mean, the bishop, I've played the French defense most of my life, and it's so very rare when I have this absolutely beautiful
Almost
piece.
never, right?
I mean, exultant bishop. But we have a breaking news. Darish is telling us that Fabi's blundered his advantage away.
It's hard to believe.
That is shocking, because it was so easy for him to play this position. What has Fabi done?
So in the last minute, both Levon and Fabi have given away their advantages.
Well, we did see knight b5, king e3 as expected. The rook and rook to b4. Okay, so far it doesn't look terrible. But
yeah,
hard to understand where the mistake was.
The bishop went a bit too far. He could have. The bishop that is currently on h3 could have been on c6, and really should have been on c6, frankly. Yeah.
That would be a beautiful square, actually. Rook to f4.
So I think now he's just struggling to make progress.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not that black can get to the a4 pawn themselves, but you can't go king g4. You can't really move the bishop away from g2 because knight f5 check is going to be extremely annoying. So you are very much stuck for ideas. There's really not a lot you can even try. And Levon is not better at all anymore. In fact, I think he should start looking for perpetuals.
Wow. I just saw this move, rook a3 by Jan. And can we now, is our king able to walk towards the queen side? King d2, king c2, try to chase that rook away? King d2, what's...
Rook a2? King
c3. And instantly, by the way, knight to b7 came by Jan. He's looking...
Wesley did win his game.
Okay. Oh. Something like bishop g2, knight c5. I don't have time to pick up this pawn on d5. Rook takes d3 check.
This
On
knight
tap.
b7, I see a question mark next to it. So rook d4.
Okay.
What if knight just comes back to d6?
Bishop g2 though, although we have knight f5, yeah. I think one of the points about this position is that the pawn on d5, if it gets traded for the pawn on a4, that 4 against 3 will be defensible, I think, quite comfortably even.
Easily, yes.
Yeah.
The the past d-pawn's not really breaking through d6.
Although there was recently a very, was that at the candidates, where Jan had this against, there was a very important game that featured that exact endgame, bishop against knight, seemingly a very comfortable blockading knight on d6, and it was still winning because you could create, I think we even did this from this studio, no?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't last year's Sinquefield Cup. Jan was playing.
I was in Toronto in my mind, and
No,
it was recreating.
It was a game between Jan and Leinier, which Jan actually ended up not winning, after at some point having like mate in 20 with precise play.
Yes.
So can he force here the trade of a4 and d5 by going knight c5?
Okay, let's have a look. Knight c5 with.
He will have to take with the
d3.
knight, which is extremely annoying because it moves it away from good squares.
On the rook
by
a5
quite a
might be
distance. Yeah,
unpleasant.
rook a5. I don't think you want to do that. Even though you do have rook a2 check and knight c3, but it feels very, very risky.
Or, oh,
Remarkable.
so this ended in the draw.
Well, Firouzja, that is great news because it means he has a chance to be tied for first going into the Blitz.
Yeah, after
tomorrow.
he was lost out of the opening.
After 8 moves.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's going to be the first to say, I messed up my prep. And Levon is sitting there saying, I couldn't believe my eyes either.
Saving this game must feel like winning.
It's absolutely.
And a very important moment just happened in the game between Leinier and
MVL.
And MVL, I think, is going to win yet another Berlin endgame. He has a bit of a habit of doing that. Yeah, this is just now completely winning because you go king b7, a5, a6. There's not even any kind of a secret to it.
A-pawn's just unstoppable.
Yeah, and the other one is very easily protected by the bishop on c3.
Such a great setup.
Yeah.
Beautiful, easy.
Yeah,
easy
and
win.
5 moves ago, it appeared to still have been a draw, which is going to be quite painful for Leinier to realize.
So he had to.
Yeah, he resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Congrats to MVL, finishing the day with a win.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, I just want to see how Alireza made a draw because that was like a very.
Perpetual.
It was just a simple perpet at the end of the day. Takes, rook b2, and it was a simple perpetual.
We have 2 games left, and looks like Fabi has chances to win again. At least that's what Steve Albert tells me.
That game has been quite the roller coaster, hasn't it? After the move knight b7, we were really expecting knight to c5 and the trade of this d5 pawn for the a4 pawn. That didn't take place because rook check, king c3, and now he's back to having a very serious a-pawn passer. Bishop takes
and the bishop will finally be on a good diagonal. This looks winning once again.
Wow.
You probably still have to work a little bit, but this looks winning.
Yep.
And in the other game that is still running, Pragg just blundered an exchange in 1 move. So
no.
The absolutely horrible tournament continues.
Oh my gosh, the tournament from hell. Hikaru versus Pragg. I'm going to switch. And remember, we saw the move knight to g3 and quizzical move.
Right.
Well, just a second. Hold on. When we left it, we saw the move knight g3.
Then it just came back to
Yeah, they
C3.
repeated a little bit, and then...
And suddenly, knight to c7?
Yeah, instead of g5, putting
blunder.
any rook on the d file, black is actually doing very well. Rook d8 in particular. You play rook d8 and use the fact that after e4, you have knight c6 with the mother of all forks on the d4 square, which cannot be stopped. So you can't actually play e4. After rook d8, black is, I mean, you're not going to win, but you are actually pushing for a little bit. Instead, g5, knight c7,
and blunder galore.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just...
he found a way to complicate matters a little bit. But the issue is you can just take on d3, go king g3, go e4. It's not even a difficult win, I don't think.
And I can also win a piece with rook takes b4, knight
I think
c7?
of those 2 things, I'm probably choosing rook takes d3, to be honest. I think I'm going to win the extra exchange position faster.
And guess
what?
I
think practically
Hikaru agrees with you.
This is a faster decision.
Conversion, yeah?
Yeah,
the problem is the pawns on c4.
Yeah, just king
and
takes g4 and king
a4,
f5, I think. Yeah.
The pawns on c4 and a4 do just make a great. That puts the majority to
Holding
rest.
pattern. Yeah. Just king g4, king f7, king f5, and it's just gone.
King f5.
It's just completely gone.
You said it. King f5. Oof.
Chess can be so cruel sometimes.
Oof.
You can see, yeah.
Yeah,
it
this
was
has
just one
been
blunder.
a very, very tough 3 days for the young man.
As Nietzsche said, what doesn't destroy me makes me stronger. I mean, if you survive a tournament like this, Pragg, when he gets his chances, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. But sometimes you have to go through a baptism. King f5, e3, last chance. King e4.
Rook e3 is also winning, but why? Why bother?
He allows knight b2.
Ah,
Ooh.
clever. Yeah, you can then lock it up on a4. It never has any moves from a4.
That's a little bit of a puzzle rush, isn't it? Rook c3.
Rook b3 now.
Rook to b3 now.
And then king e5, f5, f6. And once we're ready to end the game completely, we will let the knight go.
Yeah. And you will be 6 tempi away from the race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and thank you for the game, says Pragg. Oh.
We only have one game left. It's between Fabi and Nepo.
And wouldn't you know it, is between our tournament leader as well as our Grand Chess Tour leader. And, well, there is no king side. The king side's gone. It's been eviscerated. Don't ask me how, but
But
there
question
you go.
is, can Nepo sack his knight or the pawn?
I'm not so sure it's going
Yeah,
to
if you have to cash in a7, the win is not assured.
Right, but
the engine does say it's completely winning, but I think on seconds you can very easily imagine this going slightly awry. But
Rook g4.
I think the problem is the d pawn actually runs incredibly fast. We go d4, rook a6 check, d5, d6, bishop b5, d7, d8 kind of thing.
Yeah.
And this happens faster than whatever it is that black will be doing on the other side.
Exactly. If we're playing rook g4, you were just saying we're going to go d4, h4, and we're cashing in our d pawn very fast.
But you do have to calculate, like, you don't want to allow rook a6 takes g6, so you do start by rook g4.
Right.
You absolutely have to be, as imposing as possible on the king side, hoping that Fabi blinks and start, And there we go.
Bishop f7.
The variation dropping to maybe even manageable proportions, although actually not very much,
So his idea is on h4, you just take bishop g6.
That's what he wants.
Yeah. And king e5, rook a6. So the g-pawn is actually gone. This is maybe clever. The engine, of course, was, I'm pretty sure, winning by force by promoting the d-pawn. But we're not the engine here. We are
right. We are human beings.
Human players. Yeah.
We do like pawns.
We do like limiting the amount of runners.
Right.
So what's on king e5? Or rook a6?
I think rook a6. Yeah.
You still win the pawn.
King e5, rook.
But now we can maybe play
h4,
h3.
Bishop takes g6 and rook a5 check.
h4, rook g6 also works? Because I have bishop h5,
Yes.
bishop f3, right?
Also works, yes.
He checked because
clock times?
Yeah, maybe bishop e8 wins.
35 seconds for Fabi, 5
G5.
seconds for Nepo.
Okay, and now I guess he goes rook h4, g4 and hopes, but or rook g1 even.
But the d pawn is still
d4 check.
d4 king f4.
d5?
d5, yeah,
G4.
because d1 is actually now unavailable to the rook, so d4, d5, d6 is actually quite attractive.
Right.
Because you cannot attack it from behind. Maybe it gets to d7 as fast as possible and then we win.
I apologize. The clock times you just said, and then
20 seconds
for both sides. 20 seconds. It's going to go fast. These clocks, I'm telling you, they count faster than the normal space-time continuum.
It feels that way.
Down to 7 already.
7.
And does not go d4
You forgot
check.
about the clock.
Bishop g6.
Well, creating a very annoying idea of rook a5 check, which is not that easy to deal with. You can play rook f1, but that slows you down a great deal. So rook c1 check, king d2, and now rook f1.
But now king e2, and we're
king e2, rook f4.
We're a little bit closer.
King e3, I guess, is what he wants. Yeah, because this continues stopping black from playing g5, g4.
Exactly.
So actually, what do you even play? Rook f1, you get mated in 2 moves. The game is over, right?
Yep.
Rook f1, d4, bishop f7, mate.
That is it, actually.
Yep.
It's just
and
done.
I think Nepo just saw that.
Rook f1, d4 check, bishop f7, mate.
Yeah, there's no more counterplay
Yeah, you
for
can
black.
play king d5 and hope not to lose in the next 3 moves, but yeah, the game is kind of over.
Fabi had to win this game twice.
Indeed.
8 seconds for Ian.
Yeah, king d5 is the only move not to lose a pawn immediately, but...
The bishop f7 check.
Bishop f7, you have to play king c5. You can...
And the rook can come behind the pawn, rook to g5. Pardon me, rook to g6.
Rook g6 is good. Rook f6 might also be quite good.
Rook f6.
I don't think there are bad choices anymore. It's just that you need to keep the clock under control. But
rook
yeah,
f6.
all of your options here will be quite good. King e2, I guess, and then bishop e6, yeah. Or bishop g6. Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah, plenty good enough.
That should do it.
Plenty good enough.
It's funny how Fabi didn't even push his pawn at all. He just picked every single pawn.
Right. He took 1, 2.
Bishop g6, I guess.
Yes.
King g4.
Take a pawn.
Rook f5, rook g4. But it doesn't really matter. There's no threat. Just go rook a5 or...
King f3.
Choose a square. King f3 is also fine, but I kind of want to establish full connection between my bishop on g6 and my pawn on d3.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, rook
I think,
f5.
Yeah, okay, you know your boy better.
Not that
I'm going to
good.
play king f2 now and just take the pawn.
Rook g4?
The thing I had in mind after rook g4...
I think he's still going to go rook a5.
Was, can I trap this
Yeah,
rook somehow? Bishop h5, rook h4, no.
Yeah, there it is, yeah.
Yeah, we've been waiting for that one for some time. Bishop to e4, what were you saying about establishing the bishop and the rook connection?
And Fabi wins.
Wow, what a crucial victory that was. And for Jan, I think he wasn't trying for the record or trying to share the record, anything like that. He just wanted to go into the Blitz with a big lead. He didn't achieve it.
We almost got a 5-result round again.
Yeah,
Crazy.
we had 4 decisive games.
But let's jump to Cristian.
We have Cristian with Hikaru Nakamura.
Thanks, guys. Hikaru, you've been chasing this elusive victory since day one, that last game against Fabi. Finally, you got it. You're now within striking range almost to the leaders. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the result. I think my attitude is very similar to the attitude that Levon has, which is that I just want to be solid and get to the Blitz. Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy, all things considered. But, I mean, this Alireza game, obviously, yesterday was quite bad when I missed this bishop b5 move, which was really inexplicable. But today I was able to draw 2, and then this final game, I just kept the game going forever, and eventually Pragg blundered, and yeah, I got a win, so I'm pretty happy.
Let's talk about this game, and obviously you explained the strategy, but how does it feel? You've had some bad results over the years occasionally. How does it feel when nothing works in your favor? Put yourself in Pragg's shoes.
Well, I mean, I think I haven't had a good Rapid event here since the pandemic one in 2020. I think 21, 22, and I mean, up until his final round, this 24 edition have all been very bad as far as Rapid goes. So I think the main thing is it's very hard because he's already very far behind, but I could tell early on that he was still in his head. He was very unhappy about the previous game, and I don't know if he thought he was winning. He was definitely better, but then it got to the spot where he had to kind of struggle to draw it at the end against Alireza, and just the visual reactions and the body language were not very good from Pragg. And I think the main thing, though, is that it's a long event, and as long as you keep yourself in somewhat decent form, you'll always have a chance if you get red hot in the Blitz. And I mean, I don't think that even necessarily applies to like myself or Alireza. I think everybody. If you just, if you get some momentum in the Blitz, you can go on a big run. And it just felt like he didn't really have it. And so, yeah, I just kept this game going forever and ever and ever. And yeah, I mean, this was nothing special. Of course, he played symmetrical mostly. Yeah, but the thing that I've noticed about Pragg is that he always wants to play chess too. Like that's another important thing. Is that like, I mean, he played something that's very dry and boring. It's very symmetrical, but then he kind of decided to not sort of simplify. He decided to try and keep the game going, and all his decisions were in that spirit. And so, like, even though his position somewhere around here is equal, the game goes on. It doesn't really die the way that it probably should have. I think if he had taken on d4 maybe 1 or 2 moves earlier, I would have had to take with the d pawn, and then it's a symmetrical pawn structure, and I mean, there's nothing to play for either side. So I got the sense that he would do this. I mean, I've played him quite a few times recently, and he always tries to find some way to keep the game going. He doesn't want to make the boring draw. And I mean, it's funny because I think Pragg and Arjun are the two guys who they always want to
play. And it's not even so much that they're not objective, but they have a lot of confidence, and I think they'll win. Whereas I think Gukesh, the other Indian player, there are many situations where you just make the draw, you'd be solid and play, you know, very, very principled from that standpoint. But which one is the better strategy, or it depends on what type of form you're in?
I think it probably depends on the form. I think for Pragg going forward, I mean, he's obviously very young still, but he's going to have to find that ability to just shut it down when things aren't going his way versus continuing to try and press. Right now, of course, it's not an issue. He's many years ahead of him, but I think he'll have to figure that out, especially as it relates to rapid and then even classical. And if he can do that, I mean, the sky's the limit for him. But he wasn't really able to do that today. I mean, this game was always, very, very equal. But I was very happy at some point when he let me. I actually blundered. I was thinking quite a long time about 95 here, and for some reason after 95, the only line that I really thought about seriously was Queen to A4. And as soon as I played this move, I think if he goes Queen C8 here, I'm in a lot of trouble. Actually, I am. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I missed Queen C8 because basically what I was aiming for was I was looking at this position, thinking about it conceptually, and if black doesn't have the b5 pawn break here, if there's no b5 pawn break, like that's the only break in the position for black. So as long as I make sure that's not possible, then I start thinking, where do my pieces belong? I can't really play for d4. If I go e4, I create a weakness on the d4 square. And so in my head, I was thinking the one piece that's misplaced here is this knight. And where can this knight go to? So I thought the knight belongs on f2 because right now d3 is very weak. So like that, then I go knight e5, and I was making sure that queen a4 I can go. I think queen a4 I go rook d2, and then I play knight g4, knight f2 on the next 2 turns. And I thought if I get the knight to f2, then I'm fine. I mean, it's not like it's anything special, but then at least I can try to pretend that I'm playing for more. But as soon as I played knight e5, I kind of realized he has queen c8, which stops the whole knight g4 f2.
Yes.
And then there are ideas like queen e6 and queen f5, and I mean maybe I'm okay here. But this starts feeling very dangerous for
it's
white.
Actually almost feels like an overextended knight now. Queen f5,
yeah, I mean,
f6,
maybe
perhaps.
I can go rook bd2 and just like try to hold, but I'm not playing for anything now.
Yeah.
But then when he went queen a8 and I got knight g4, knight f2, now I knew that, I mean, at the very least I should always be able to draw this position. Goes here, I play queen c1. Yeah, now he went back. I mean, I don't know if rook e6 was better or not, because after rook e6 I go rook e1 and I didn't see good continuation for black after this. But it's also, it's a very superficial move too. Like, if it doesn't do anything, the rook just looks kind of stupid there. And like, you know, if you get careless and play h5, I think there might even be some e4, rook e3 business. Like, you know, h4, rook e3, queen h5, and then g4. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Yeah. It starts getting very complicated, sort of out of nowhere. But then, yeah, he played queen c6, and now, I mean, yeah, I ended up playing this queen e2. I wasn't very happy about this. Somehow I thought that I should be better, or maybe I mistimed because after e5, couldn't really figure out what I was supposed to do. I mean, I ended up playing this move, which I think is wrong. I mean, computer, okay, what it wants. It wants takes rook c2, which I saw, but I thought after e4, I mean, I saw some position like this, and somehow I didn't think I could be better here. I've got double e pawns, I have a weakness on c4, and
yeah.
I didn't really believe in it. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't believe in it, so then I thought, okay, I'll play here. And then again, he took on f4, which is just a terrible move here. I think if he goes rook e8, I mean, takes, I don't know, like takes, rook e2, and I mean, f5, I mean, the structure, he should be completely fine. There should be nothing for white here whatsoever. But then he took on f4, which was also, I think, slightly wrong. I mean, maybe not a big deal, but now after king g2 again, there are little tricks here, because if he plays rook e3, I trade, I take b6, and now the knight on a5 is out of play.
You have the sunnier side of equality.
Yeah, I mean, I was very surprised when he did this, but again, I think it comes back to the fact that he's like, at this point, I think he was just unhappy in general, but I felt that he was always looking for some way to keep the game going. He wasn't trying to make the draw. And I mean, maybe that's a little bit of overconfidence on his part, because at this point, if anybody's better, it should be white. But, you know, I played king f7, and then, yeah, I went king f3. Ah, that is wrong. Somehow I let this knight back to c6, and now I just couldn't figure it out. Here, knight e7. Yeah, then I made this repetition. I played a4, a5. Ah, and rook b3 is wrong. Ah.
I guess the engine wants to play knight c3.
I thought he had rook d8 here.
Rook d8, perhaps.
Actually, yeah, I saw this one, right. And I thought knight f5 here. This is actually why I didn't go for it. Knight f5, knight d5, I thought, and then rook d5, I thought. Maybe I'm insane. Oh, I can go to g2. I don't have to go to f2.
You can
go
to
f2.
Yeah.
I thought king f2, rook h3 was very tricky still.
Now king g1.
And knight d4, and just rook d1.
Yes.
Yeah, like this. Yeah, I mean, for some reason I had this feeling I had it, and then
it does look dangerous.
Yeah.
It does look dangerous. I guess you have to go king h1 or.
Yeah. I mean, it's just fine though because there's nothing happening here.
Yeah.
This is bad. Yeah, I probably should have done this. And then what did I do? I did something insane. Instead, I played rook b3, and I just blundered. I thought here I could play knight c3, but then he has knight f5, knight d5, rook takes e3, and of course at the end there's knight d4, knight takes b3.
Yeah.
And it's just, what am I doing? I mean, it's probably not losing, but it's still I'm not on the better side at least. So then I decided to go. So then, what did I play? I played this move to try and be tricky, and then he played f5, which I was also, for whatever reason, I didn't realize how good it was. I thought he had to play knight c8 here, and then I was going to play like just rook e2 or something and try to just make the draw, but he played f5, and now I suddenly realize that after knight b4, I have to go rook e2, and I already was a little bit unsure about it, and then he blunders g5.
Peter was saying that after rook d8, actually, you might even be in some danger.
This is what I was worried about. I mean, I wasn't sure whether I would go rook b2 or whether I would play e4, because I mean, both are possible. I mean, e4, knight c6, and then sack the rook and just try to pretend that I have play. I mean, I think this one's probably a bit too far. I think after rook b2, I'm still probably drawing the game, though, right? Rook b2? Yeah, I'm still saving. Because, I mean, we get to a rook and pawn endgame. Where, I mean, rook d3 takes and rook b5, and I mean, this should be a draw, even though the black king is close. King d5, probably king d5 takes. I don't know, rook a3, but rook a8. I mean, the a pawn should be enough.
Should be within the drawing margins.
Yeah, should be a draw. But then he played g5, and I mean, he plays his g5 move and just blunders knight c7, and now suddenly it's just game over on the spot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could say it's a little bit of luck, but I think I kind of created my chance by keeping the game going, and probably, I mean, the results before this should have been different, so that's how it goes.
2 points behind the 3 leaders, actually going into the Blitz portion, still 18 games to go. You mentioned if anybody can get hot, you can have quite good chances. How are you feeling about your chances? Percentage-wise, put it up there for us.
Yeah, so I mean, I think to begin with, a lot of events I play these days, I try to figure out where my strengths are and where the weaknesses are. I mean, there was a recent Speed Chess Championship, for example, that I played in, where I knew that if I keep it close until a bullet, that's where I'm just going to win the match. Now, obviously, Blitz is different than bullet. I mean, I can think I'm one of the best, but that doesn't guarantee that you're going to win all your games. But still, I had the feeling that if I keep it within a couple of points in the Rapid, I'll have my chances. So I think right now I'm only 2 points back, which is kind of a small miracle, because usually in these Grand Chess Tour events, somebody gets red hot in the Rapid and has some insane result, whether it's Magnus or Wei Yi or I think Fabiano in the last one.
Croatia,
I mean, someone usually gets red hot and they build up a big lead. Or even like when I played here in 22, I think it was Alireza who had an amazing Rapid performance. So, yeah, I'm a little bit lucky from that standpoint. I think my odds, if I were to give a percentage, I think I think there are probably 3 people who are going to win if they play up to form. So I think I put it at like 30-35%.
Pretty decent. Hikaru?
Yeah, definitely.
Congratulations on a good day 3 and good luck tomorrow in the Blitz.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Hikaru. Tell us the standings, because the Rapid is closed.
Let's take a look. Wow, we're finishing the day with 3 players sharing first place.
The same 3 who came in the door this morning are leaving in first.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, Firouzja, and MVL.
Wasn't Levon 1 point behind coming in
exactly
today?
The same.
Did anything change?
Yes.
Not very much, apart from
Wesley.
Hikaru climbing up the stairs.
Right. Leinier was in clear
Leinier fell down, and Bobby's still in the bottom half. Nodirbek slipped a little there.
Starting tomorrow, it's all about Blitz. We'll have 2 days of Blitz, 18 games total. The time control will be 5 minutes with 2-second increment.
Right. When you play Blitz, you don't play the 5-2. You play the 3-2 or 3-1?
3-2.
3-2.
That's
5-2 and 18 games. Yes, absolutely.
But we do have Cristian with MVL.
MVL, first of all, congratulations. Great day for you. You're now in the lead alongside 2 others. How are you feeling about your performance? And you actually wanted to start analyzing this one against Jan, your loss against Jan. Why was that?
Well, I mean, the reason it was not a great day is I lost to Jan. And, around here I thought I had such a dominant position, like nothing too special, but this bishop on c5, and I thought I could never lose. And rook d3 was too hasty, I guess. I could just play king h1. as prophylaxis for what happened later, like that now. Somehow after rook d7, I mean, I saw d5. I thought it was a draw more or less after bishop e7. Maybe I missed some ideas there because engine doesn't seem to enjoy. Oh, this is nice actually, but very difficult to realize that you're creating some attack.
It could go, or it couldn't, right? I mean,
yeah.
It's not guaranteed you get anything
but
there.
So I thought I was clever with rook f3, but then queen a4, and I didn't like already my position, like, because I mean I probably still should come back, but bishop e7, and I thought it was getting worse because, like, it's the thing is, if my bishop collapses, one of the pawns make two. So, but okay, what I chose was, and here I felt like there should be a draw, but very difficult. I didn't think that king f1 would, like, I thought c5 was still a lot of pressure. Queen c2, queen a2, okay.
But again,
too difficult.
For the experienced players, let's say you don't get tilted, right? Even after such a difficult loss.
I was
Why
a
is
bit
that?
tilted, but then the next game with Wesley, I managed to get all of my prep around, and here, So basically,
let's discuss the Berlin endgame.
Yeah, no, it's extremely interesting, and like my problem is I know that some version of the endgame with when you exchange the rooks is winning. Like if black's pawn is on c5, it's winning. Like it's actually easy. You get king to h3, bishop f2, bishop h4, and black's position collapses.
And Leinier is one of the players that in fact tried this position with white, but also defended it with black before.
And so I played a4 because I was not sure, but like I knew c5 was critical, but after b5 I wasn't completely sure about these positions. Like you put the pawn to a6, let's say, rook d3, rook h4, and you create some sudden counterplay. Okay, I missed this one.
Bishop f2.
This is
that's
very
nice. So if rook g4, obviously king f3.
So then c5 was my intention, and I definitely should have played it. And here I assumed it's a draw, but g5, g5 is fine. Okay. Why?
Probably he wants to stick with the king.
This is way too deep.
Let's just show what the engine wanted. I think here he wanted king g4 first.
But I don't even understand what's the difference. No, I don't think there's any difference, actually. No, it's here that, suddenly bishop d6 loses, which is not... And bishop d8, I mean, I first...
What is the plan? Why is bishop to d2 winning in this position? Or
no, but what I played is good. So bishop e3, because I want c5.
Okay.
Simply, and then my king runs. So
the plan is to go c5 and get the king to a5.
Yeah, and that's what happened. Wait, it's not winning. Okay, this is very, very deep.
Can you show us what the engine is saying right now?
No, so the idea is, okay, you can afford to lose the c7 pawn, probably. Like, I'm not sure you lose it because bishop e5, you go bishop e3. I cannot. And if king b4, no, you have to play bishop d2, and the point is after bishop c3, you have time for a5 check.
Ooh. And that closes shop on that side. And in
and
fact,
actually,
you're losing.
No, I mean, this is actually still
you have to
a
take
draw.
on a5,
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go king c4, this is actually...
Yes. And the difference with compared to the game is that now if you take, now I have time. Because if I go king d4, I protect the pawn. And here this will lead
now
to
you're
promotion.
winning. Now you're the first one. Take the a pawn, and then the a pawn runs.
We're learning new things every day.
Well, how are you feeling about your blitz? Have you done some training before? We know you played the Speed Chess Championship online, but over the board, have you done some preparation?
Not really, but it's because I mean, right now everything's in motion. Like we were playing in Romania, and in Zagreb.
It's a busy summer.
So I didn't feel the need to to overextend, my preparation, and decided to keep as fresh as possible. But I did some tactics. Maybe I'll do some training blitz tonight. I don't know. Whatever happens.
Well, Maxime, it feels like you prioritize your energy. We'll let you go get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Congratulations, MVL, as we have a three-player tie. The same
and
three
I did
players.
want to bring up the interesting math exercise that Hikaru did at the end of his interview. He said one of the three people will win, so I count myself at about a third of a chance, right? There are three people tied at the top, and he is tied for fourth, or maybe even fifth. So who of the top three he is not counting? Yeah, he's discounting this heavily.
Right.
I wish Cristian would have asked, but
well,
now we will never.
Which of the three is he just MVL? Was it Alireza? Is it Jan? All three of those players could go on a tear.
Yeah, I'm curious now.
Very, very, very much so. But you heard a very confident Hikaru saying that, with only a 3-point gap, he feels comfortable. 18 games of blitz, he can catch up.
Right?
Is it 2? Sorry,
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I saw the Fabi.
Yeah.
I saw the Fabi.
But we have Cristian with Wesley So.
Wesley, you had to wait until the last round of Rapid to get your first victory of the tournament, but you finally got it. Your feelings right now?
Well, it's better late than never. To win with the black pieces is very good. I think, at least compared to Croatia, my play hasn't really been very well. Like, I wasn't getting too many winning chances. And even though I got some very small winning chances against Fabi and Leinier, like I was winning at for one moment, I totally missed them. And then the game against Firouzja, he played very well. So there were not really too many chances. Like, I was hoping for more than 50%, but that's how it goes sometimes.
I'm sure the dramatic pluses and minuses will be most likely scored in the blitz portion. Now, let's talk about this game against Nodirbek. Nodirbek was doing quite well today. He had some good performances today, and it felt like he's in good shape. How did you approach this game? Were you looking to get a fight? What were you expecting from this game?
Well, I just want to play, and then I wasn't sure what he wanted to do. But when he played the London, I realized that he wanted to fight.
And we got this type of position.
Actually, I think he played
very dynamic.
Actually, he had a game like this recently, I'm pretty sure. He had white pieces.
Yes.
I think his opponent played bishop pieces. Was his opponent?
I think just the previous game against, I want to say against Levon.
But also in the Mega database, like not in this tournament.
Okay, this was a bit different.
Knight h5.
Yes, with Knight h5.
So I didn't even know he played it previous game.
Yes.
Good thing I didn't play Knight h5 because now I know he's gonna play bishop. But also, I think in some recent game he had this position where his opponent played bishop e7, and then I'm pretty sure, and then he was worse really quickly. So I'm very surprised he went for this again.
It seems he's employing the London quite often these days.
Yeah.
Seems to be one of his.
The funny part is whenever
option.
I play whenever someone plays the London against me, I don't expect it, and there are like 9 good options against the London. So I'm like totally confused, and I usually pick the wrong one. But I just decided to play solidly. I play against Maxime.
Yes.
E4 was just a blunder. Like Nodirbek was clearly playing for a win because he could play rook c1. I was gonna play rook c8. Maybe rook c8 is not good. I'm not sure. Okay, bishop f4 or something, and then bishop d6. Maybe it's too dry for him. I mean, it's very symmetrical after takes. So
what is White hoping for in this position in terms of an advantage? Why should White have a slight advantage in this position? Explain, like, let's say, the strategical ideas in the position.
Well, like here he's ahead in development, so my king is still stuck in the center. And then he's got a slightly better light squared bishop. His bishop has more squares, like if it goes to d3.
The bishop is a bit closed up for the moment.
Yeah, and then, f6 is a bit loose, but it's very hard to attack. So I think that's pretty much it. Just a bit slightly better bishop and ahead in development. But when he played e4, I was very happy because it's just a bad move. I mean, yeah, he should play rook c1 or bishop f4.
Yes.
But I think he just missed that after takes bishop e5. I have queen g5. So obviously he just blundered that, I'm pretty sure.
And he cannot capture your rook, just to show that, because of
checkmate.
Obvious checkmate on
Yeah.
g2. Okay, so he missed that.
Okay, but here, like I'm pawn up.
Yes.
But I missed quite a bit of advantage in the past. Yeah, e5. I thought e5 is good, yeah, because b5 he has bishop d5, which I didn't see from afar.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I thought I was like b5, b4 just wins, but yeah. But I saw e5, yeah. Well, so bishop e7 he has knight e2. Oh, queen e1. Okay, whatever. But knight e2.
Despite the extra pawn, it
So
still
e5.
feels a little bit, not shaky, but dangerous, right? For the black king, especially.
Well, a little bit, but not too much because the knight protects everything.
You weren't too worried?
No, I thought black's just better. Like, if he goes here, I was going to play bishop e7, and then the sacks don't work. The problem is my knight is very strong. And every time he tries to attack it, I just go back, hitting the bishop. And the king could go king f8, king g7. I thought I'm just a clean pawn up after e5, but I mean, I knew I've had advantages before that just ends in draws. So I knew that it was a long way from victory, but I think black's just a simple pawn. Because also, if here I could, queen d7.
Queen d7, yeah. No, f4 seems like the natural choice to at least try to create something, right? Despite the fact that obviously it's a mistake.
Very human. Well,
it's a human move, yes.
Maybe b5. So. Yeah, actually here, okay. Yeah, maybe queen b6 and 0-0. But, castle. Oh, queen b2. Okay, I can see queen b2.
Very dangerous looking.
That was just...
But you're attacking the g2 pawn as well.
Yeah, maybe b5 was not the best, but I didn't see queen b2. Yeah, bishop. Yeah, actually here I was calculating fe.
Yes.
But I thought it looks dangerous for... I thought he has to go for this. So bishop c5 and then to
king
play
h1.
king h. Yeah, king h1. Yeah, and here I wasn't sure what to play.
Whether the simple castle or continue taking.
The problem
pawns,
is if I castle, I thought he has check. And my king seems close to getting mated. But I miss h5. Okay, I missed.
Make some space for the king.
Yeah, so I thought he had to go for this.
But he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, he used all his time. I mean, that was his last chance, I think. After f5 is just winning for black.
Yes. And you converted quite nicely, didn't allow anything in the position.
Yeah, knight e4 was the last blunder. He had to go for fe.
Well, Wesley, it feels like you're definitely warmed up, ready for the blitz. Why are you laughing?
Better warm up after day 3, right?
Yes. Better late than never.
Better late than... Preferably, you should be warmed up before the tournament starts.
How are you feeling about your blitz? Did you do some prep beforehand?
Yeah, I've been playing. I actually practiced a lot of blitz before this because of the speed chess.
Yes. Speed chess championship.
But
that's online also. This is a bit different, right? Do you get to play? Do you have any training partners?
No.
Natonka?
Yeah, I don't get to play. I only play blitz online. Because in Minnesota, other than me or Alice Lee, and she lives very far away, they're actually pretty empty of chess players. We have John Bartholomew, but he doesn't really play. So that's... one bad thing about living in Minnesota, but it's very quiet. Unlike here in St. Louis, you have 50 grandmasters.
I'm sure Rex would be happy to see you back in St. Louis. You've called this home for a while, but...
Yeah, but no, I don't get to play too much over-the-board practice at home. So I play online, chess.com, chess. Actually, before the tournament, I think 2 weeks ago, I played Fabi a 15-game blitz match.
Okay, how did that go?
Well, I think he won the last 3 games, and so we tied after 15 games.
That's not bad. Well, 18 games to go. Wesley, we'll let you go get rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be fast. Hopefully, I'm up to it. And
A cat did not get a mention.
Pardon?
The cats did not get the mention.
No mention of the cats.
No interview with Wesley is complete without the mention of the cats.
But we actually have I think
Wesley, they're asking you about the cats. How are the cats doing? We know you love your cats quite a lot.
They're doing very well. Thank you to everyone who's asking. That's so sweet.
I think that was Peter.
Oh, was that Peter?
Yes, Peter wanted to know about your cats.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you very much. I thought it'd more be Yasser style to ask of cats. But
well, they are very, very beautiful. They were the Burmese cats.
That's very kind when people ask that, because they're like my babies, and they're 18 months old right now.
They're pretty young.
Yeah. So they're doing very well. I have to, and it's very well timed actually, because this year I had a lot of free time. Like I had 5 months off, so it's
you
very
got to
nice
bond with them.
Yeah, like not do any chess and just play with the cats. You know. So,
does that affect you, missing them whenever you're away on your tour, on your chess tour in Europe and whatnot?
Yes, for sure, because cats become kind of like your babies if you don't have any children. But my sister makes sure that I'm well supplied, sending at least 2 photos a day.
Perfect. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Good luck, Wesley, in the Blitz. As we come to a closing of this Rapid, we started the day 3 players tied for first. For those of you joining us late, one more look at the final standings as we get ready for Blitz tomorrow. And here are our 3 players at the top.
it's Nepomniachtchi, Alireza, Firouzja, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But closely following is Levon Aronian in clear 4th place. Then a lot of players are sharing 5th.
And there's Fabiano, our Grand Chess Tour tournament leader, 3 points out of first. He's going to have to put on quite a blitz sprint, if you will.
Indeed.
And take a look at our predictions as we wrap up day 3 of the Rapids. Here we go.
Still have a chance, right?
Everybody's in. I feel like everybody's in with a chance on this one.
Yeah.
I mean, Cristian, you.
It's not great. It's not great. Look, I was hoping to see Fabiano. For the first time, I'm picking him in like 5 events, and I was hoping to see him ahead by 3 points rather than behind by 3 points. But still, everybody is in with a shout because, look, tied for all the way to the 7th position, I think, is Leinier, behind by only 2 points. That's not bad. That can change in an instant. And Hikaru mentioned that as well when he came on the broadcast. Anything can happen. Whoever is going to get red hot in the blitz portion is going to have the upper hand. And to be honest, all of these players are very, very good in blitz. We're going to have some explosive chess, guys.
Absolutely, Cristian. We'll see who gets hot. Nazi, as we wrap up, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to work with you. And Peter, you too. It was really a very nice day. I love the story about the Leinier ending. I mean, that's a classic, folks.
Absolutely.
Do make sure you remember.
The 3 people who are still watching us after that story, thank you for staying with us. I appreciate you, all 3 of you.
Absolutely.
We'll be back here tomorrow for Blitz. So thanks for watching and see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.